specifically draw a comparison between black people and Jewish people.
Yeah.
And I'm going to open that more so as a layup for you to answer that question as far as why do we, or why should we draw a comparison more so between these two particular nations opposed to any other nations on the earth?
He's going to say
And again,
Esau.
the reason I ask this is because he answered portions of it, but sometimes with Kanye, with Kanye, sometimes it takes him a while. He goes around the world and then comes back and
Amen.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Put things together. And what we want to show is the reason why it's important to actually have the biblical understanding.
Facts.
To be able to answer these questions from a biblical / historical
Facts.
perspective. So,
Exactly. Well, I had it queued up, and I'm glad it was because sometimes, as an artist, Kanye, he would like to be called. Sometimes he speaks in abstract, right? I'm saying, but that's
a nice way to put it.
Yeah, but that's what makes.
Here it is again. Guess who the rapper, a.k.a. the Grand Ambassador, Flesh Dynasty. Just picking up, made conversation with Rawchaashyar and brother lawyer of the Gathering of Christ Church as they revisit an excerpt of an interview that Candace Owens had with Kanye West, and the fact that Kanye West revealed to her that we are Israelites and that we are, as he puts it, the darker Jews. And Candace is now being exposed to some new information. One thing that I didn't understand, I understand it, but I always had a problem with it. With her, when I saw her and Kanye West back in 2022, 2 years ago, when the Black Lives Matter movement was getting popular and popularized by these so-called elite financial interests such as George Soros and people like that, I realized that Black Lives Matter through my own research, but I've never trusted that movement, never, not even for a day, because of being insulated with this. It's on the regular information called this game. You know what I'm saying? This unrevealed information called this game. So when you're illuminated by this information that is foreign to you, you become illuminated or gamed up, which could lead to you adopting the information and allowing the information to become you. Therefore, it would lead you to the glow, to where you not only shine, you start glowing. Glowing with information, glowing with a response, and glowing with a reply. So you don't necessarily comply with lies and fabrication. So when that whole Black Lives Matter movement came, I was already opposed to it, because the Most High have trained me to be insulated with this foreign information called the game, illuminating information called this game, you know what I'm saying? To already be exposed, so to be opposed to that whole movement. The George Floyd situation looked staged to me. I'm not saying that it was, but I'm not going. You know what I mean? And the ING and the word going stands for I'm not going. I'm not going for optics, because I know in this days and age we live in, they're coming up with lying signs and wonders, and Some of them can be depicted as psychological operations, or psyops for short. So I'm not going. You know what I mean? Like when they came out with COVID, and I remember Agenda 21, and I think that was a Agenda 207, something like that, where they were doing a test run of a propaganda movement called Agenda 207, something like that, to where they were talking about an outbreak of coronavirus. It was just like a short film, a short movement talking about the coronavirus, and then they made it real. So I was like, anybody that goes for that, they're just not informed. Come to find out, the world went for it. That's when the world powers showed you their strength, showed you their might. They came out from behind the shadows and showed you showed you how powerful they were by shutting down the world. They were able to shut the world down. They showed you. So I was armed with the information. I was like, I'm not going for that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to believe in that. I'm not going to believe the movement of Black Lives Matter. And then upon further research, I find out that it's a Marxist, communist, socialist movement to move us into communism and socialism, turning us into Russia or China, or, you know, into countries like that, from capitalist to communist. What did Kanye West and Candace Owens do? They put out a White Lives Matter shirt, and I didn't agree with that. Because I figured that they could purport to go against the Black Lives Matter movement. These two people are black, and they put out White Lives Matter t-shirts to combat, the Marxist communist movement that they're propagating upon the American citizens or American people. I felt like that was a blended message, and you're going too far with the White Lives Matter t-shirts and whatever. Because look who's doing it. Look who put it out. Kanye West. Let's start with him. Kanye West was married and sired children from Kim Kardashian, whose fame was acquired through not only her mother dating popular people like O.J. Simpson and I forget the father's name, but his last name was Kardashian, their father, a lawyer, big time lawyer. And but Kim Kardashian got her fame by having a sex tape out with Ray J. She polishing, his knob on for the world to see, and they having sex on camera. And due to that, she had a slew of sexual relationships throughout Hollywood with different celebrities, be it sports or rappers or entertainers. And then, Kanye West matched up with her. Instead of Kanye West having fun with it, just like everybody else, he marries her and sires children from her. Guess what? She's Armenian. In other words, she's a European white woman. So his kids are what they call in this realm biracial. That's Horizon Zero Dawn pause menu in the background playing. So, that's his connection to white lives. You know what I mean? He has his baby mama is white. Now let's go to even more, in my opinion, more egregious reason. in dealing with the one and only Candace Owens. Lord have mercy. Candace Owens, you know what I mean, went to the University of Stanford out of Connecticut. An academic, what I like to call an academic. Very articulate. In my opinion, she's very beautiful to me. I find her very attractive because I'm a sapiosexual as well, as a visual creature, being a man. So she's doubly attractive to me. But there's some trait that, kind of turns me all the way off about her. Now, she's very articulate, well-studied, I must say. Have the statistics, facts. Once was a Democrat, now is a Democrat. Once under that spell, being black, we all were. Me, never, but because I never voted ever in my life, period. She was a Democrat turned conservative, you know what I mean? And just my opinion, I believe that black people are conservative by nature. This liberal movement, which people are feeling like what liberal means, basically, in my opinion, you're liberated from God. That meaning you're liberated from God to do what you want to do. So if God says marriage between Adam and Eve, you're liberated to tell God, well, no, I'm a liberal now, and I've been liberated from that law. I'm going to go against nature, and my name Adam, I'm going to marry Steve. That's what liberal or liberated means to me. And all kinds of other stuff that follows after that. All kind of abominable policies and abominable doctrines and trainings of thought. She found out that wasn't the way to go, and she became conservative. But back in Stanford, in Connecticut, she had some white students that mistreated her and bullied her, and I don't know if they put hands on her, but they threatened her and all that. She put out a lawsuit, and I think it was the NAACP that came to her back or whatever, got her back on that, which is a foundation founded by the Junior Mafia. Let me say by the Junior Mafia, and and then later on, they allowed the appearance that it's a black organization. So the ISH, Junior Mafia people, helped her in the aid of exposing the action of these, so said, I guess they were fellow students or whatever, and she put out a lawsuit and won it, I think for like $34,000 or $37,000. And I guess during her travels of studying or being in academia, it moved her further away from her own people, at least mentally. And I don't blame her, because there's a lot of downside of the black mentality, right? Gangsterism, thugs, pimps, hoes, that whole image, it's a lot of negative images, without really looking in depth. This is all surface level depictions, which is a lot of times inaccurate, especially when you're dealing with pimps and hoes. And when you look very closely, you have different levels of that lifestyle, and you can see virtue in some of it. But nevertheless, this is the conditions that the black people have been put in order to survive. So we're in survival mode. But it's ugly, it's not attractive, it's not comely. And I could see, as she's learning and being around different environments, and especially going the political way, she's exposed to a different type of lifestyle of improvement, enlightenment, empowerment. And there's one man that exemplifies that success, that era of success, that avenue, that final destination that everybody's trying to go. Just like the athletes, black athletes who come from the hood and come from the ghetto or come from impoverished neighborhoods. Say they're a basketball player, they get a contract for millions and millions of dollars. Now, they get exposed to a whole different environment. Now, there's few of their people around. They're only exposed to the people that are winning, the people that are really winning and succeeding in this society. And then they try to bring up their woman, but their woman is not equipped with the submissive spirit and humbleness and whatever. Therefore, they leave her, which is the black woman, in exchange for a white woman or an Asian woman, someone other than the woman that looks like them. They have been heavily criticized for that. And but if you look thoroughly and deeper into it, you can understand. So Candace Owens did the same thing. So instead of it was in reverse. No, there's a famine in the land for a black man in a land of success and prestige and power and intellectual capacity to be equivalent to that of her own. But she hasn't been exposed. I should say she hasn't really been exposed to them. You know what I mean? And not that they don't exist, because they do. But an ideology, what I mean? They're ideally, as far as that the imagery suggests, there's a real man that represents that and become the poster boy or the embodiment of this said image, and he's called the white man. So, as she's climbing the ladder of academia, as she's climbing the ladder of being a journalist, she's climbing the ladder of being in the sphere of political sphere and commentary and things like that. There's a famine in the land for the black man. You know what I'm saying? Therefore, she's in the realm or circumference of the white man, who is the embodiment or image of this so-called success. And what did she do? She used to go out with an Asian guy. Think about this. She used to go out with an Asian guy, a black woman dating an Asian dude. Now here it is. You have to find some commonality to even go this route. So I understand it, and I'm gonna get to the reason why I can understand it to a degree. She started off dating an Asian guy. I never said she never dated a black man. I just never heard that story. But what happened was, where did she end up? Where did she finally laid her, where made her nest and laid her eggs at? As this soaring bird trying to fly as high to the heights as she can, meaning a female eagle, in the land where the male eagle is the symbol, and it has a white head and brown body. The bald eagle that runs the one who runs that symbol, or came up with that symbol, was the white man. And she found this white man, who is her husband, married him, and had children by him. Think about this now. She has children by him. Oh my Lord. Then now that she's a conservative, married with children, she suffers the same scrutiny from black people that black men have for dating outside of their race, and particularly just dating white women. So look at the commonality between Kanye West and Candace Owens wearing the White Lives Matter shirt. You know what I'm saying? Now, it seems as if trauma has brought Kanye West closer to the realization of his true identity. And he's now conveying that identity to Candace Owens. But they were wearing White Lives Matter shirts. Candace went so far as to tell black people. This is what she was doing on the Daily Wire, whatever that place is she used to work. She was able to do this. She was able to highlight the disparities or whatever was going on with black people and talk about them, you know what I mean, in a negative light. Now, she did that like at a it's just her timing was a little bit off. George Floyd just had died. I know you want to wake us up, shake us up to not fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I don't blame you for that. I cannot agree, but it seemed like it was unwise. She knows we're an emotional people, so just chill out. Wait a minute. But no, it came across as if, well, he was nothing. He was a drug dealer. He's not a martyr. He's not this, which is true. You know what I mean? Yeah, but you know, it's wisdom. It's the time and place for everything. But anyway, all these other people, it's almost like she ran with the narrative of, you know, this narrative, which has some truth to it. White people are more likely to be killed by police than black people. And they do show black murders by white cops. More so in the media to stir up our emotions based upon our sensitivity to racial issues due to us being enslaved in this country. She would go so far as to say this. She would take that information, right? Which is, I haven't really looked into it that far, but that could be true as far as when it comes to police close encounters with their white civilians and them more likely to be killed or whatever more than us. And some have been killed or whatever. Other nationalities have been killed having close encounters of a dangerous kind with the police department, police officers. But the numbers gotta, it has to be weighed properly because there's more white people in this country. You know what I'm saying? And, but I'm not against her exposing why they are showing more white cops or foreign ethnic cops killing black men and black women, and not showing the murders or the killings of any other nationality, like them killing white people or whatever. She goes so far as putting out those statistics and so far to say that racism no longer exists or it never existed. Her and another dude named Bleacher, I'll get to him later. Some black people are going so far out of the way to say that now, since these statistics are there, there's no racism at all. This is what they're doing. This is what she did, and this is what some black conservative people are doing that are looking at the numbers. And they know that the left or the Democrats or liberals are utilizing this information so they can use us as cannon fodder or political footballs to stir up our emotions to get our votes, meaning to get our consensus, to get our minds. And then, since we are the people of influence and we are the chosen people of God, which she doesn't fully understand. She doesn't know that. To sway the rest of the population. Because you notice we're the trendsetters. Whatever we do, they do. They realize the power in our people. So, but they really have their candidates selected already. You think you electing these people is crazy. Like, I've never fell for that. I never believed that. I always believed that they were selected. I've been believing that since the early 90s. You know what I mean? Probably early 80s into the 90s, because I've always been studying this since a child. These people are selected. There was one, but they never had our best interests at heart, period. That's hands down. Because it's biblically backed. That's the best history you can get. So what she does is she goes as far as to say racism doesn't exist. Y'all, this is the left, or these liberals and Democrats and Republic Bloods. You know what I mean? The Republicans and the Democrats. Shout out to Davida Briscoe, a beautiful woman, which is Andre Taylor's gorgeous younger sister. Blessings to them, what they doing in Seattle. That's where I got it from. I'm just citing where I got it from. She goes as far as to say that these things not only no longer exist, never existed. And, you know, to get us out of the spell of them, what they're utilizing race issues as a tactic, which is true. That is absolutely true. They are doing that. But either she must not know, don't show, or don't care, or are not aware that all black people are not uninformed. We're not stupid. We know this. But for you to go as far as to say racism doesn't exist, who in the world are you caping for? Oh, I got it. When you were on Daily Wire, you were able to point out these things. So all these murders come up, bloodshed come up. You know what I mean? You jump quickly on the microphone to get up and say, hey, that person wasn't such and such and such. He wasn't special, you know what I'm saying? And it comes across like, well, wait a minute. What are you trying to say? They deserve to die? Or then you bring up other nationality? We ain't talking about other nationalities right now. We talking about what that white cop just did. Show me when a black cop killed a white child. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I want to see it. Where is it? Where's the statistics on that? Is he allowed to just shoot and kill white people? Is he allowed to shoot and kill black white women? And if he is, where is that footage? Where is that? Oh, they're hiding. This is what she said. Oh, they don't display that. No, they don't. They're hiding it. All right, but since you went to the numbers statistically, you just said white people are more likely to be killed by police officers than black people. Well, if you know this, well, I'm just asking a question. I'm the Riddler, a bunch of question marks in my green outfit with my hair just turned red with some weird funny glasses on. I'm the Riddler. Riddle me this. Where's the statistic that shows that black police officers are shooting white men, killing them indiscriminately? Show me the black police officer that shot that white woman in the face. Whoever this white woman may be. Show me that. So it leads black people to say, well, okay, since you can't show us that, they ain't even asking this question. You have to be an informed black individual to ask these questions. So if you can't show us that information, who are you caping for? Where's the cap coming from? Could it be you're caping to make your husband feel comfortable? when they bring up these racial issues, when the left Democratic bring up these racial issues, she jumps right out front with a cape on as Superwoman. Man, Wonder Woman, I should say. With her bracelets on, shooting the bullets of this footage of a white cop killing a black man or white cops killing black women. Those are the bullets that the left are shooting in the public sphere. She in the public is the people she's trying to protect, or so-called black people she claims to protect. But no black people trust her, because we sense that, wait a minute, you got them bracelets on blocking these bullets, not for us. You're blocking them for your husband. And not only that, you have children by this white man. So now you're blocking them for your children as well. And in the meantime, you're offending us. She was allowed to do this. She hasn't stopped. She's still doing it. Boy, but when she started talking about the Junior Mafia, the ISH people, she got karate chop. They showed her. Wait a minute. You was allowed to do that with them niggas, but you're not allowed to do that with us. Watch your mouth. Stay in pocket. Stay in place. And got her out of pocket. And got her, or either her contract was not renewed or she was fired. I don't know. But she wasn't able to continue to do that. They got her wrong. In other words, stay in your place. And got her on up out of there. Notice that this woman is out in the forefront for her family. Notice this. You never hear the perspective of her husband. Never. I've never seen it. I'm not saying that she's not. I'm definitely not saying she's not submissive to her husband, because I pretty much believe that. I believe that. I believe that is in pocket. You know what I mean? I have reason to believe that, reading the Willie Lynch letter. Yeah, they done smacked the last bit of bitch out of her. Excuse my language, but that's what they said in the letter. So here we come with the reason why I believe the White Lives Matter shirt they wore. Both of them. Here comes the reason why Kanye West promoted this shirt, which offended black people. Now, we were offended by that. They knew what they were doing. They thought they were going to smooth it over by saying, okay, or at least Candace, we're going against Black Lives Matter. We ain't buying that. Kanye West definitely didn't do it for that reason. Check out why he did it. He revealed it on Drink Champs. Because we didn't stand up we meaning black people, we didn't stand up for him to protect him in the media when the Kardashians were kidnapping his children. And then when Pete Davidson started sleeping with his ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, and they wouldn't have access to his children. So he blamed us for this. We didn't tell you to have no children by her. Especially, he's from Chicago. Most niggas was probably telling him, and should have been telling him, or would have told him that's cut from our cloth, be like, yo, nigga, what you doing? You gonna marry her? You listen to Dr. Dre, Housewife from the Chronic 2001 album? You in the music and entertainment field, bro. Corrupt was on the hook saying, so what you found out a hoe that you like? You can't make a hoe a housewife, nigga. You didn't hear that? You didn't want to hear that. That booty was too big. She was had so much fame on him. The coochie was good or whatever. She blew your brains out. Candace Owens. This is why he did it. Candace Owens, I never heard her reveal why she did it. but I covered the Democratic liberal as, a method she could use. But in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, she did it to protect her husband. And she does it all these things to protect her husband. Case in point, and that which leads us now to Sonya Massey. This woman, Candace Owens, came out and said Sonya Massey's murderer, killer, made a mistake. Now, here it is. They entered her house. She called them. She feared like somebody was intruding, feared an intruder, and then 2 intruders came to her home. They asked her, what's up with the pot of boiling water on your stove? She goes, handle it. They asked her this, right? But cops are people too. She says this at the time of heightened emotions, even though we're going to talk about being emotional and all of that. But at the height of emotion, and how are we already triggered racially? Because this is like this. It's just like this. This is how black people, the culture of black people work. Whether you like it or not, this is the way it is. We can talk about each other, but you can't. And every black family is like that. We can have a dispute. I can have a dispute with him, but you can't say nothing about him. We don't care what y'all doing to each other. That's y'all business. But our business over here, we can do what we want to each other. But you can't. Oh, yeah, black people shooting down each other, and which is a shame, and we shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, that's happening. But we're under this so-called condition that you said doesn't exist or never existed, called racism, total dominance, and we have been enslaved by these people through involuntary servitude and captivity. What you said don't exist. Systemic racism doesn't exist. Can't prove it. This tip she's on. Sonya Massey goes to handle the boiling water. Boy, here she go. Let's see what she said. Now I'm in it now. I'll come back to them in a minute. Now let's get in it. Hold on. This is what she said. Hold on. This is what she had the nerve to say. Hold on. I didn't even plan on doing this.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing.
I'll get back to them in a little bit. Okay, let's see. Candace Owens Sonya Massey. All right, that's too long. Oh, man. Oh, that's old Cardi B confronts Candace Owens. Well, yeah, dang, what is it going on? I can't find too much. I can't find too much on where the brother came out with it. Maybe I have to go back and some of my stuff. Let me see if I got it in my some of my stuff. What she said about this her ordeal with Sonya Massey. I didn't really plan on doing this. Even doing this, causing a little. Because I really got to recuperate and chill out. Hold on. Dang, I have a lot of stuff stored. I'm going to have to unleash a lot of this stuff. But I want y'all to hear specifically when people came against it. Wow, I didn't really realize I went this far. Kamala Harris. Where's Candace? Did I get her? I might not have got her under this one. One of these I got her under. Which one do I got her under? Is it watch later? No. Is it watch later? Let's see. No, I don't think it's under that. Hold on just a second. Is it under this? Let me see. Newest. All right, let's see. Is it under this? I think it might be. Oh my goodness. No. I'll just find it like this. Candace Owens hairstyles clapback. No, that's I don't know why I can't find that. That's crazy. Hold on. I don't know why it's difficult to find this. You know, sometimes they be scrubbing stuff. So, let's see. All right. Black America destroys Candace Owens for saying this. All right. I didn't really want to hear what Cardi B got to say because they have an ongoing feud back and forth with each other. But I do want to hear what this says. Okay, let's see.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy.
That's my
O'Shea Duke Jackson.
That's my man, O'Shea. My man's, but I'm really looking for a particular person on YouTube. Let's see, this guy.
Of course, as I have said since the beginning of time, there are mistakes that police officers are human beings. There are mistakes that happen.
Police are people too. So what exactly was Sonya Massey?
All right. This coming from a dude. See, I wish I was just reacting where I could show y'all, but I'll do it another one later. I hate to do it like this, but to where I can only put up a picture and y'all only hear the vocals. Next time I'm going to do it where you can actually see the videos and all that. So let's go. This is from a dude named Reese Waters. Races, and this, I guess, is a theme of what he got going on called Races of the Week. And we're going to skim through it. I'm not going to stay long. So let's see. You heard the first part, right? She's saying, police officers are people too. Now watch this. All right, hold on. Let's get to it. Hold on.
Welcome to Races of the Week, where we expose the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the page, and definitely leave me any possible suggestions for nominees in the comments. Now, first, I would like to take a moment to recognize Sonya Massey, the 36-year-old Illinois black woman who had called 911 for help with what she perceived as a prowler and ended up deceased on the floor of her home thanks to the very police that she called. The police that she greeted at the door by saying, "Please don't hurt me." You couple that with the fact that her last words were sorry, and you have something that's going to impact me in a very significant way. Those of you that have been watching the channel for a very long time, I've spoke at length about Elijah McClain and the reasons why that loss touched me and hurt me so much. The fact that he was saying, "I'm sorry," as he was being killed, literally.
All right, now, the fact that, now let's tell you, let me just give you a little inkling how my brain works due to this information that I get where, of where I've been, my foundation came up from being exposed to certain information. Lying signs and wonders are amongst us, and a lot of people may not have the type of revelation that I have when it comes to that. Yes, there can be stuff like Project Bluebeam and things where, you can make things appear like it's a miracle, and it very well be counterfeit. You know what I mean? Not only that, I just go think a little bit further and think that, lying signs and wonders, and understanding dark speeches and dark sentences and stuff like that that's going to befall us in the end times due to the strong delusion. They also create psyops or staged events. Now, when the George Floyd thing happens, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that it didn't happen for real, but I'm not saying that it wasn't staged. I don't know. IDK. I do not know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Do I trust it? No. I don't hardly trust anything that comes across the screen. Here it is, Sonya Massey calls the police officer, and the first thing she says is, "Don't hurt me." That my antennas went up, you know what I mean, when it came to that. Not saying, I remember having my thoughts on Sandy Hook and all that stuff, and Alex Jones got sued $1 billion over this stuff, you know what I mean? So it's dangerous, treading dangerous waters. But did I automatically go with that story? No, I don't go with Columbine. I don't go with these university shootings, Virginia, whatever. I'm not going, you know what I mean? I'm not just going to go. So I'm one of those. I'm not saying this is staged at all. I pretty much can believe it, but I'm not saying that. I'm not overruled. I'm not out, ruling it out at all. Because they do what Candace say. They do utilize these incidences to, and you notice this stuff happens during election time. We have to do the knowledge, like used to say back in the early 80s and 90s, you know what I'm saying? Do the knowledge, do the science on that. You know what I'm saying? Peep game on that. These tragic events, like Trump having an assassination attempt, the fact that we got to even question that it was staged, and you know what I mean? Like, the fact that people saw the gunmen climbing on the roof and everything, no one did anything to stop it. Like, it's too much information leading to the point that might be staged. The Simpsons, years ago, I saw predicting the killing of Trump, and they also predict that he was going to be president. So there's a lot of things that are in The Simpsons. I believe that's elite. The way the elite communicates to each other on what's about to happen. I believe that. So, but when she said, "Please don't harm me," it was just, I'm not ruling it out. Not saying it didn't happen. Not saying anything. Not saying during the Sandy Hook that they weren't crisis actors, fomenting this so-called huge psyop, you know what I mean? Not saying it didn't happen, never saying it did happen, not saying it didn't. But that's the way my mind works. When I heard him say that she said, as soon as they came to the door, "Don't harm me." And then the end result, she winds up dead on the floor. I'm not understanding, but let's go.
And the reason why that hurt me so much is because he really was internalizing his own brutality. He thought in that moment, or at least he vocalized in that moment, that in some way he was responsible for his own brutality. And when you greet the police by saying, "Please don't hurt me," and your last words being sorry, you echo that exact same sentiment, and you engender that exact same response in me. We found out later that the man who shot her, Sean Grayson, the 30-year-old Sangamon County Sheriff's deputy who has since been fired, while being indicted by a grand jury last week on 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count each of aggravated battery with a firearm and official misconduct in connection with the shooting on July 6th, didn't activate his body camera until after he had fatally shot Massey.
See what I mean? He didn't activate his body camera until he actively shot Massey. Now, I already told you, gave you the reason why I have that, my pathology of why my mind takes that path of thinking, that train of thought. I got on the train at Wait a Minute Street to, and I'm still on the train, seeing, destination, I don't know. You know what I mean? But wait a minute, I went to Wait a Minute Station, you know what I mean? The Wait a Minute Station, and I boarded the train of thought there, you know what I mean? And I don't know where I'm getting off at yet, you know what I mean? But let's go. Check this out.
The other deputy had activated his body camera when he first arrived at the scene.
Wow.
And in that body cam footage, Grayson could be heard telling his partner that Massey would need medical help immediately after the shooting. Grayson later goes to his vehicle to get his own medical supplies, and when he gets back to the house, he asks if there's anything he can do, and he's told no, to which he says, all right, I'm not even going to waste my med stuff then.
Once he said that, and you put this out before black people, they're going to be infuriated. First of all, they're going to be infuriated. They're already infuriated by the fact that you shot and killed this woman. Not only that, after you did so, the remorseless attitude you had. And they're going to think back to, wait a minute, why did you even, like I said, boarding on Wait a Minute Street, or Wait a Minute Station. Wait a minute, well, why did you even feel comfortable being that remorseless, with no remorse, being in that position of power, having the power of life and death, being a so-called public servant, or what we really should be called is a policy enforcer. That's what I call him. Or what you call that, what KRS said? Overseers, you know what I mean, that were on the plantation, keeping you in line. Overseer. Yeah, officer from overseer. You need a little clarity? Check the similarity. Yeah, I remember that. From, shout out to KRS-One from the Sound of the Police record. But yeah, man, that's going to infuriate black people. So he said this
was a man who records show worked at 6 different law enforcement agencies in 4 years after being charged twice with a DUI in 2015 and 2016. Now, just the first part of that, having worked at 6 different agencies in 4 years, would be disqualifying for a lot of jobs that require a lot less competence than walking around with a gun and a license to use it. Somehow, working for 6 agencies in 4 different years wasn't a red flag for this man to give him a license to kill. Not to mention the fact that you couple that with the DUIs, and you have a man who I can only wonder why he was deemed to be qualified to walk around with a badge and a gun.
See what I mean? Candace knows this. Now, say she, like most people, is she's not going. You know what I mean? She's not going for another completely total reason. I'm not going for the reasons that I've already expressed. She's not going because she knows that they're putting this out, meaning the lefts, liberals, the far left liberals, the Democrats, or the Democrats and Republicans. Shout out again to Davita Briscoe. She's so beautiful. I haven't been able to get her off my mind, but yeah, shout out to her. She's hell bent on dispelling the reason why they put this out, but due to the fact that I think that she may not be going, but at the same time, she definitely probably is way more aware of the case than I am with all these intricate details. You know what I mean? She knows this. She knows that he's been fired or moved from 6 different agencies and a DUI, and black man can't get no job with no stuff like that on their record. Especially police officer, you can't have stuff like that. So it seems to me, I'll be thinking like, wait a minute, you know what I mean? Is this staged, you know what I mean? Is this another angle where they're going to infuriate us, make us get angry, tear up the city and neighborhoods and stuff like that? But nevertheless, let's go.
There's also the fact that, according to Sonya Massey's family, they were initially told that her death was self-inflicted. They were told that this woman had taken her own life in the initial accounts from the police. So I have to ask, how many times do we have to have the initial reports from the police completely contradict what comes out later in footage? Or what?
Man, they told the family that she committed suicide. Their injuries or her demise was self-inflicted. Then, it comes out that due to the police body, other police body cam footage, that was not true, that the police officer actually ended her life. Come on.
The official report becomes before we stop taking these initial reports as gospel. Because for me, it's not very many. It's not very many at all. If you have a friend, if you have a relative, if you have a coworker who tells you something that is repeatedly proven not to be the case, how long would it take you to stop taking what they say as gospel? I'm not even saying to assume what they're saying is a lie. There's a long way from assuming what they say is a lie from assuming what they say is the truth. I'm saying in that space in between is the ability to not receive the information they're giving you as necessarily exactly the way it went down. Our refusal as a country, our refusal to move off of taking what they say as absolute gospel is why we are continually in this place.
All right, so, let's just get fast forwarded, and I'm going to get to where he's talking about Candace Owens. Let's see.
What happens. They can make mistakes.
Wait a minute.
Are not equal to
all right.
An agency hopping, drunk driving, no assistance giving officer who shot a woman who opened the door after calling for help and saying, "Don't hurt me." And that one is today's nominee, Candace Owens.
Let's get to it.
Okay, roll the clip.
Of course, as I have said since the beginning of time, there are mistakes that police officers are human beings. There are mistakes that happen.
Ooh, we are starting out hot. Mistakes that happen. There are mistakes that happen. Police are people. Okay. When those mistakes result in a loss of life, there is supposed to be a reaction for that. There's supposed to be some justice associated when those mistakes result in a loss of life. Let's take our Officer Grayson and his record, for instance. The man has 2 DUIs, yet he was deemed fit in order to be an officer and walk around with a badge and a gun. Now, if those DUIs had resulted in loss of life, I don't know that to be the case. I believe that our criminal justice system is built to have some bend when there is a loss of life.
There are mistakes that police officers are human beings. There are mistakes that happen.
Some mistakes are not equal to other mistakes. I also find it fascinating that at no point is there ever mistakes happen and that's applied to the person who got shot. That's never applied to the civilian who meekly opens the door saying, please don't hurt me. We can't make mistakes, but the people that are trained to handle these situations. Whatever happens, happens. They can make mistakes, but we can never make mistakes. This is always only applied in one direction.
Police officers are human beings.
Police are people too. So what exactly was Sonya Massey?
The idea that now you're going to use this situation and all the usual suspects are already involved, we know that Attorney Crump is already involved, to then try to make Black Americans believe that this happened simply because she was Black is pointedly ridiculous. So I am saying to Black Americans today, do not take this bait. Yes, what happened in this situation, I think he's going to have a very hard time, this officer, saying that he absolutely felt so threatened by boiling water that the only solution was for him to mindfully say, I'm going to shoot you in the face, and that's what he did. I think that's going to be a very steep hill to climb. But the reaction from Black America cannot be exactly what they want. There is a reason that whoever is in control of Joe Biden's account instantly tweeted about this, okay? It's because they think we're stupid, they think we're emotional, I think that we always respond illogically and emotionally.
Stupid, emotional, and illogical. That would be kind of like consistently coming to the defense of officers whenever this happens, right? That would also be no matter what the circumstances are, even circumstances that you yourself admit don't make any sense, and he's going to have a tall hill to climb to defend himself. Even in that moment, you will still find a way to turn on a camera and give a fervent defense to the officers. Stupid, emotional, illogical. That tracks.
There is a reason that whoever is in control of Joe Biden's account instantly tweeted about this, okay? It's because they think we're stupid, they think we're emotional, I think that we always respond illogically and emotionally, and that it's an easy way for them to shore up votes by saying, oh, look, forget that we've destroyed everything around you and that we got you to burn down your neighborhoods, burn down your neighborhoods in 2020, and then obviously stole a bunch of money because none of that money actually went to making your neighborhoods better.
This is amazing. This is amazing. Absolutely incredible. So it was Joe Biden, it was the Democrats, it was the people looking for criminal justice reform. They were the ones that got you to burn down your neighborhoods. So it wasn't your pushback to wanting to be seen as a whole person that created the frustration that boiled over in 2020. It was the people doing the pushing. It was the people wanting us to feel like whole human beings.
Let me stop him right there. You should see the point that he's making. I completely agree with him. But at the same time, I agree with her. Yes, the incidents, was the real reason that we were emotionally motivated to feel like whole people and to be respected and honored and make our lives matter. But yes, we do know that the powers that be took said situation, evangelized it all across the world for their specific agenda, and got us to react and revolt, and introduce Marxism, revolutionary concepts and doctrines to begin to destroy our neighborhoods and things like that. All programmed, controlled, contrived protests. It's not authentic from where we were said with the Rodney King. They learned from that. So it seems as if they created scenarios or used true scenarios that actually really happened like with Philando Castile and others, Michael Brown and Eric Garner and the numerous plethora of others, killings that you could see that really, really resulted in bloodshed and death. Once you kept hearing that, yeah, that is the motivating reason, so I get it. But is she correct saying that they're going to use that to infuriate us so we can act out of our emotions? Like Sinful and Andre used to teach or still teach, that we must mentally respond and not emotionally react, not to react out of our emotions. Are they a part of that as well? Yes. So I can hear both their points. Let's go.
I would love to see that math. I would love to see that math.
Look, another video, and this means racism is back, and vote for us because we're going to show you how emotional we are. And that's exactly what Joe Biden did. He tweeted this on the heels. He wrote, Sonya Massey, a beloved mother, friend, daughter, and young black woman, should be alive today. Sonya's death at the hands of a police officer reminds us that all too often black Americans face fears for their safety in ways many of the rest of us do not. Sonya's family deserves justice. I am heartbroken for her children and family as they face this unthinkable and senseless loss. Jill and I mourn with the rest of the country, and our prayers are with Sonya's families, loved ones, and community during this devastating time. Okay, again, going to say here, this happened in Springfield, Illinois, that the only reason whoever has control of his account is putting that out there is because too many black Americans are turning toward Trump. They think too many black Americans are catching on to the Democrat scam, and so they scan every one of these situations.
Too many black Americans are turning towards Trump, so that's why Biden felt the need to tweet this. Well, then it would have made all the sense in the world for Trump to tweet this, right? To endear himself to black America. Did Trump tweet something? Huh? Did Trump tweet about Sonya Massey? Does his True Social account work? Oh wait, it does, because he saw fit to post this.
I don't know. I don't got time to read all that, but we'll get into that when he's done. I don't know if he's against Trump or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, he had time to post this, but he didn't have time to post about Sonya Massey. That's weird. I would say that's weird, for somebody that obviously is receiving so much love from the black community to further entrench himself, that he wouldn't have posted that, because he surely finds a way to exploit other crimes. I mean, let this have been a migrant. Let this have been an immigrant or anybody vaguely brown. You know how fast he would have posted about that? Because that fits his narrative. Yeah. Hell, he would have posted about this if Grayson was dusty enough.
They think too many black Americans are catching on to the Democrat scam, and so they scan every one of these situations, and they leave out the hard facts. The hard facts are that if you examine this just based on a percentage rate, white Americans unarmed are more likely to be shot and killed by police officers in mistakes, shot and killed by police officers in these correspondences than black Americans. That is a fact.
Wait a minute, I'm going to go back to that. See what she did? More likely, is it actually happening? That that remains to be seen, but we're gonna. This the part we arrived at the part where at least the station of what did she say station? From wait a minute station to what did she just say station? On my train of thought. I'm still on the train though. I haven't got off yet. I got on board at wait a minute at the station at wait a minute, and now I'm at like, yo, what did she just say? So she said we're gonna look at this percentage wise. So let's see, percentage wise.
Are more likely to
be
shot.
Let's go.
One of these situations, and they leave out the hard facts. The hard facts are that if you examine this just based on a percentage rate, white Americans unarmed are more likely to be shot and killed by police officers in mistakes, shot and killed by police officers in these correspondences than black Americans. That is a fact.
She said mistakes. Notice she keeps utilizing that word mistakes. And mistakes. And that's why I wish I was doing this with the visuals, so you can see the look on her face as I froze it. She said mistakes. You know, you gotta follow the words. You know, what did she just say? In these correspondences. That was a correspondence, yes. That ended in what we know or see as what they're telling us as a fatality. It gets worse, but listen to what the verbiage. Listen to what she says. Like, it's the hard facts. Now, if we were to take the video footage and view it, and if it's not what I call a psyop, say this is real, that's hard facts. The hard facts that, that's hard facts that his body camera wasn't on. That's hard facts that his partner's was. That's hard facts. The fact that she is no longer with us. The fact that he was white. The fact that she was black. That's a hard fact. And for her to say that it wasn't based upon racism with these hard facts. Now, saying that this is not staged, this is real now, because I don't put it past him to do something as evil and wicked and vile and foul as stage events such as this. But say this is 1,000% real. The footage is real. The death is real. This is a white police officer, been fired for 6 different agencies, DUI, came in with his body camera off, and she called for help, and she wound up being killed. So what's going on? Say this is real. Those are hard facts, not percentage. What percentage of the bullet went in her head? You know what I mean? See what I mean? That's the difference. Come on.
One of these situations, and they leave out the hard facts. The hard facts
wait.
They think too many black Americans are catching on to the Democrat scam, and so they scan every one of these situations, and they leave out the hard facts. The hard facts are that if you examine this just based on a percentage rate.
If you listen and look at the demeanor and the way Candace Owens talks, she talks like a white woman reporter. Her accent is like a white woman. Her postures and gestures is like a white woman. It's as if she's a white woman. She's not a black woman. She moves, talks like one. You know, she does that. She really do. I'm just keeping it real. If you just listen to her, the way she talked, her hand movements, you know how the reporters talk. All reporters talk the same, like a white woman. A white woman reporting. All of them. Or if you're black, you got to talk like a white man reporting. If you're if you're a black woman, you got to talk like a white woman reporting. That's just that whole, I should say not vernacular, but whatever. The way of the phonetically, they sound, that's what I'm word of. Phonetically, they're phonetically equivalent and identical in their speech, but they're identified and identical to white woman or white culture. Come on.
He would have posted about that because that fits his narrative. Yeah. Hell, he would have posted about this if Grayson was dusty enough.
That's black.
Too many black Americans are catching on to the Democrat scam, and so they scan every one of these situations, and they leave out the hard facts. The hard facts are that if you examine this just based on a percentage rate, white Americans unarmed are more likely to be shot and killed by police officers in mistakes, shot and killed by police officers in these correspondences than black Americans. That is a fact. It is an inescapable fact. There's no way to examine the statistics and not come out with that understanding, okay? And I don't want you to know that.
Who told you that, Candace?
Uh-oh.
Who told you? Was it the Heritage Foundation?
Was it the Heritage Foundation? I keep finding out who this is. Like, you know what I mean? Well, I'm going to unpack that later, but I'm just going to stick to that. Like, so the brother has pushback for that statement. She went from the bullet entering Sonya Massey's face to percentile rate. Now, we don't have any footage of the bullets entering a white woman's face from a black officer's policeman's gun. Never. We don't have that. Why? Because there's some sort of cover-up or media blackout when it comes to these murders or close encounters or deadly encounters, I should say. Or, like she says, mistakes or correspondences. Listen to what it was. She calls these mistakes from corresponding. Lord, have mercy. She's, academia, you know what I'm saying? She seems to be a truth seeker at times. Just like me. She's sought the path of academia and became an academic. I, for one, am an independent researcher motivated by the Holy Spirit or the Spirit of truth. We both may be motivated by the Spirit of truth. I won't deny her that. But I think the pathways leads us in a different direction to arriving at, truth station, unadulterated station of truth right there on our train of thought. And the Holy Spirit and Christ behind the Spirit of truth, it seems like we're not arriving there at the same time. So I don't deny that she's on the train or she's scheduled to arrive at the destination. She's just not on the train as of yet. Or she's in the back of the train. I might get off there. Or she's on the schedule to arrive later. But, the problem is, the difference is that being an independent researcher, she has academia with a lot of statistics, like basketball and the analysts. And some are analysts, some are journalists. The journalists use a lot of statistics. Analysts, they actually are in the game, playing the game, giving their opinion. They know more. When you're black and you're actually a part of the culture and black streets and stuff, you're actually in the game. You're more of an analyst. She's more of a journalist, though she have experienced some level of the sport that she was in or a victim of, called racism or prejudice, or the fact that we are in captivity. She's like a Stephen A. Smith or Skip Bayless. Yeah, they played ball in high school, but they averaged 1.5 points. You know what I mean? Skip Bayless was Water Pistol Pete. You know what I mean? They never made it to the NBA, or they never made it. You know what I mean? They was third string. They was fifth string point guard that got 30 seconds of playing time. You know what I'm saying? Like, they, the team was up 100. That's before they got in the game. So Candace is likened to one of them, in my opinion. Me, I've been in the game. I'm scoring like Kobe, LeBron, and Jordan. We are familiar. We in the trenches. We are going to practice. We're succeeding in the game. So we know what oppression looks like. We studied it. We're actually in it, and they have the scars and to prove it. You know what I mean? So we're not relying on analytics that much. Statistics that much. We're not. There's a lot of intangible stuff like that. You know what I mean? That we can go into being actual players in the game. You know what I mean? Than observers or someone who played the game but never was successful. So it's equivalent to that. We actually know what's going on. We see their agenda. We see, and we have become either victims, victimized, or we have firsthand experience while they're on the sideline watching and giving their opinions. That's what I liken to Though they're seeking the information, but we just have more experience. You know what I mean? Let's go.
Was it Patriot Front?
Hold on.
And I don't want you to know that.
Who told you that, Candace?
Wait.
These correspondences than black Americans. That is a fact.
Wait.
It is an inescapable fact. Are more likely to be shot and
Wait.
Dusty enough.
They think too many black Americans are catching on to the Democrat scam, and so they scan every one of these situations and they leave out the hard facts. The hard facts are that if you examine this just based on a percentage rate, white Americans unarmed are more likely to be shot and killed by police officers in mistakes, shot and killed by police officers in these correspondences than black Americans. That is a fact.
Hear what she said? In these mistakes, in these correspondences, that is a fact. That's what she said. In these mistakes and in these correspondences. That lets you know she's not in the game. She's watching it, though. She said that's a fact. It's irrefutable. Because she has it in black and white. She has it in zebra form, black and white, zebra head. This zebra head woman is talking about, look, man, this is her datum, you know what I mean? And here come the brother, which you can tell that he has his own vernacular. It's not a white man's reporter accent, or, you know what I mean? It's like his own independent way of talking, and it has a little professionalism, but it has, you could tell the hint of black vernacular in there. But here he is coming to challenge it. Let's go. Let's hear the challenge.
Is an inescapable fact. There's no way to examine the statistics and not come out with that understanding. Okay? And I don't want you to know that.
Who told you that, Candace?
Whoa.
Huh? Who told you? Was it the Heritage Foundation?
Lord.
Was it Patriot Front numbers and stuff? I need to know who told you that. They don't want you to know that because it's patently false. I will give you this against my best judgment. I actually went and did some research. Black people, who account for 13% of the U.S. population, accounted for 27% of those fatally shot and killed by police in 2021, according to Mapping Police Violence. Now, how you get from 13% of the population to accounting for 27% of those fatally shot and killed by police and still say that white people are statistically more likely to be shot and killed by police. How you do that math? Now, I will give you this. If you want to now account for police interactions, right? If you want to account for arrests and the frequency and propensity that black people have for encountering police, then those 13 and 27 numbers get a whole lot closer. However, that would be to hold the black community responsible for the over-policing of their own neighborhoods. Is that what you want to do?
Man, that was cold-blooded. That was good. That's the difference between being a journalist and an analyst. Now, he described something that I thought it was very powerful. So that's why he asked, who told you that? Was it the Heritage Foundation or the Patriot, whatever? Yeah, man. We make up 13% of the population, but yet we average 27% of the shootings, fatality by police officers. And most of the time, if not all the time, I see that these police officers are white shooting black people. That's another thing. It's not just the boys in blue, or, you know, the brothers, the blue bloods, you know what I'm saying? The Brotherhood of Foundation Police Department. No, these are white people killing black people with uniforms on. And he asked, who told you that? He said, but if you want to talk about the frequency of having more encounters, then black people must be to blame for that, because their neighborhoods are over policing over their neighborhoods. Is that how you want to play this game? When you coming up with these statistics and numbers, that's the difference. They say men and women lie, numbers don't. Numbers can be deceiving. Doesn't always tell you the full truth. But watch this. In my own experience, being an analyst, not a journalist, who is not even aware of the statistic measure, can actually have boots on the ground, go outside myself, and have been, especially being a DoorDasher, black. You go to certain neighborhoods, you go to these urban neighborhoods and where white people live, there is not a police officer in sight. Not even close to being in sight. They're not riding up and down their streets. Some police officers ain't even, it's rumored, this is a rumor, but it seems as if they're not even allowed to be up there. I've seen this with my own eyes. I don't need no statistics to tell me that the sky is blue. I don't need no statistics to tell me that their clouds are white at times. You know what I mean? Majority of the times. I don't need no statistics to tell me that the grass is green. You know what I mean? I don't need no statistics. I actually saw this myself. I go out to these different neighborhoods, these elaborate neighborhoods. There's not a police officer in sight. All I got to do in my neighborhood is step out the door. There's a police car every block circling, going there. Man, this is some good stuff. Come on, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Come on, Candace. See, Candace she been out of our neighborhood. She might have grown up there, but she never defected to our neighborhood. She's an academia, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, it's just that it seems as if she's oblivious to where she comes from. You don't know that. You don't know. Judging where she lives now, I bet you she don't live in the hood. She don't live where police is running up and down her block every 5 minutes. I guarantee you she doesn't live like that. She don't live like that. Come on.
Examine the statistics and not come out with that understanding, okay? And I don't want you to know that.
Who told you that, Candace? Huh? Who told you? Was it the Heritage Foundation?
This is good.
Was it Patriot Front numbers and stuff? I need to know who told you that. They don't want you to know that because it's patently false. I will give you this against my best judgment. I actually went and did some research. Black people, who account for 13% of the U.S. population, accounted for 27% of those fatally shot and killed by police in 2021, according to Mapping Police Violence. Now, how you get from 13% of the population to accounting for 27% of those fatally shot and killed by police, and still say that white people are statistically more likely to be shot and killed by police. How you do that math? Now, I will give you this. If you want to now account for police interactions, right? If you want to account for arrests and the frequency and propensity that black people have for encountering police, then those 13 and 27 numbers get a whole lot closer. However, that would be to hold the black community responsible for the over-policing of their own neighborhoods. Is that what you want to do?
She don't want to do that.
Is that what you want to do to make your numbers look better? Is to hold black people accountable for their own over-policing. That would be like holding you accountable from getting fired from the Daily Wire. So what? I happen to agree with your side of things when it comes to how everything went down. Hey, the facts is the facts, and the numbers is the numbers. And I would also like to add that blanket immunity that Trump touted that he was willing to give police officers would come into play in a case like this, where a guy with 2 DUIs who has hopped with 6 different agencies can open the door to a woman saying, "Don't hurt me," and not render aid after he shoots her in the head.
Well, I have pushback from that, brother. I don't even know why you brought that up. You should have stayed on the number. Well, it's an issue. I think it's you're. It seems like you're giving an indication that you are going against Trump and stuff like that. So this is a battle between you and Candace Owens and you, the Trump supporters. And I don't know what you on, but I was with you with the numbers. But from what I found out about this so-called blanket immunity, what I'm understanding now, this is what I got from my understanding, that no, Trump wasn't really talking. He wasn't talking about no blanket immunity when it comes to criminal indictments when it comes to police officers. He was talking about being civil cases that someone frivolously could say, hey, a fraction there, he did just such and such and such and such. Yeah, let me just put out a lawsuit on him and sue him in court. And here he is. He was just doing his job. You know what I mean? Hey, you weren't supposed to do such and such. It says in the code book, 1 paragraph 6, sentence 5. You know what I mean? That, hey, you wasn't supposed to steal those bag of potato chips out of the store. You know what I mean? And you were resisting arrest. But yeah, officer, I'm going to sue you for twisting my arm. But, you made me twist your arm because you were resisting arrest. Stuff like that. Not for them doing something criminal, like abuse of or violating and exhibiting police brutality. Now, if he broke that person's arm, he's going to be charged with criminal charges. You know what I'm saying? They saying that that's not true. But I understand that's where he understood for it. But he could have left all that out. Stick with the numbers argument, what she brought out. Not saying that, don't say that it's this blanket immunity and not having the full facts on that. You should have just stayed on the numbers dealing with the frequency of black people being over-policed. And we're held responsible for being over-policed. And like you saying, that's saying that she's responsible for getting herself fired from the Daily Wire or whatever. Stay on that. But I see he shifted to Trump, which give you an indication of that's what he on. You know what I mean? He didn't even really have to do all that. But let's go. Let me go back to the real thing. You know what I mean? But I just had to clear that up. Come on.
Accountable for their own.
Hold on.
Huh? Is that what you want to do to make your numbers look better? Is to hold black people accountable for their own over-policing. That would be like holding you accountable from getting fired from the Daily Wire. So what? I happen to agree with your side of things when it comes to how everything went down. Hey, the facts is the facts, and the numbers is the numbers. And I would also like to add that blanket immunity that Trump touted that he was willing to give police officers would come into play in a case like this, where a guy with 2 DUIs who has hopped with 6 different agencies can open the door to a woman saying, "Don't hurt me," and not render aid after he shoots her in the head. This is the kind of officer Trump wants to make sure walks away scot-free.
That's not true. Now, Trump shouldn't have said anything about immunity, being that he's not a career politician. Cops already have immunity, you know what I mean, from civil stuff. But I don't know. He shouldn't even said nothing. And I'm not look, let me make myself clear. I'm not advocating for Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Obama, none of them. None of them. I don't participate in that. I told you earlier, I believe that they're selected, not elected. Do you elect did you elect the president of Walmart? No. Did you elect the president of Target? No. Did you elect the president of Amazon? No. The United States, not America, but the United States is a corporation that was established or incorporated or founded in 1868. You understand what I mean? With England and all them. You know what I mean? So no, they put president, and all companies corporations have presidents. I understood that for a long time, since about 2000 and when did I discover that? Like 2002, about 2002 when I met Savannah Newton. Shout out to him. Van Newton. When I met him, he was the one that introduced me to Rice McLeod and the whole sovereign citizens movement. And then I got into when I met Fawn back in 2007 into 2008. You know what I mean, about the Moorish movement and the sovereign citizens and stuff. But I was slightly introduced to it through Savannah Newton. I'll never forget that, brother. Love you, brother, wherever you are. That was my man. Crazy Gemini dude, but he was good people, man. Shout out to him. But yeah, no, that's not what he meant. Now I guess he's gonna introduce what Trump said about that. He should have just stuck with the numbers. Come on.
Can open the door to a woman saying, "Don't hurt me," and not render aid after he shoots her in the head. This is the kind of officer Trump wants to make sure walks away scot-free.
We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
So congratulations to you, Candace Owens, and while we're at it, Donald Trump. You can get some of this too. You are our racist of the week. Huh? Do I ever agree with Candace Owens?
Let me tell you, if you are not a conspiracy theorist by now, it's because you are not intelligent.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep looking. But as always, if you have somebody you would like to nominate, go ahead and leave it in the comments.
She's right about that. But I'm not going to say she's correct, completely right about that. You're saying you're not intelligent if you're not a conspiracy theorist. You definitely are asleep if you're not. But we have conspiracy, but it's not a theory. You know what I mean? The Bible comes with facts. You know what I mean? That's what we come with. So I'm not no conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? There's a fact that there's a conspiracy that's playing out, and the Bible illustrates that conspiracy of the satanic rule of these kings of this earth trying to bring their anointed savior into this earth, meaning the Antichrist, so they can have us all slaves. The mark of the beast and is not a theory of conspiracy. They have conspired that, and it's actual fact that that's going down. So yeah, let's go back to my man and shout out to Reese Waters. But yeah, that's what I was looking for. So back to the real topic, what I'm talking about is with the Black Lives Matter shirt and Kanye or Ye and Candace Owens. A real reason why they even went that way. So but for her to diminish and dilute this water down to this hot, steaming, boiling water that Sonya Massey was removing from the stove, she diluted that down to, instead of an outright confrontation and killing, this man killed her after she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And then he said, "You better not. I'll shoot you in your effing face." And then she had on oven mitts, already left the water alone. So the pot of water was no longer a threat or anything. It wasn't a threat from the beginning. She had on oven mitts and ducked down and said, "I'm sorry." And the dude began to let off 3 shots and actually shooting her in the face like he said he would. If this actually went down, this is not a psyop. If this is not a psyop and this is real, this is what happened, and she's no longer with us. Blessing and prayers and condolences to the family members of the late Sonya Massey, who died, at the hands of a satanic agenda that's going on that happens during election time or whatever they're doing. I just don't agree with it. But I thought I had to speak out on it once I saw Candace Owens and Kanye West talking. And, it's hard not to roast these guys from the Gathering of Christ Church. It's just hard for me. I'm just built that way, but I'm going to try not to. I'm not making any promises, but I'm going to try not to. Let's see where we at.
Maybe get a room and I would go crazy if that stuff was going on around me.
Hold on.
Sunshine is in the house.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Now, I caught it at the right time. I don't know why. I'm just speedballing like 10 Toes said about zip with a drip. When you're doing time in prison, you always gonna take a liking to some highly animated dude talking nonsense, on drugs, like yeah, mama, and not right now, man, I'm about my money, and knowing they broke is a joke, right? Anyway, take your mind off the time that you're doing in prison, as he described. But right now, you know what's funny? Sunshine, a regular that appears on the Gathering of Christ show or whatever. They supposed to do a one-on-one so we can at least see what this Sunshine looks like. These are the kind of people that this channel or this church attracts, right? I'm sorry, but they do. This lady, man, oh my Lord. I have a few, but I really off topic a little bit. When it comes to Kanye West and Candace Owens. I'm going to get back to that in a second, but let me, just for a minute, look at Alois. Hold on. Hold on, that's my girl, Eloise. That's my girl. That was my girl. I used to give her a ride home. She live in Tulsa. Hey, Alois, how are you? Where is she at? That's my girl right there. I don't know why. I liked Alois. She was cool. She used to smoke cigarettes like mom. But she's cool. Where's she at? Alois Clemens. That's my girl right there. But for right now, hopefully she sees that. If she see that and she comments back. But let me let y'all hear Sunshine. Sunshine's bugged out. This is what you call a fan. Really, a fanatic. You know what I'm saying? Yo. I wonder if Alois is watching, because me and her used to go back and forth when I used to go at with Cara and them. She's still down with them. But Alois is kind of cute, man. I like the Alois, man. Where's she at? Where's she coming in from? All right, let's listen.
On around me. Sunshine is in the house.
Sunshine's bugged out.
Hello?
Yes. Shalom. Talk to me, girl. Talk to me, young lady.
Shalom. Hi, Elder. Hi.
How you doing?
Elder, wow. It's so true that we never be glad you're coming for...
Hold on. Before I let her go, right? You know this girl, this lady, she writes all this stuff down. Whatever they're teaching on and whatever she comes up with, she writes all this stuff down. She gets on there out of breath all the time. She's out of breath all the time. Like for real. All the time. And sporadic and energetic, like I said, like what 10 Toes said about Zip with the Drip. But she writes all this stuff down and then she reads it off, like, you know what I mean? And they get a kick out of her, man. She's like, you know, like the neighborhood Forrest Gump while they looked at it. But she be on point with some of this stuff. But he's benoodles, he don't know it. But he just attracts people that are Bermudas. But let me let her go. Come on, Sunshine.
No.
I don't even hear it no more.
Yeah. It's just part of the ambiance at this point. Get a battery, young lady.
Okay, thank you so
Lord,
much.
mercy. Maybe get a broom. I would go crazy if that stuff was going on around me. Sunshine is in the house.
I hope this is still recording. Let me see.
Yes. Shalom. Talk to me, girl. Talk to me, young lady.
I didn't realize it was 2 hours of this.
How you doing?
How you doing? She's bugged out. Look, he almost tired of it.
It's so true that
Dang, I should have did this differently.
Covet, for what others have or stolen and their love lust of this world and all the things in it, because vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And regardless of the conspirators and nations for Satan, what they have done against us, their evil work will be bared naked among and amount to absolutely nothing in the end, for surely their fathers have inherited lives, and fools have gotten rich off of us over the time of the true children of Israel because of our fall. Those same fools have spewed bold words and scoffs against us and our God. But as knowledge has increased and the Most High Spirit is poured upon the whole world, in these latter days, the games, tricks, mind games, and manipulation of the children of Israel in the world are dwindling in strength. They are losing their power. And Israel is not being bowled over as easily anymore. Israel, whether belonging to high society or living amongst the lowest ghettos, are awakening to the true knowledge of ourselves as the sons of Jacob. And no nations can
find
ever
the
take
Lois
this
real
knowledge
quick.
of who we are and our connection to our God away from us. So because of the inability to pull the wool over our eyes anymore, they jump into default phases. They call us mindless and crazy and anti-Semites, though we are Semites, and nothingness and voids in the deep, though we are a highest chosen people among any other byword that the whole wide world has.
Notice how she calls the Lord a higher like they do. Unbelievable. Come on.
Been allowed to call us without repercussions, and that they have felt to be emboldened to call us whatever on whoever's whim, because we run loose without a king to rule over us, and also we are seen as, to these others as downtrodden and wide open for the prey and taking. And when the default phase of discrediting us goes asunder, then they bring false labels that don't work, and then they move to sabotage and blacklist through guide medical interventions and for so-called health and safety and family planning reasons. And really they're doing true wickedness against God's people, ultimately to try and destroy us altogether, either by financially crippling us or wiping us out of the market with their power over world banks and financial systems, or by threats, and even by reverse psychology, even onto debt. But what they don't get is that it is prophesied that we would astonish the wicked while we were yet in darkness, and we now, as we are awakening, are astonishing the whole world again. No matter what they have tried, they cannot keep us bound, and by grace of Ahaya, all the borders and boundaries that they have set for us are broken, and all the imaginary walls are gone and no longer exist, because with time and chance for every man found worthy, the sinews of the remnant will be that whole body under Yeshaya, and there's nothing about that.
All right,
and that's all I wanted to say.
Here it is.
Yeah, he put them claps on so she can hurry up.
Thank you. Good to hear from you, Sunshine. It's always great hearing from you. Always great. What a happy individual.
Is she gay or happy? Or gay?
Oh,
look.
Man, what a happy. I mean, guess what? You can't be down with someone like that around you. That's what we need. Positivity.
Yeah, you can, because she's funny.
Sunshine. There it is. All right. We're going to just take a few. Nina has a comment. And then
all right, hold on. Let me see if I can go back and then get off of here, because I've been on here way too long. But that was my girl Alois, man. I wonder where she at, man. What's she doing? I like the Alois. Alois is cool. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let's see. All right, let's see if they got any more with Candace Owens. All right, let's go back. All right, let's go a little bit further. All right, let's go back.
Like that.
Hold on.
We're not aggrandize yourself on someone else. And that's what the Gentiles are going to realize. That they've erred from the way of truth.
All right, come on.
We go to these other countries, these people are poor. I don't think about, man, maybe I can join their politics and teach reproductive rights so that they can get rid of their children. This way I can bring my family over.
Hold on. Let's get to the Candace Owens part. Hold on.
Let's go straight in, fear. All right. Say something again.
All right.
Oh, you're next.
All right, let's go. Then I'm going to close it out.
Elder Lawyer, let's jump right in.
Yes, sir.
Let's jump right in. I don't know if you heard this, but Elder Lawyer, you can hear it with me. Let me pull you in, and you can commentate, stop me at any time if you would like to say something, okay?
I think they're in support of Candace Owens. I even heard them say, made a comparison of Candace Owens because she at times she is on point, and she, like I said, she has as a journalist, you're gonna have come up with some pertinent facts. You know what I mean? As a journalist of this experience called being black in America, or being black in this earth, in this world, period. Really being what they call here in America Hebrew Israelite, or what I like to call being of the children of Israel, or of the lost 12 tribes of the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's who we are. You know what I mean? So they, came in on one accord with her on certain topics or whatever, and they agreed with her, even with her interracial relationship with Candace and her white man, as with Esther and I think his name is Ahasuerus or whatever the king was, the Persian king that was ruling, that replaced Esther with Vashti, who didn't want to go. And when the Persian and Medes had us in captivity, when Haman was out to destroy us, being an Edomite, they claimed this Haman was white, and a black kingdom, which was the Persians. The Medes were white, but not the Persians. You know what I'm saying? That's the children of Elam. You know what I mean? But the Medes were from Japheth. So, I'm just saying, like, come on, man. So they said, like, Esther was married to a Persian. So Candace Owens being married to a white man doesn't make a difference. One thing about Esther, or Hadassah, which is her real Hebrew name, which I named my daughter discovered her name was Hadassah after the 8th day. She never forsook her God for the gods of the Persians. Now, since Candace Owens, she is not even aware of who she is. I think she believes that Jesus looked just like her, the same complexion as her husband. So, there you go. But let's go. They're about to get into it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Say something again.
All right.
Okay.
Shalom. Mic check 1 2. Test test.
You are good. You are good. Let's go straight in. Let's go straight in. Fair use for educational purposes only, when the Israelites can no longer be hid.
That's the topic.
They all know now, folks. They all know. And I believe that this was Candace Owens' road to Damascus moment. For those who don't know, the road to Damascus is when Paul being a Pharisee, was aligned politically and otherwise against the Church of Christ. Now, Paul, I mean, he was not only just highly intelligent and influential, anything he set out to do was accomplished. To a point where Christ said, listen, I have to come down and stop this guy myself so that he can play on my team. So on the road to Damascus, he stopped Paul. Saul, Saul, why do you kick against the pricks?
Shaul.
He blinded Saul for 3 days and told him he'll find a prophet. And the prophet would teach him and show him the ways that would lead to him being what? A minister to not just the Israelites who are in darkness, but the Gentiles also. And that changed Paul's life forever. And because of that, he staked as one of the 12 pillars. And now here it is, I believe, in 2022, right? I believe that when she sat in the room, Candace Owens, with Kanye West, this was her road to Damascus moment, because it made her think. Or a lot of things that she dismissed but seen was confirmed. Because sometimes when we are amongst the corporate world and others, we see stuff and all that, but we try to pass it off. It's just that's just that person or that person. But I believe this conversation pushed all the right buttons for Candace Owens, and it led her on a mission. And all in all, this is bigger than Kanye West and or Candace Owens. It's just an example of the power of our God resonating with prophecy, awakening the children of Israel in the last days like he said it would.
Now, we're going to see if, because I just showed you, this was back in 2022. You heard what she said in 2024 about Sonya Massey. We're going to see if this was indeed a road to Damascus trip. Because if it was, I don't know if she would be saying what she's saying in 2024. Has the seed germinated and died of what was planted and deposited in her by this interview or interaction with Kanye West, revealing that we are darker Jews, like he said, and Israelites, but he's so sporadic in this conversation. It's hard to know when his plane is going to land. You know what I mean? He speaks in the language of vernacular of abstract language. You know what I mean? So being an artist or just being incoherent in his thoughts or whatever. You know what I mean? At times it seems like that. But let's see if this was indeed her road to Damascus trip. Knowing what we know now. Now they're doing this in 2024. And they're taking a look back. I don't know if they're aware of what she said about Sonya Massey, or I don't know. If they are and they still putting this out, we're gonna find out why they're saying this is maybe why he's saying Rawchaashyar road to Damascus. I'm gonna reach out to Alois because I like Alois. All right.
Fair use. And what I'm going to do for those, because I'm not going to watch the whole thing. We got 2,400 people up in here. Oh yeah. Hey, we're going to get it in right now. In respect of Candace Owens, right? Because I'm not going to watch the whole thing with you all today. I just want to highlight certain points in it. The complete interview, I'll actually put in the description. And I'm sure she put this out there because she knows the world needs to see this. And as you can see, I put the link in the video. I put the link of the video in the chat. Now, don't go there now, but I put it in the chat. You can copy it so that you can do the due diligence.
Wow, what's going on? Now the internet.
See this whole video.
What's going on? Here we go.
So see this whole video, this conversation amongst friends that was filmed in 2022.
What's going on?
In the midst of the so-called COVID thing. Okay?
Wow,
In
man.
the midst of 2022. Okay? And Elder Lawyer, we're gonna review this together. I'm gonna put the
Now the I don't know. This is bugging out for some reason.
commercial on real quick and come right back.
Oh,
And we're going to show you the power of the Almighty, because it's not just Kanye. It's not just Candace. Folks, they're coming after all of our people that have generational wealth and are seeking to use it to help the children of God at the very end. Okay? Don't think they're coming after P. Diddy because of what they're talking about. Okay? What P. Diddy does, they all do. Mm-hmm. Okay? So don't think they're coming after him because he's in a circle of saints. He's amongst a circle of saints who just went rogue. Okay? All right? What P. Diddy does, he was taught by the best of them. Amalek, all right? So
oh my God.
don't listen to their Jedi mind trick.
That's another. He said don't listen to their Jedi mind trick, but don't listen to his either. Man, let me tell you something. One day, we're gonna have to have a close encounter of the third, fourth, fifth, sixth kind with Elder Rawchaashyar out of the Gathering of Christ Church and the false doctrines of these Hebrew Israelite concentration camps or cults, which they call churches. They're really cults, but Amalek, you know why he keeps saying, and he said, y'all ain't gonna hear it on here, but he says Amalek, Esau, at least every broadcast he's going to mention Esau, every single one, multiple times. Amalek, who they say are the Jewish people, he's going to say this a lot. When Esau is not the white man, that's false doctrine that they keep perpetuating, that he got from One West and REI and them. And knowing that there's information proving that that's false, he's never going to relinquish that teaching because it gives them exclusivity. And since the Bible gives a harsh penalty of prophecy of curses toward the children of Edom or the Edomites or Esau in the book of Obadiah, they attribute that to the children of Japheth, who are the Caucasians. They want you to believe that white people are our twin brother. Like, they are absolutely out of their mind for even thinking that. And it just goes to show you how slow-witted and how stupid that doctrine is. He don't look like us, never look like us, and it's absolutely stupid to even say that. You know what I mean? It's very, very, very dumb. It's like what G-Dash says. And G-Dash, shout out to G-Dash, because he's the one that has extensive research to disprove that false, stupid, idiotic doctrine that this dude perpetuates by programming you. He knows what he's doing. He's going to program you into believing that false doctrine. He does it all the time. And that's what ticks me off about him. All the false doctrines that he upholds, he'll say it. He has to drill it in your mind by constantly putting it on repeat. You know what I mean? In your mind, on your playlist, the top 40 on your playlist, he's going to play it over and over and over again. He says Esau so many times, but then one broadcast, it gets nauseating. Or Amalek, or you notice he don't use none of other Esau's children. He don't use the rest of them. He just used Amalek or Esau or Edom or Esau. I got a video where he says that like I don't know how many times. You know what I mean? It's utterly ridiculous. Let's go, man. I had to take some time out and put some paint where it ain't and say with Bubble Eye Blackfish. Sorry, I didn't want to do it. Just can't. I didn't really want to roast him yet. You know what I mean? Let me just leave him alone. Him and Gary Gnu. Let me or Scooby Doo. Let me leave him and the other lawyer alone, man. Come on.
To be deceived, and anyone they demonize, now you look at them how the media wants you to see them.
That's true.
Okay? I don't agree with none of what they're dealing with. But I know if they're putting it out there, it isn't for the reason they're claiming. It's to destroy people. It have nothing to do with bringing righteous judgment. All right?
All right. We got
Hold tight. We're going to look at this together. I'll be back in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right. Let's taking a break.
The Bible.
All right, let's go back.
The language that God employed.
God employed. My man, elder lawyer, he didn't used to always talk like this, but he adopted this little swag.
Of the house.
The book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 158 says, God has freed us and put us into captivity for a length of time. You know what I mean? I did that because that's how he be talking. Come on. All right.
The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited.
All right. Let's get into it.
Let's go.
All right, guys, now it's time for a conversation that so many of you have been waiting for. Candace plus Yay. I guess it kind of starts with a time machine. I'm going to take you guys in a time machine back to October 3rd, 2022. Data only... Hey,
man, hold on. She did this. It seems as if... I'm going to do the research. Now, this is the long-awaited interview or conversation that was recorded back in 2022 that she seems as if she's just now putting this out in 2024. And it seems as if this is after what she had to say because her hairstyle looks the same or whatever, was after she had made her comment about Sonya Massey. This is crazy. And she put this out. So I don't know if people are requesting this or what is she doing to quell the heat that she got from black people. Because remember, when she got fired from Daily Wire, she started appearing on these supposed to be black shows like The Breakfast Club and I think it was Joe Budden or something like that. I don't know about Joe, but I know about The Breakfast Club. She started going like almost as if to cater to black people. She wasn't doing that before. You know what I mean? But it seems as if now she's with Ye. So it seems like she's just now doing this, putting this out. Now I don't know if it's due to a overwhelming of requests or whatever, but I just find it very convenient of the timing after she makes that comment about Sonya Massey. So come on, man. I didn't even know. I thought they were really, really looking back at this as if this was from footage that was out back in 2022. Seems as if she's just now putting this out, man. This is crazy. Come on.
Let's go.
All right, guys, now it's time for a conversation that so many of you have been waiting for. Candace plus Yay. I guess it kind of starts with a time machine. I'd like to take you guys in a time machine back to October 3rd, 2022. A day that will live in infamy. Me and Ye premiering shirts at his fashion show, which read White Lives Matter. Definitively.
Whoa! I had no idea, man. I had no idea. I really didn't. I had no idea that that's what this was about. None whatsoever, man. Oh my God. Hold on. This might have... That's going to be the thumbnail. Man, can you believe this? This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. I had no idea that this is what the White Lives Matter shirt. Here I am breaking it down, and now they're talking about the White Lives Matter shirt. This is crazy. Come on.
I'll never forget. We broke the internet. There's no other way to say it. And people just couldn't believe, how could a black person say White Lives Matter? We can only say Black Lives Matter. And it's just interesting to see how the media sort of paints a narrative, and there's absolutely no truth to it. I mean, what really happened is Ye called me and he asked me to simply be at his show. Never asked me about wearing any shirts when I was there. We were backstage and he sort of held up the shirt, and he was really in the creative process. There were tons of models running around, and he just said, I need you to wear this. And I said, sure, because I knew instantly what he was trying to do and what he meant. Shortly thereafter, though, everything changed, and obviously, aside from people being angry at us wearing the shirts, then it shifted into this conversation about Ye and his anti-Semitism, and I can say definitively that it was the toughest moment in my entire career. I had never felt more pressure externally from the media and from friends for me to condemn Ye. And I didn't take the bait. I didn't take the bait because, as I have said many times, Ye had opened up to me about some things that were happening in his life, and you're going to hear in this conversation what those things were.
Did y'all hear that? Now, I just spent a lot of time breaking down why I thought they both put on these shirts. Now, here it is. She's going to tell you the reason why he made the shirt, and she said, sure, I'll put on the shirt. And let's see if she comes up with the same, or he told her the same reason that he told Nori and told all of us on Drink Champs about holding his children hostage and all, and we didn't stand up for him. So he got mad at the black community and made White Lives Matter. But why did she put on the shirt? Simply because he asked her? You know what I mean? No, of course not. Of course not. But let's see, though. Let's see if I was right. And the fact that she bringing this out now, long awaited, whatever, after the Sonya Massey or whatever, this Sonya Massey, this is crazy. Come on.
And you can understand how someone would feel if they were subjected to the things that Ye was subjected to. I, of course, wanted the world to hear it back then. I had invited Ye to come on my podcast at the time, and he was slated to come on, but the evening before I found out that that was not going to be a possibility. The network that I was on didn't think that I was the right person to interview him because of our friendship. And he was really upset. He was very upset. He essentially said that my voice was being controlled.
So Kanye West was telling her that her voice was getting controlled. He wanted to come in the midst of the time they were calling him crazy. And as a friend, they're friends, he wanted to be able to give context outside of how the mainstream media was spinning his mindset.
Now, that may be true, but guess what? She didn't know her voice was being controlled. She didn't know that. She didn't know that. She didn't know. She was oblivious to that fact. When she was talking about black people, they were allowing her free reign. But Kanye West started labeling him crazy and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, it starts talking about how we are the blood of Christ and that black people are Jews. It seems like it's saying we are the darker Jews or whatever he's on. He slipped on the banana pill or the Israelite banana pill and found out that somehow we're Israelites, but he doesn't make a hard definitive distinction that they are not and we are. So, but he just shows up with this T-shirt. Let's see if it's for the same reason that he told Nori. But she didn't know her voice was being controlled. And you know what's funny? She might not really have noticed. Because she's not in the game. She's not in our culture anymore. Come on.
This is Kanye West's friend. Right? And I have to say this fair use for educational purposes. And of course, I believe everyone everywhere need to see this conversation amongst friends.
And something overtook me in that moment, and I said, look, Ye, I obviously cannot overrule this at all. If I had my own platform, I would obviously host a conversation with you, but I don't have that right now. I do not have that right now, but
And you know why I love highlighting something like this when it comes to a sister like Candace Owens? Is because why? How long are we going to tolerate them using a serious, sully image of our sisters, portraying our sisters as such before the world? When you get an opportunity to have a sister who's not just beautiful, intellectual, logical, and understand the dynamics of the world, that should be highlighted.
You know what's funny about that? I totally agree with him. But you know why I'm laughing? You know what's funny? Instead of highlighting the Cardi B's, Ice Spice, Nicki Minaj, Lotto's Sexy Red, and Flo Milli, Glorilla, and all these other girls, you know what I'm saying? Let's highlight Candace Owens, who is very beautiful, very articulate. Like I said earlier, I find that doubly attractive. But guess what? She ain't with you. Hey, she's all of that in the bag of chips, in the bowl of popcorn. But she's not with you. She is. This should be highlighted. That's what Ricard said. This should be highlighted, and he's correct. It should be highlighted. But guess what? Candace Owens ain't with you. She is not with no black man. She's with a white man. Hence, that's why she wore the White Lives Matter shirt. Though she listens to Kanye West, grew up on Kanye West and all that. But guess what? No. She didn't marry Kanye West, and Kanye West didn't marry her. There lies the commonality. You know what I mean? And I can see why now. She's now putting this out because she was totally unaware that her voice was controlled, but she was working. She was an employee for someone, Daily Wire, and they prohibited her to interview him. But she had a private conversation, and that's why she's bringing it out now, even though it's now. But it is cool that you bringing it out, but at the same time, she bringing it out after she got fired. She's free from them, which is pretty much prepared her that this is going to happen. If you want to be free, they're going to come against you. And by you not able to interview me back then in 2022, as soon as you change your topic and narrative, whatever, and begin to talk about them instead of talking about us 24/7, you're going to be free because they're going to release you and fire you and get you to tell you get the hell on. And that's what happened. And that might have been a small seed deposit in her. But at the same time, Ricard, guess what? You are absolutely right. I'm not going against you in totality. What I'm saying is, hey, guess what? It does need to be highlighted. But hey, she's not. You know what's funny? She's not with you. She's not with us. She married a white man. That is critical. She didn't marry you. Yeah, Sexy Red. Guess what? Cardi B married Offset. You know what I mean? And I'm not defending the imagery of Cardi B and harlotry and the stripper pole and the ignorant way they voting for Joe Biden and Megan Thee Stallion capping and twerking for Kamala Harris. I am totally against that. But look at the other side. You get a real intellectual, beautiful, articulate woman, such as our very own Candace, who is the Queen Candace, the one that came to Solomon, King Solomon, for that wisdom, so he can game her up. And she came in with them gifts, baby. You know what I'm saying? She came in with them camels, them gold, that silver, them rubies, them diamonds, man. She broke herself for that information. You dig? You know what I'm saying? To a black man named Solomon from a black woman named Queen Candace. Candace Owens did not do that. She broke herself to William Wallace. She broke herself to George Washington or Thomas Jefferson. She didn't break herself. She didn't come in to you. You know what I mean? A Solomon or a black man, David. No, she didn't marry you. No. So let's see. Come on.
It's very rare we see sisters like this being what? Being the image of who our sisters truly are.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why every time an opportunity I get to show forth our sisters in a great light like this, it's seized.
I don't know if he said it's seized. He get an opportunity to show our sisters in a great light. But that is a great light. But she's with a great white. That's the thing. She's not with you. She's with him. She's with them. And that's very important. That's very important. Because why would you put on that shirt? Come on.
And for some reason, in our community where we come up, women like this, who see things the way she sees it, isn't celebrated. It's the Megan Thee Stallions and others that are celebrated, which is something is wrong with us. To be against Candace Owens, but allow the debauchery to continue and how others portray our sisters as harlots before the world. Something is wrong with us.
That's all we're being fed. Something is wrong with the people behind the camera that are feeding us that garbage. But those of us aware and of the remnant, we're not going for that. But at the same time, he's correct. I just pointed that out with the Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, and all the rest of them, Sexy Red and all that. No, we're not rocking with that. We'd rather have a Candace Owens, but at the same time, Candace Owens is not with you. That's the caveat. She didn't marry you. She married him. Let's go. Oh, she married what you would recall Esau. She married Esau.
You have is a camera, and I have a friend who knows how to run a camera, and we can just record this moment, and we can lock this in a time capsule. And one day I will have my own platform, and I will premiere this conversation. And that day is today. When I say that it was a tough moment, you were even looking at me when I watched this conversation back. You could just see it on my face. I was postpartum. There are very few times, I'm not a crier. I definitely am not a crier. That's not how I express emotions, but I remember going through this period, and there was a moment when, because I was postpartum, ladies know, you have that moment where your hair sheds postpartum. And I remember dealing with the press cycle with Ye, dealing with friends and followers who said they wouldn't support me ever again unless I came out and condemned him, making a decision not to condemn him, and standing in the shower. And
what friends was these? What friends was these that told you to condemn him? Oh, yeah, okay. Let me not go too far. Because when Kanye West was trotting around with Donald Trump, there might have been some black people getting on his case for that. He definitely, you know, it might have been. But I'm thinking about that ain't the same time, though. This is the timing where he was going at it with Jewish people. So who are these people that are telling you to condemn him during that time? So this definitely ain't the time of the Donald Trump when he was wearing the MAGA hat, looking crazy, whatever. This ain't the time. This at long after that. We're about to find out. But who are your friends and all that around this time? Who are they?
My hair was falling out in clumps, and I just said, please, God. I was just crying hysterically, have mercy on me. Please just have mercy on me. I just need to get through this moment. I'm a breastfeeding mom. I can't take anymore. My show's just gone 5 days for a week. Make it stop.
She's a breastfeeding mom. Lord, have mercy. Come on.
Make it stop. And I look back on that, and I just think everything happens for a reason. And whatever inspired me to say, let's just put on a camera, turn on a camera here, record and have a conversation and lock it up in a time capsule. It was because that was exactly what needed to happen at that time, and a better moment for people to hear what Ye was thinking and what he had to say is right now. So guys, I invite you to listen to this conversation, Candace plus Ye. It was recorded on October 17th, 2022.
Where they wore White Lives Matter shirts. I just want y'all to remember that. This heartwarming story is going to come from when they wore White Lives Matter shirts. I want you to don't forget that. Come on.
Hope you like it. Other level. So I think one of the things that's the most interesting, I want to dive in this way, is
fair use.
People don't
That's too
actually
loud.
Understand. There's something about you and I coming together that the media cannot stand. Like it's actually fascinating to me. I called you super stressed out like 3 nights ago. It's just like, what the heck? And I'm always doing that. Like it's another level that you graduate into. When we're talking about Ye, we're talking about the media. I don't think people understand. When I say the attacks come from every angle, every side, every regard. They'll attack you on your children. They'll attack me and my relationship. They'll go after family members. My dad called me stressed from Hawaii.
Wow.
Yeah, he called me stressed from Hawaii.
Well, it's so funny that you said, remember I talked about the gray hat?
Mm-hmm.
And the gray hat hitting the table. Read the last text from my dad out loud. We talked about the miracles. Read out loud the last text.
Wow. When do you want me in Hawaii? That's what I don't think about. Well, my dad's in Hawaii right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he called me stressed up. When I picked up, he was just like, Candace, what is going on? And then I actually started laughing. Like, it was kind of like comedic relief because my dad is not really like that. And he was like, I'm reading all these headlines. And my sister was texting me, my uncle, like the whole family had just been texting me, like, are you good? And
all hell is broke loose and all heaven has come through.
Yeah. In a way, yeah. It is. It does feel like all hell has broken loose. And the last time I went through this, though, it was a similar thing. It was like, for some reason, the game of life was just like, Candace and Ye are not allowed to come together. Why?
I mean, it's the impact, it's the gut feeling with the it's the intuition and the intellect. It's the gut with the information. It's the idea, it's the study. And that's how other people have risen to forms of power. God is the only power, and we are vessels. God is a true artist, and we're the vessels. And he's calling for me, for us to lean into these combinations. What they do is they'll do everything to keep the artists away from each other. Like when me and Denver were next to each other, it was such a powerful combination. When me and Candace were next to each other, that was a powerful combination. When me and Jay-Z were next to each other, it was a powerful combination. So I love these moments of like these powerful combinations together, and whatever feel you do for like the futurists, the people who can see what the future is, the kids 20 years younger, 40 years from now, 80 years from now, when they see this, that's a big thing, is lean into those people that everyone tells you, like, you don't need to be next to that person, but you have something in your heart and your gut on why you should be next to that person. I've had people like comedians that you know of call me and said, stay away from Candace Owens. And, you know, like literally my, I guess we use the term friends, have done the same to me. Even to the point where I'm going to be on Bill Maher this week, I'm going to be on Pierce Morgan, I'm going to be on, I was just on Chris, how do you say his last name? Tonight. Chris Cole, let me see, Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo. Wow. Yeah. You did Chris Cuomo? Yeah. Tonight, like 30-minute segment, half talking, half a little bit back and forth or arguments. And then when you're landing, they're saying, oh, I can't be on Daily Wire. But I can be on all these platforms. And you said downstairs that they told you the reason was is you weren't going to push back on me enough. Yeah. Like Chris was saying stuff like, you need to understand and you need to behave. And he said that at one point in the interview. I said, whoa, let's play that back. You need to behave. You're not supposed to talk like that out loud, Chris. You know, we know that that's what it is. And I was just talking to my girl. She was in the car listening to me while I was doing the Zoom, this live Zoom. And afterwards I said, this is the way I felt in Hollywood the whole time I was there. Like people were telling me, like, you need to behave. You cannot wear a red hat. You cannot talk to Candace. You cannot say how you feel out loud. Like today, they took down my Drink Champs. They took it off of whatever platforms, YouTube, Drink Champs, Revolt, and they also...
Which was foul, by the way. That was foul. And how Nori turned his back on them, man. They scared Nori. I imagine that a thug from Chirac, Left Rack City, man, out of Queens, roughed that neighborhood in. And Queensbridge, man, they had Nori shaking in his boots. Nori ain't seen that kind of power before. You know, Kanye West was dropping some jewels in that last Drink Champs. That Drink Champs went super viral, and the Junior Mafia came at the real Junior Mafia came for Nori and them. And now you can't find that video. Colossal moments. Come on.
And today, they took down my Drink Champs. They took it off of whatever platforms, YouTube, Drink Champs, Revolt, and they also...
Now, this was 2022 after he did Drink Champs, okay? So this is revisionist history. So we're going back, and I want y'all to see how profound what happened back then. She did a private interview with him, just a talk with him, to one day allow the world to hear a conversation that's not controlled through media. Just a conversation amongst friends. So this was 2022 when this was recorded. This is fair use. We're using this for religious purposes only. We're not monetized Fair use for educational purposes only.
Also took me off of the Balenciaga sites, and I just looked at my girl and said, yo, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Like, I'm so happy because I have this freedom from beholding to these brands that say, we only rock with you under these conditions. Like, we can have you be a black person, but only a black person that says is wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt. Which at this point, now that I've worn a White Lives Matter t-shirt, I'm totally fine with wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt. You know, it's fine because all lives matter. Like, even all lives matter would have, you know,
I bet you Candace ain't gonna wear one. Yeah. He feels liberated. You know what I mean? We're wearing the White Lives Matter t-shirt, you know what I mean? Because he created him for that. And, you know, giving her the reason, like, you know, due to his allegiance with these brands, like Adidas, Balenciaga, and the rest of them. Where it was like controlling him like a little house Negro, saying, you can't say this, you can't say that. You can't do this, you can't do that. Now, since they came against him after he spoke out about the Junior Mafia on Drink Champs, yeah, he feels a level of freedom and put out a White Lives Matter shirt. Now that he's done that, he feels liberated. I'm so liberated, I can now put on the Black Lives Matter black shirt. But he did give the reason on Drink Champs why he even made the White Lives Matter shirt. And that was because of we didn't stand up for him while the Kardashians were kidnapping his children. As if we told you to marry that woman. Every nigga in the hood know not to marry Kim. Question is, why did you wear it, Candace? Come on.
No, you're making perfect sense to me. I had two thoughts today. The first, I have all thoughts today. I didn't just have two thoughts today, just to clarify. But I was thinking earlier about when is the first time that I heard Ye was mentally ill, right? Mm-hmm. So I grew up on your music. Obviously, everybody knows, like, you know, like when we first were spinning to the wire, you know? Mm-hmm. And you had a remarkably long career in the public sphere, and nobody had ever called you mentally ill, right? And now, no matter what you say, when you don't exist under, I would just call it Hollywood terms, their number one rebuttal, if you have an idea, you're saying things like, well, he's mentally ill. He already said he was mentally ill because he said it on his podcast. And therefore, we don't have to listen to anything else that he has to say because he knew right aside he's mentally ill. So I actually researched what is the first time the public sold us this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was in 2017 that they said that you went to the hospital and you were bipolar, and that's
2015.
Sorry, pardon. 2015. Trump was
about to, right when Trump got elected, I went to the hospital less than a week after that. Mm-hmm. Because the entire time while he was running, people told me that my life would be over, I would be on the wrong side of history, you know, mm-hmm. Like literally people threatened my life and told me, I did not stand up and say, hey, this is what I believe in, and that's who I am, that's what my character is. So I think that
they made you think that.
Yeah, it's like how people, they said the reason why I couldn't be on Daily Wire is the Israelite comment.
Uh-oh.
And every black person is fine.
Come on, pause it, Ricard. I know you about to do that.
And being called black. But when I bring up the idea that we're Jew, because we are from Africa, the Bible is, the majority is like set in Africa, then it's challenging. And we talked about on the George Floyd documentary is called The Greatest Lie of the Soul. The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate, 50%.
Man, this is cold game. Kanye West is dropping right here. Even though it's abstract, takes a while to get there. But this is what I call cold game. So it does look like, or it appears to be like, as if this was her road to Damascus moment. At least the seed of information was deposited or attempted to be deposited then. Let's see if it germinated and took root yet. It doesn't seem as if it has, due to her comment about Sonya Massey and the fact that she may have her family ties to this white man, are not allowing the seed to germinate and take root. But I'm not saying that it won't eventually. I have faith in the Most High to water the seed. He chooses who he wants, a vessel, and however he wants to deliver it. It could be through her relationship with this white man, but at this particular moment, it hasn't fully developed yet, because he did see fit to introduce her to this foreign information called the game, or uncommon information that Sin for the P was saying. Shout out, rest in peace to Sin for the P. This uncommon information, because that's very uncommon, that's very unfamiliar, very foreign to the black ear and to the world, mind you, that the black people are Jews from the tribe of Judah. Even though he's not articulating it with that hard line, like as if of a car would, or if I would, because we're more informed about that particular topic, it seems then Kanye West is, or Ye is. But Candace Owens is at least receiving the information in her current state. At that particular time in 2022. Now, 2024 is when she released this interview, and 2024 where she released what she said about Sonya Massey. And though I can see through her intent to a degree, is blended. You know what I mean? It's a blended message, because she levels it and dilutes it and boils it, take the strength out of the nutrients out of the whole horrific scene by relegating it down to correspondence and relegating a heinous crime down to a mistake. Laced with this type of game, or this uncommon or foreign information, hidden, treasured information, you shouldn't get a withdrawal out of such a deposit of information such as that. You wouldn't get that particular withdrawal. You would get a withdrawal about what she said about the Junior Mafia and getting kicked off of Daily Wire, which is a prophecy fulfilled due to her having this conversation and the attempt to interview Kanye West. Ye, back then. It was a prophecy, self-fulfilling prophecy or prediction that she will have her own podcast. She didn't know how it was going to come about. But for her to receive the deposit of this information and to still get a withdrawal with her comment about Sonya Massey, evidently that deposit or that seed may have germinated, but it hasn't taken full root yet. You know what I mean? I don't know. It seems as if the enemy have sown tares within the garden, like Christ says, and their two thoughts are growing up together. And it is harvest time. She should know, but it's all in the Most High's time, and we all reach it at a separate particular time. I can't really come down on her, but that particular response, that bedwenching spirit is tied to some level of information that she is opposed to, dealing with the far left people, you know what I mean? And it seems political, journalistic, her journalistic approach, and not being an analyst. Kanye West more of an analyst to a degree, but he's been out, but he's made money and stuff like that. So that's why his understanding and being communicated and articulated through his version, his abstract way of speaking, and not giving that hard line separation that we would give, like me or Ricard would give, or any other person that really studied the Israelite doctrine. So I don't know. I wouldn't completely give up on Candace, but at this point, that withdrawal is it need a lot of work. I would say for a deposit, and it's not as strong as the deposit as I would deliver to her or Ricard would deliver to her coming from Ye, but he at least gave her that. The fact that the Most High utilized him as a vessel to introduce her to that information lets me know that he made an attempt at her, and that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, maybe would be her being with him provoked that's the jealousy, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, we are forbidden to be with other nations, but I've seen other men of the Bible be with other nationalities, but they never forsook their God, though. Like Hadassah or Esther, she never started believing in the God of the Persians just because she married a Persian. Candace Owens, up until this point, doesn't seem as if she was informed about, the true image of the people of the Bible until she had that close encounter with Ye, and it was illuminated by that information, saying the greatest lie ever told was the fact that we are not Jews, because you don't see in the Jewish community or in the Junior Mafia community that this abortion rate is so high, this rate of murder so high, this impoverished situation so high, this being enslaved and so high and whatever. But it seems as if she's going off to debunk a lot of this stuff that actually he's pointing out. So we'll see. Let's see. We'll watch her for a little while. But judging by what she said about Sonya Massey, all that, I don't know if the seed even germinated. It definitely didn't take root. Come on.
In Black Destiny is actually abortion. You don't see the Jewish
Wait.
abortion. You don't see on the George Floyd documentaries. The Bible is the majority is like set in Africa. Then it's challenging, and we talked about on the George Floyd documentary is called "The Greatest Lie Ever Sold." The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because
he said, "I think that the black Jew is the greatest lie is ever sold." That was very good. That was cold, Kanye. That was cold, yeah. That was good. Come on.
Then it's challenging, and we talked about on the George Floyd documentary is called "The Greatest Lie Ever Sold." The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold.
That black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that ever sold. Come on.
Because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate. 50% of black deaths a year is actually abortion. You don't see the Jewish divorce rate at the level of 70-something. You said the percent of black moms raising their kids by themselves. You don't see Jewish people shooting each other down in the street on World Star and then rapping about it. It's just not, there's not Jewish content like that. And also Jewish people do business together, and that's why
You know what's funny? She wasn't talking about Jewish people before. So this is why I said the deposit worked in that manner. This is how she was able to be free, because of this deposit caused her to talk about Jewish people. That's what I believe. But at the same time, that's really whatever. Come on.
Shooting each other down in the street on World Star and then rapping about it. It's just not, there's not Jewish content like that. And also Jewish people do business together. And that's why I said on the Drink Champ, these are things that I'm envious of.
I think the first thing that someone would say, if you said that, right, is same for Chinese. You don't see Chinese people treating each other.
Notice what she did. Notice what she did. Sometimes it's best to be... I noticed that she's a little bit more submissive in the presence of Kanye West because she looked just like Andre Taylor taught us, that when a woman sees you as more valuable than them, they have a more submissive attitude towards you. So she does. But at the same time, she is Candace Owens. And she's at sometimes gonna be herself and start speaking while the man is in mid-stride, talking about a particular, thing. Sometimes it's just best to sit back and wait until he's finished before you make your input. Even though I know this is a private conversation, I get it. But, hey, just chill out for a minute. I know. But notice what she did. She shifted gears into other nationalities. She went to the Chinese first. Me, how my mind works, and brings me back to when she said who she dated before she even dated a white dude. She dated a Chinese person. So she's going to go through all the other nationalities that don't have this disparity. But the real comparison was the fact that he said, Jew. Chinese people are not calling themselves Jews. East Indians are not calling themselves Jews. Arab people are not calling themselves Jews. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever nationality she's going to come up with. That's why you got to be chill, be quiet, sit back and listen, especially when you're being introduced to brand new information that you have never heard of, uncommon information called this game. Come on.
Thinking yourself,
I think the first thing that someone would say if you said that, right?
Someone
is same for Chinese. You don't see Chinese people treating each other. You don't see Chinese people with this super high divorce rate. You don't see Chinese people and Japanese people and Korean people and Hispanic people-ish, but no matter what, nobody's rates of violence and abortion are as high. White America, forget Jewish America, white America don't have these same rates, right?
See what I mean? See what she did? She said somebody would say, and then she harped on different Asian cultures, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and whatever. Then the Hispanic-ish, you know what I mean? Now she's down to who she's with right now. The white dude, you know what I mean? White. But notice she did that. That's a pathology and the psychology behind that. Why did you do that? They're not calling themselves Jew. But I understand that she doesn't really know. But just chill for a minute. Come on.
Now check this out. Fair use, and I'm going to let it play. Brothers and sisters, can you see why they were getting this? Why the media and others and their handlers were discouraging them from talking to each other?
Yep.
This is what happens, brothers and sisters, when we sit down and reason with one another, and this is what they fear.
Yep.
Now, what's wrong with this brother and sister, both Israelites, sitting down and talking to each other and coming on each other's platforms? What were they fearing?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you.
They were fearing the awakening. Because, at the same time, even though he didn't catch what I caught, it doesn't matter. He at least pointed that out. But he didn't seem to catch the part where he brought out the Jewish mafia people, because he said that blacks are not Jew is the greatest lie that was ever told. That was the issue. That's what he did not catch. And how she began to go into other nationalities, even white and not Jewish. And, it's funny. They act like they're different. White people act like they're different from Jewish people. When their father is the same. Their father is the same. Their father is Japheth. Ricard say he's Esau, but that's a bold-faced lie. Well, I already explained that. But their father is Japheth. But the ultimate father, the all father is Noah, of course, but their father is Japheth or Yafet. Either Togomar or Ashkenaz or the other brothers, and He's one of them. or what's the father of the Romans? And the Greeks, Kittim and all of them. Yeah, one of them. One of the kids of Japheth. They act like they different. You know what I'm saying? From them, they are to a degree in class. But yeah, let's go on.
I need y'all to think about this, folks. If Kanye wanted to do something where it's showing women shaking their behinds and all these others, they would have been down with it.
Facts.
But no, don't talk to Candace. You know why? Because we're supposed to, listen to me clearly, we're supposed to think one thought on one controlled side in an echo chamber controlled by them.
That's part of that's the censorship mafia doing that. We ain't supposed to be talking about this on large platforms that we are the Israelites of the Bible. We're not supposed to be talking about a lot of things, and especially not against them, because we'll be labeled anti-Semitic and all of that. That's in the echo chamber now. That means that's the censorship mafia, the censorship mob. You know what I mean? Though they profess that we have freedom of speech, you don't, because you'll be shut down. Look, ask Candace. She knows now. She got her own platform because Daily Wire said, "Hey, you can't say that." Under a corporation, they masqueraded under a contract called the Constitution that you have these rights, but you don't, because you now belong to that corporation. And you're subject to their corporate policy, where they can circumvent the Constitution without any repercussions. Ain't that something? Cold-blooded, man. Abraham Lincoln saw the danger of that. Say corporations were being thrown, and the land our fathers once conquered will be ran and owned by them. He was once an Illuminati, so you utilized by them. Until he realized, like, hey, man, I was playing for the wrong team. I'd rather preserve the Union. Y'all can keep y'all slaves. I ain't doing this for them. Forget them niggas. We ain't doing that for them. But to preserve this Union, they utilized him, came out with them greenbacks, got his head split. You know what I mean? Same thing with JFK. Thought his father was just because he was a bootlegger and whatever, and thought that he was going to be down with the Council on Foreign Relations, the American version of the Illuminati, popped his head off in front of everybody, traumatized the whole country. I don't know if Ronald Reagan's was staged, whatever, but they popped him too. They got in The Simpsons that they gonna pop Trump, and already made a botched stage or not attempt on his life about a week ago. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is some very interesting times that we live in. But yeah. So yeah, let's go. This is but if you say anything outside of what they want, yeah, due to their due to their policy, they're destroying your freedoms, and especially your freedom of speech. So now you can't even. I gotta call these people the Junior Mafia. You notice that? I came up with that. The Junior Mafia. The Junior Mafia. Come on, man. That's crazy. Because what could happen? They could shut you down and attack you financially, to attack your character, like they did both these individuals. Yet, though I have my criticism about them, they are out in the forefront, man, and they got to be very challenging to deal with. Come on.
We're the only people that's all Democrats. That's idiocy in of itself.
Idiocy.
Mm-hmm. That's idiotic. There's no race of people where there's just one thing. They vote on what will interest them personally for the next 4 years. They go into policy and see how it's going to affect their finances, right? And then they vote accordingly. White people flip-flop from Democrat to Republic like changing slacks.
Slacks.
It depends on what administration is going to affect their business.
Look at Gary Gnu.
We're the only people where the voter block is one way, and we don't even know why. That's
why I should have did this with the visual. If y'all could see Elder Lawyer with this vanilla ice cream cake on top of his head, man, like, come on, man. That's why I'm going to use that as the thumbnail, man, with the Black Lives Matter, with Kanye West. Like, he looking like Scooby-Doo with an Arab hat on. With a Haji from Johnny Quest. He look like Scooby-Doo with that Haji Mitri on his head. Like, I don't ever understood that about that. I know where they get it from. They get it from One West and all that retarded satanic thing that they're pharisaical, sadduceutical doctrines and way they was dressing and all that with Mitris on their head. The disciples never wore that. You find me one picture where Jesus had on a turban or a Mitri. Find me where Paul had on one, even in the Russian icons. Or show me where they was wearing that. That been played, man. That's like wearing Chinese mock necks and bell-bottom jeans, which might come back out, and, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, knock it off, man. They wasn't rocking that, man. Jesus and the 12 disciples who came to the apostles, they weren't wearing that, man. Now it look like a vanilla ice cream cake on top of his head, man. Come on, man. Dang. You know what I mean? Like, I hate it when they wear them, man. You know what I mean? I more so hate their false doctrine more than anything. But I hate it when they be wearing their Mitris and all. Man, I'm talking about the Gathering of Christ Church or Gathering of Christ cult. I get tired of them doing that, man. Looking crazy, looking bugged out, Mitris, as if they're trying to look more righteous. You know what I'm saying? But it's just whack. It's out of fashion. It's garbage. It's trash. It's whack. Come on.
Crazy that is. We have no idea why they only allow us to think one way.
And that us only voting Democrat, yeah, that's coming. That day is coming. It's an awakening going on. Now, the black men who are becoming more logical, who are logical anyway, and are becoming more aware, they're going siding with Trump and joining and becoming Republicans. The black women who are a part of, damn, you know what's messed up? Jesus Christ, the black women. Here they upholding Kamala Harris and sending her money, like, breaking themselves. When she was locking they behind up in San Francisco, man, for their children going truant and skipping school, she was locking black women up. She's not black, she's an Indian, and never said that she was black. She's parading herself as if she's black, just like Barack Obama. He's not a Negro, he's a Hamite. They say he's a Negro, gathering the Christ Church. That's what I mean, like. They're bugged out. That's why man, shout out to Sunshine. I ain't trying to dish you, but you know, I see why you over there with them. I love you, Sunshine, but come on. Yeah, man. Black women, man, they over there siding with Kamala Harris, man. Like, so they're going over there, staying and remaining and choosing up on the Democrat liberal agenda. You heard Taraji and Kamala talking about they not like us and all that. She's in these streets, and Candace is right. They do treat us like we're stupid and all of that, and we're dumb and all that. But not all of us are unaware, Candace. So look at the divide. The black men are waking up from logic. They going on the side of the conservative route, which we are by nature. And here you go, these black women like Eve listening to the serpent over there, choosing up on Kamala Harris, who was locking their behind up, locking their sons up. They ain't even aware of this. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, because the black man was the victim of more so of Kamala Harris. But yeah, some black mothers was getting their behinds tore up by her out there when she was in San Francisco. She was the AG marrying performing the first same-sex marriages out there. Like, come on, man. Abominable. Like, it's crazy. There's a lot of things going on, man. But yeah, all that voting straight Democrat, that's coming to an end for black men. Now, the black women, that's a different story. Come on.
Fair use.
They asked why isolate Jewish American population?
Well, for black people, okay.
Now, you notice Kanye said he's an Israelite too, right?
He did.
But let's go.
With the rates of that ours being higher, we're still, you go see the slave movie, you see like a slave get their teeth pulled out in front of another slave. Mm-hmm. We're still getting our teeth pulled out. Literally, like in jail, I have friends whose, family members went to jail and they got killed by an officer.
Did you hear what Kanye West just said? Did you hear what Kanye West just said? Now, here it is. She's doing this and she's revisiting this interview back in 2024. Candace Owens haven't came out with the fact that she had family members gunned down by the police officers or friends that she know. If she did, she has not made that aware to us or made that known to us. Kanye West did. This is the difference, like I was saying, between journalists who only study statistics and numbers to an actual analyst who would actually have the experience, knowing what it's about. Getting killed by officers. You notice he ain't just mentioned us killing each other. He mentioned that. Getting killed by officers. So we know personally. Andre Taylor, Davida Briscoe out of there in Seattle. Gorgeous Dre from American Pimp, who is Andre Taylor. His younger sister, Davida Briscoe, lost her son to gun violence. And they both lost their brother, Shay Taylor. You can't tell them that. You can't bring up no statistics to them about that. You know what I mean? Though Davida Briscoe brought out the fact that, yeah, they highlight that fact that they utilize these police shootings and don't highlight the police shootings encounters with white people. They do it for black people to control us emotionally to get their agendas accomplished. But she also put it in to say that, hey, that doesn't mean that racism and prejudice does not exist. Like Candace would. Candace does that. She goes far. Why is she going far, though? What could be the reason? What could be the reason why she would go that far? Could it be the man she laying in the bed with and want to make sure he feels comfortable on some bed winching? Could it be? It has a strong, that's a strong case of somebody to argue. Why would you go that far? You don't have to go that far to say that. That means you must think that Jesus is white. Here it is. You got Kanye West or Ye telling you that that's not true. Jesus Christ is black. Come on.
Well, let's go.
With the rates of that ours being higher, we're still, you go see the slave movie, you see like a slave get their teeth pulled out in front of another slave. Mm-hmm. We're still getting our teeth pulled out. Literally, like in jail, I have friends whose, family members went to jail and they got killed by an officer. And
fair use.
Then the officer, all of a sudden quit, and they're not there anymore and stuff, and so they can't do the trial, and You know, so we're getting...
He has friends that went through that. Candace is the type that's going to take that same information and go say, well, by percentile, that doesn't really happen. That potentially happens more to white people. Man. So don't base that on race. Man, that's what she would do. And she did do that just recently. Like she just recently put this out. This is after the Sonya Massey. Now, ain't this something? Come on.
Hit the like button.
Right. Still treated like slaves. And with the reason why I specifically say the Jewish people is,
come on,
the Jewish people, like how the Armenians worked in the meatpacking district, the Jewish people came into power in the 80s, truly, you know, when the divorces started happening because of Wall Street, because the Catholic lawyers wouldn't divorce people, and they came into money the way how the darker Jews, the black people, are coming into money now. And they had to, and they did a great job. They colluded. They, before that, they were very involved with the civil rights movement, which actually the movement was, it moved blacks from being Republican over to becoming Democrats. That was what the movement, that's where the move happened. Now everyone's, well, why are you calling them out specifically? When I said DEFCON 3, I didn't get an opportunity to say what that meant, but it meant I'm going to call out all these things that have been done to me specifically by Jewish people that so happen to be businessmen or businesswomen, but still it was done by Jewish people to me, to the darker Jew. And I was going to go one by one. And the reason I said it like that is just to say, I know you guys are going to call this anti-Semite, and I'm not afraid of that title. Now I'm going to lean into that title. So call me whatever you want, because you call me void already. What's the definition of black? Void of color. Some people, you know, artists may say it's all color, and it could also mean, like, it's like what they did
who told him
when I
that?
ran for office, and they showed me on the TV, they like blacked my face out, and they had me be void. And I think that the Jewish people always will tell you about the trauma and the Holocaust. So one of my favorite lines on the Drink Champs, you actually hit me about this, was when Doug Charney said, hey, I want to take you to the Holocaust Museum. And I said, I want you to go to our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
Whoa.
We're still in the Holocaust. 6 million Jewish people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million darker Jews, black people, have been aborted. More babies are aborted in New York at this point than born.
Man, did you hear that? Candace, did you? I know you heard that, right? So when she, what's your statistics and your numbers on that? You know what I mean? Where's your statistics and your hollering your number on that? And guess what? That she don't talk about that. You notice that? If she does, I'll stand corrected. I've just haven't came across it yet. But I'm looking to see if she talks about that, the abortion rate. She could say, but she the type of make her husband feel. Seems like this, and I'm not going to accuse her, but it seems like she's the type that would be like, oh well, they're making that choice. You know what I mean? Not. She fairly knows where Planned Parenthood came from. She knows the spirit behind it, which was absolutely racism. That she's the type of say that which no longer exists, like she did with Sonya Massey. For y'all to even think that was regulated behind racism was utterly ridiculous. That's crazy for her to say that. She did say it, but she actually said that. And she put this out. You gotta watch people, man. I don't know. I don't know. I like Candace Owens, man. I do. I really do. But look what he just said. I never saw her talk about abortion like this. Look what he just said. Come on.
People died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million darker Jews, black people, have been aborted.
What does he mean, darker Jews? See, that's what I mean. The hard cutting edge that she would get this information from me or Ricard, at least on that one when it comes to Ricard and me, on that topic. Ain't no darker Jews, ain't no lighter Jews. They're not Jews at all. You know what I'm saying? So they're not from the tribe of Judah at all. He's not being definitive in that stance. So it's ambiguous. It's almost as if he's giving her the black and white, the zebra approach. No, Judah is not a zebra. Judah is a black man that gave birth to black children, black men and women. You know what I mean? Black children, black child, black male and females. You know what I'm saying? From a black father whose name was Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. Come on. So, that's what I mean. That's what we would bring out. And sitting down with Candace Owens, and that's how I would articulate it to her. Much like in the tone of Kanye West, I wouldn't be attacking her. I would talk to her in the same way, as if to enlighten her, bring enlightenment to the situation about what's going on. But as far as the abortion, you already know. Came about through Margaret Sanger, who has handlers. You know what I mean? Back then. And eugenicist started off with the women's lib, then shifted that to eugenicist. And to get rid of black people who she didn't call human weeds. Candace knows this. But she'll tell you that racism doesn't exist. This is what I'm talking about, man. What would make her say that? What is making Bleacher say stuff like that? You know what I mean? Like, what is y'all doing? Why you got to go that far? Here you got Kanye West. You had this interview, and now you putting out. Let's see if this is a road to Damascus. Go, come on.
In Planned Parenthood. Like, we're still in the Holocaust.
We're still there.
Jewish people died in the Holocaust, over 20 million.
Man, we're going over 3 hours.
Darker Jews, black people have been aborted. More babies are aborted in New York at this point than born at this point. And my thing about the media...
he ain't going into the Bible like we would.
Over 50% of the media, at least probably 80%, but over 50% of the media is run by Jewish executives, and they allow all of this abortion-driven content that more affects the darker Jew, the black people,
what,
than any other race. But then you ask, because you can't even Google, like when you Google Jewish abortion rate, there'll be one piece of information. Next information is like from 4 years ago or something. There's no information about it. And if I attempt, my mom said try and spell it. If I fail,
I like that.
Attempting to have a conversation with a Jewish person about the abortion rate, they won't allow the conversation to be had. That's why I said, hey, I'm me-tooing the Jewish race. That's saying, hey, you guys got to come up and say, did you do this or did you not do this? And I'm calling a lot of times say, people feel like I'm very selfish driven because I'll talk about things I specifically went through. So I said, okay, well, I'm this voice for the actors, the musicians, the athletes. Specifically, I know are in situations where at least 4 of the people that they do business with are Jewish, and those people know each other, and the athletes come and go, and that 4, 5, 6, 8 people remain. The athletes come and go like cattle in the stable. The actors come and go.
Like who, Kanye? Like who? Oh, man. Not like cattle. No. This don't exist, Candace. This don't exist. You found out is this when they kicked your behind off Daily Wire. How did you still say this about Sonya Massey? I don't understand. But did you hear what he just said? The athletes they come and go. But the same people that put the athletes there and watch them leave, who are the junior mafia people, they remain. That means they're controllers of the game. So what do you mean? You didn't know your voice was controlled? You were allowed to talk about black people and black issues, and like at one point I was like, girl, stop talking about us. You know you over there with them. You laying in the bed with them. You look at them every night. Quit talking about us. What is your propensity to keep talking about us? That struggle is within you. You know what I'm saying? That blackness. You know what I mean? It's like you one of those female wrestlers in the WE wrestling for your identity back. Like, damn, because if you're going to go over there, stay over there. Leave us alone. You know what I'm saying? Stay over there. You don't live over here. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why you be saying stuff at the wrong time. And like, yo, stay over there, man. Damn. But did you hear what he said? They moved. The athletes come and go. But the junior mafia, they remain. And we're like cattle. Oh, that don't exist. There ain't no proof of systemic racism. Oh, my God. Analysts, first the journalists, come on.
Situations where at least 4 of the people that they do business with are Jewish, and those people know each other, and the athletes come and go, and that 4, 5, 6, 8 people remain. The athletes come and go like cattle in the stable. The actors come and go. The musicians come and go. And that mainstay of that Jewish, just say crew, because it sounds less ramped up than mafia, right? The mob sounds less mentally ill. So,
see that? Now, hey, that's funny, because I just came up with that name randomly. Mafia, junior mafia. I just came up with that randomly. So he says crew as opposed to mafia or the Jewish mafia. The Meyer Lansky's. Meyer Lansky and them is up in there running tangs, you know what I'm saying? They running the musicians, the actors, the entertainers, the athletes. They controlling them, paying them. They come and go like cattle or goyim. And they've been doing this for years. She talking about they came into power in the 80s and all that with the civil or 60s or whatever year he said with the civil rights movement. They've been doing it since Amsho Bowenberg, who changed his name to Rawchaashyar or Red Shield or Red Child way back 1600, even before then with Rome and the Greeks and all. They've been doing that, especially these people, the serpent people, the ones from Khazaria, you know what I mean? They've been positioning themselves under their alliance with Satan, you know what I mean? This is the synagogue of Satan that Christ was talking about. So they've been doing this. But Candace she'll tell you that this, statistically, you can't prove this systemic racism. And here it is, you got someone that's an analyst talking to a journalist with a total different perspective. Come on.
Let's say there is definitely a crew, and I've been there.
He been there.
I've been talked to certain kind of ways, and you know who else wouldn't be talked to a certain kind of way? Kobe Bryant. You don't get talked to a certain way. I don't get talked to a certain kind of way. So things that I'm saying out loud, hyped up or calmly, I'm saying things 5 times a day that black people, leaders, not specifically black people, just leaders throughout time, have been killed for things that we're doing 5 times a day. So one thing for the black community and all of this, like woke culture and, you know.
Real quick. You had something to say, Elder Lawyer?
Come on, Elder Lawyer. This is a good point he about to bring out.
Now go ahead. You can actually add some insight to this this question that was asked earlier. He made a point, as you stated earlier, about being an Israelite or identifying as a Jew. And he drew a comparison based upon the abortion or he made reference to abortion rates and various things, various different elements in comparison to the Jewish people. And he said that black people abortion rates are well beyond that of the Jewish community. And she asked a very good question. The question is, well, why draw that comparison specifically between black people and Jewish people when there are other ethnicities, other cultures, other identities who also don't abort their children at the same rate as black people? Why?
Good job. Come on, Elder Lawyer. Come on, man. Gary Gnu, this is good.
I specifically draw a comparison between black people and Jewish people.
Yeah.
And I'm going to open that more so as a layup for you to answer that question as far as why do we or why should we draw a comparison more so between these two particular nations opposed to any other nation on the earth?
Good one.
And again, the reason I ask this is because he answered portions of it, but sometimes with Kanye, we know with Kanye, sometimes it takes him a while. He goes around the world and then comes back and drops a few pieces.
Yeah.
You got to try to put things together. And what we want to show is the reason why it's important to actually have the biblical understanding.
Facts.
To be able to answer these questions from a biblical/historical perspective.
Amen.
Exactly. Well, I had it queued up, and I'm glad it was because sometimes as an artist, you know, Kanye, he would like to be called.
Look at the smirk he got.
He speaks in abstract. Right? I'm saying, but that's
a nice way to put it.
Yeah, but that's what makes him, believe it or not, the artist he is, because he'll deal with an angle, even in dealing with the music, that you wouldn't expect, and his mind works like that. So, and that's why I have this queued up, right? I had it queued up because he would go somewhere else and bring it back. Well, the reason why, and she jumped up and talked about the Asians and others.
Let's see why he
Why
know.
the comparison to Jews? Well, number one is you have one who's claiming Israel, according to religion or whatever the case is, and you have another that's claiming Israel according to ethnicity. So in comparison, if we're going to have sympathy and empathy and finances towards one Holocaust, which is 6 million, how much more should be towards those who are of the bloodline of Israel? This isn't a Gentile conversation. It's an Israelite conversation.
Facts.
That's number one. Right? That's number one. So
kudos to Ricard for that. That's the reason why Kanye brought it up between the two. Let's see if he catches why Candace even brought up the other nations. Come on.
We have what? We have a blueprint on what to do when some people are Holocaust. So what he's saying is, well, okay, I'll go to your museum, but why forget about the Holocaust our people are currently experiencing? What makes what happened to you more important than what's currently happening to us?
Currently.
And it's what? It's a valid conversation.
Facts.
It's not denying what happened to them. It's saying, well, okay. Well, since there have been Holocaust and atrocities against the people, what about us?
All right. He said he's not denying what happened to them. It's about us and what's happening to us right now in our current, meaning black people, the black Holocaust, which is still going on at this very moment. That Candace will statistically tell you, you can't really prove that. The numbers say it happens to more white people than you. All right. But she forgot about the other variables, like abortion and this wayward we thinking of shooting each other and all that. She doesn't address that. But maybe she will hopefully one day. But yeah, he might not be denying it, but some of their own people denying the Holocaust. Holocaust means fire, meaning actually burning people, like at the stake or a mass burning. And they got that from this narrative that they were put inside of ovens or gas chambers and burned alive and made into lampshades and all that stuff. Well, you have people called Holocaust revisionists that went over there to Dachau in Poland, to actual camps, and studied it. And saying, hey, if this was possible, that y'all was burning these ovens, and that they use Cyclone B, which leave a blue stain on the walls. How come we don't see no blue stains? And how come the door opens from the inside? And these are their own people. David Cole is one of them. Look up David Cole. And you have a bunch of Mr. I forget his name. His name is Bradley something. Something Bradley. On the Phil Donahue show. Go look that up. They call them Holocaust deniers when they were simply Holocaust revisionists. Our Holocaust can be proven with one image. You can see them burning a black man. Oh, but statistically, that would happen to more white people running into these mobs back then. This is what Candace would be saying if she was alive back then. That picture, don't worry about that. For y'all to think that was racially motivated, you're out of your mind. Because that's more likely to happen to a white person down the street, and they'll burn him just like they burned this black man. That's what she would say. Y'all know the picture y'all see where it was the family was gathered around and where the barbecue actually comes from, burning us, and they congregate and watching us being burned alive. There's a picture of that. I don't feel like looking it up right now because y'all can't see it anyway, but that's my problem with her approach. But I just wanted to point that out, that Kanye West may not be denying the Holocaust or whatever, but there's definitely certain of their own. I'm talking about Jewish people. The Junior Mafia came out like David Cole. He's a he's a little Jewish boy. And they'll say, well, David Cole was an atheist. And he went out with Hurt Zundel, whatever his name is. And he didn't. But yeah. So that's questionable. The 6 million number was revised to somewhere around 1.5, down to even under a million. You understand what I'm saying? So nobody brings that up. They way too afraid to bring that up. That might be not. That might get you up out of here. Come on.
And if that's the case, and I'm glad you went there, Elder Lawyer, we have to go to Margaret Sanger, who so happened to be Jewish, and she came up with the Negro Project.
Margaret Sanger was Jewish. Ain't that a blip? Candace Owens, wake up. What you gonna say to this, Candace? Come on.
Well, since there have been Holocaust and atrocities against the people, what about us? And if that's the case, and I'm glad you went there, Elder Lawyer, we have to go to Margaret Sanger, who so happened to be Jewish, and she came up with the Negro Project, the eugenic plan for black Americans that became Planned Parenthood. And what she said was that she was going to make a move to recruit those of our ilk who are educated and or religion,
or clergy, yep,
have religious influence in the community, to help push a level of depopulation or less children amongst the black Americans. Okay? So, who's going to say something about that? And
Candace ain't.
A few quotes. All children born beyond what would be required to keep the population level must necessarily perish. She's speaking about us. Unless room is made for them by the deaths of grown persons, we should facilitate instead of foolishly and vainly endeavoring to impede the operation of nature in producing this mortality, right? There's quotes all through here of the plan to make it where even though it's pro-choice, it would be what? It would be predominantly done to get rid of black people, okay? And it would be a societal norm backed by government for population control to actually get rid of black people.
Candace, what do you think about that, Candace? Seriously, what do you think about that? The fact that Planned Parenthood have their facilities in your neighborhood has nothing to do. The fact that you think that they have Planned Parenthood facilities in the black neighborhood, and for you to think that that is racially motivated, is utterly ridiculous. Would you say that about that particular incident, like you say that about close encounters with police officers that are white, that are killing black people? Would you say that about that abortion? I'm just curious. Would you do that? In my opinion, I really think you would. Come on.
Okay. Now check this out. The Review printed an excerpt of an address Sanger gave in 1926. In it, she said, this is her quote: "It now remains for the United States government to set a sensible example of the world's by offering a bonus of yearly pension to all obviously unfit parents who allow themselves to be sterilized by harmless and scientific means. So incentivize paying people not to have children. In this way, the moron, speed of our people calling us stupid again, and the disease would have no prosperity to inherit their unhappy condition." That means, why pass down poverty? Why pass down, senselessness?
I want to hurry up with this,
Let's get rid of them so that they don't destroy.
so I don't run out of room.
This is her quote.
Lord, please
Number of the
keep my room up.
feeble-minded, she called us, would decrease, and a heavy burden would be lifted from the shoulders of the fit. So all through here is what? Is quotes. And then they had what? The Harlem Clinic.
Of all places.
In 1929, 10 years before Sanger created the Negro Project, the ABCL, and you need to look at the people that's behind the ABCL, laid the groundwork for a clinic in Harlem.
Wow. Of all places.
A clinic in Harlem. Huh?
Harlem.
Let's talk about it. A clinic in Harlem. And what was this clinic for? It was the dawn of the Great Depression, and for blacks that meant double the misery. Blacks faced harsher conditions and desperation.
No, they didn't. Oh, no, they didn't. No, Candace, do you believe that statistic, or is that made up? Blacks didn't face harder conditions. No, they didn't do that. Because it's not, racism doesn't exist. That didn't happen. Candace, are you listening? Come on.
Deprivation and widespread racial prejudice and discrimination. From the ABCL's perspective, Harlem was the ideal place for the experimental clinic, which officially opened on November 21st, 1930. Many blacks looked to escape their adverse circumstances and therefore did not recognize the eugenic undercurrent of the clinic. So the clinic was helping us out. You can actually go get your teeth cleaned. You can go and get something for a cold or whatever the case is. But the real objective for the clinic was, that's right.
Come on, that's right. I hate when he does that.
Times to make sure sterilizations were in place as a choice amongst predominantly black people. And this was what? This was the experimental clinic that would become Planned Parenthood. Okay? Now, even till this day, fair use, they are still running on the same issues. to make sure from one administration to the next, as Democrats, they enforce eugenics to make sure they're targeting black children.
In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. Take reproductive freedom.
Reproductive freedom.
Think about this.
Now this East Indian comes along and they rename it as reproductive freedom. When the whole plan was to get rid of black children so that her family and others can come over to replace you.
Donald Trump said he wants to punish women.
He never said he wanted to punish women. He want to make it where life is better for them to be able to raise their children without the threat of their children going through a wood chipper.
Facts.
And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3.
Oh, that's bad. An abortion ban. Oh, we can't have that.
Look at the brother in the back.
Pound of flesh of Moloch children. Now y'all see that? And this is what Kanye is talking about.
Come on, Kanye. That's what I want to really.
If legislation was drawn against any other race of people, especially what happened in the Holocaust, that would lead to their children not even getting born. Death against a race of people in plain sight. And not only that, folks, they have legislated it. They're running on it.
Yep.
And no one is saying anything. And Elder Lawyer,
not even Candace.
That's why I had that queued up.
Come on.
Because everyone is ignoring the Holocaust that has been legislated since the 20s to target and to kill off our people.
Right.
Right? Thank you.
Come on.
Charlemagne and different things. It's like, bro, this is getting ridiculous at this point. People got to put some respect on the fact that I'm actually brave enough to say this out loud.
Facts.
Like, that's what's lit. That's what God is inside of me. That's why I feel so good to be used. You done got me to the point y'all call me so many names. You disrespected me for 3 years. Forbes wouldn't call me a billionaire. It is important if people are calling me crazy to be like, oh, but I'm a billionaire, because it's like, it's not me being classist. It's just me fighting against that, saying, okay, you're calling me crazy, but I must be doing something right now.
Now, Elder Lawyer, let me go to. I got a few points that are already marked, right? So Let me go directly 10 minutes up real quick. 10 minutes up.
With the, I have to word it the right way, but with 2024, coming 2 years from now, whoever ends up into office by 2024 has to bring the country together. There's no more of this divide. So that means the funny thing about the Jewish media is I have their attention. They love me. They always love me. I have their attention.
So you're referring to media executives. So like...
Executives, yeah.
Yeah, so like TMZ is owned by Harvard, and that's one Hollywood publication that would like be writing about you all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So
Harvey Levin.
Harvey, my name is Jay. It's not Kanye West. I take it like you calling Caitlin Bruce. Like my name is Jay. Like, so those little things. Also refer to me as billionaire. Christian billionaire, yay. I may legally change my name to Christian billionaire, yay. So you'll be forced to call me Christian billionaire, yay. So, because since my name is Jay, I got a lot of room to extend it on the other side. I'm doing a prefix. Let's say I had a train of thought on that I was getting to.
See, train of thought.
You were saying the Jewish media, and I just interjected to say you're talking about specific people in media.
Well, what was I saying about the Jewish media? I don't want to kind of ramble to find my point.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. Because even like reading that ticket, I'm like a bit sleepy.
Yeah.
It's just that's what made Through the Wire. I'm going to do podcast sleepy from now. When I do Bill Maher 2 days from now, I'm going to go in sleepy. Right? Because
that nigga crazy.
I have so much energy as like alien
love
level
him.
African king, that if you put me in a normal podcast situation with an antagonistic media person, then they can get me to look as animated as they would want me to be on stage or on a basketball court. But in that setting, I have to speak. So now I figured out the code to
Get
be
back.
as calm as, you know, they would like me
Get
in
back
these
to.
situations. So,
Thank you.
but man, I'll get back to it after. Otherwise, we'll have like another conversation where we could find what we were saying.
Yeah. But I just what I want to go back to though, with the two things I want to say. So
Baby,
first off,
hit
when
the
I was
like
coming on a plane when podcast was on shuffle, and Jay-Z song came on. It was dun 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 dun. And he says, "Oh, I know what it was." It says, "I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars. They criticize me for it, yet they all yell holla. If skills sold, truth be told, I'd probably be lyrically, talented, quality. Truthfully, I want to rhyme like common sense, but I did 5 mil, and I ain't been rhyming like common sense.
That's Jay-Z.
And you've since got that much in common, and you've been hustling since. The only perception for perception go with what makes sense. Since I know what I'm up against, we as rappers must decide what's most important, and I can't help the poor if I'm one of them. So I got rich and gave back. To me, that's the win-win." And I was just so stunned. I read it back like 10 times because I forgot how much I love that song. And I was like, he's literally telling you that he is dumbing himself down. And he has decided that the better thing to do is to
Become
keep the people that follow him stupid and be able to help them by giving money. Like, I can't help the poor. Like, I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars. Like, he has to make a decision to be smart, right? To be
You call that being
like,
smart?
Quality, or to make money and be able to give back to people. So he knows.
Yep.
And this made me think of you, because you said on that podcast that got taken down that information is the #1 resource, right? And he knows that he has to choose between giving the people information or having success. And I was stunned by the verse.
He chose
And
a dollar.
what record label was he on that helped influence that decision?
Uh-oh.
It was a Jewish record label.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute. You know what's funny? Kanye West was there to buffer her excitement, her enthusiasm as to why Jay-Z made that choice in his rhyme. She actually called him smart. I don't know, something about Tauruses and Sagittariuses, they get along. They, for some reason, they always wind up marrying each other. And Jay-Z just happened to be a Sag and she's a Taurus. I know that's, you know, what y'all might call esoteric or whatever, but no, it's just discernment. She called that smart. Kanye West was there to buffer that and give her a difference of opinion. Because I was thinking to myself, I wonder what Kanye West going to say about that. Since him and Jay-Z is no longer parallel with one another, he ain't wearing Baphomet shirts no more. Kanye West. And when Jay-Z was wearing Do What Thou Wilt, Aleister Crowley shirts. When both of them was on that too. Kanye West soon defected from that. You know, he ain't wearing, you know, he ain't selling his soul to the devil. It was a crappy deal. At least he came with a few toys like a Happy Meal. What record label was he under when he said that? A Jewish record label. That's what. But Candace said Jay-Z was smart. Y'all don't believe me? Listen. Let's let her say it again. She would play that back 10 times where she can remember it. Come on.
Resource, right? And he knows that he has to choose between giving the people information or having success. And I was stunned by the verse.
And what record
Wait.
That he is dumbing himself down.
Wait.
He has the only perception for perception go with what makes sense. Since I know what I'm up against, we as rappers must decide what's most important. And I can't help the poor if I'm one of them. So I got rich and gave back. To me, that's the win-win. And I was just so stunned. I read it back like 10 times because I forgot how much I love that song. And I was like, he's literally telling you that he is dumbing himself down, and he has decided that the better thing to do is to keep the people that follow him stupid and be able to help them by giving money. Like, I can't help people. Like, I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars. Like, he has to make a decision to be smart, right? To be rapping like Tully Polly, or to make money and be able to give back to people. So he knows, and this made me think of you, because you said on that podcast that got taken down that information is the number one resource, right?
See what I mean? Said he, well, I'm not saying she said it. She said he had to make the decision to be smart. Now, whether she's on one accord of him being smart doing that, it's not clearly articulated. So I don't want to put something on her that she really didn't say, but she's saying that he had to be smart, or he said he had to be smart, and her interpreting what that meant. So I'm going to go with that. And not saying that she didn't mean that, but I'm just saying. But still, nevertheless, it was a buffer because she was very enthusiastic. But it is a profound verse that he kicked Jay-Z when it came to that. Come on.
And he knows that he has to choose between giving the people information or having success. And I was stunned by the verse.
And what record?
Great. Jay-Z in that verse said, you couldn't help the poor by becoming one of them. You know, he had to get rich and give back. That was a win-win. Go to all Jay-Z's ex-friends and ex-business partners and see, where has he given back at? You're going to get a totally different story about him giving back. He be giving them his behind to kiss. Now, I can't say he ain't giving back to his immediate family, like his mom, his sisters, his nephews, and his own children. I'm talking about people like Dame Dash, who put him there. People like D. Haven and State Property and Beanie Siegel, where he told Beanie Siegel, the judge, he's not willing to be responsible for his whereabouts. So that was Jay-Z. But come on.
To make money and be able to give back to people. So he knows. And this made me think of you, because you said on that podcast that got taken down that information is the number one resource, right? And he knows that he has to choose between giving the people information or having success. And I was stunned by the verse.
And what record label was he on that helped influence that decision? It was a Jewish record label.
Oh!
What was it? I don't know. See, I don't know the
Universal.
industry.
She don't know the industry.
Jews and French. Because you got Vivendi that owns Universal. Like French, that's super colonizers. Like French, the French own African banks. You know.
The French owns 80% of African banks.
Jesus
Who knew that?
Christ.
Who knew that?
Who knew that?
The French owns 80% of African banks.
Come on, man.
Think about this.
Armed with that information.
Jay-Z wrote a song that he must dumb down his lyrics for a certain demographic.
So he can get, so they can pay him.
To sell records.
Yep.
And what he do is give back money when he can to the same people when he really could help them.
Well, after robbing them first.
Right? Now, he's about to say some profanity, so I'm going to skip past his profanity here, and I'm going to the 36-minute mark. All right?
Hey, why don't you just have timestamps so you ain't got to go through all that?
For educational purposes only.
Yeah, go right there, man. Dang.
All right?
Head. You know, we're under the fire, and we're the firefighters. But in order to be a good firefighter, you got to be willing to run into that fire. And that's what makes me the number one firefighter. That's what makes me Michael, because I'll run into that fire. Everyone knows that I'll run into that fire for the people in the burning building. Who's the people in the burning building? All of society. Because blacks and rappers are the thought leaders. We like everyone, people,
Fair use.
you know, if you go to a college, people have different majors, but everyone majors in Drake at the college. It's very few people, even if they don't particularly seek to listen to him, everyone in the college knows the song. So that becomes then the information, a part of people's curriculum and DNA.
Wow, this is good.
Of the way we think. And what I've been saying is like the idea of free thought, the White Lives Matter t-shirt. That's an idea. I'll just talk about idea separate to that t-shirt. You have the idea for civilization to move forward. What do we do in marches? We marched. And what's marching? Walking, right? In order to walk, what do you need? Both legs in order to walk. How do both legs work? One foot in front of the other, one foot in front of the other. So watch this. An idea is your left leg, and actualizing, I like it better than execute, like universal positive forward movement language. You actualize with your right leg. You think the idea with your left leg. You actualize, you're moving forward, right? But if you go into a place where there's thought police, they put the innovators into a place of crawling, and our civilization is no longer moving forward. And you can believe it or you cannot, and I can like classify as a black person, this and that, but I'm challenging all the systems one by one, right? That we will be happier. And not only, I don't love the word utopia, it seems over the top. Not only find a happier way to live, we will actually survive, because we can't survive by being oppressed, by having our thoughts oppressed and being afraid to say what we feel, because, hey, you know what? We could feel something for a bit, you know, and then if you get to do it, you can get over it. Like sometimes like a kid can have a chocolate binge and they get the stomach ache and it only happens one time. Or they can go and touch the stove and they get burnt and it only happens one time. Right now, we're not getting the opportunity to touch the stove. If I hadn't went so far, said the word DEFCON, right, DEFCON, then we couldn't have had an open conversation about what Jewish execs are specifically doing. All of the conversation would have been said to be hate speech. Like, how can I hate Jews and I consider myself to be Jew? But then people say, well, you hate black people because you wore White Lives Matter. And now, like I talked to Noriega this morning, he was like, okay, I realized this. I realized that I really don't feel Prodigy died from choking on an egg.
Jumping in right here, because at that time...
He says, how can I be anti when I'm one? He says, I'm Jew. And then he went into Prodigy. A lot of people don't know the rapper Prodigy. They claim he died choking on an egg.
Exactly.
Now, that's esoteric in itself.
Yeah.
Okay? Egg has serious symbolism within the occult, believe it or not, when you look it up, folks. But I'll deal with that this Sunday, all right? But anyway...
As you can see, both of us were really sleepy. It was very late at night. We were having that discussion, and I hadn't even fully comprehended what he said there when he said that people don't believe that Prodigy choked on an egg.
Hell no, we don't.
I had no idea what he was referring to, and
she had no idea what he was referring to, because she don't really, see, that's what I mean. The difference between journalism and being an analyst. She's an observer of the game. He's in the game. And I'm not just talking about the fact that he's in that industry or whatever. I'm talking about in the street. Like he said, the college people know about Drake. You know what I'm saying? But the hood niggas knows about Prodigy. You know what I'm saying? Where they were frontline, mob deep. Where the mob is deep. Where you know what I mean? Well, they better have the riot gear ready. Come to riot bag me to get rock steady. By the Mac 1 double, I touch you and leave you with not much to go home with. My skinny's thick, cause I'll be up in the midst of action. When I'm not at home, puff a lot, relaxing. It seems New York got a nigga depressed, so I wear slug proof underneath my guests. God bless my soul. Before I put my foot down and begin to stroll into the drama I built, and all is finished beef. Will you still be killed? Put us together. It's like mince and vodka and milk. I'm going out blasting, taking my enemies with me, and if not, they scar so they will never forget me. Lord, forgive me. The Hennessy got me not knowing how to act. I'm falling and I can't turn back. It's like when I said from a man killer back that I can't say, so it's left an untold fact. Until my death, my goal is to stay alive. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. Not Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? That's Prodigy. That's different level. You know what I mean? Jay-Z's from that cloth too. Don't get me wrong. But guess what? More commercialized women like Candace Owens but know a Jay-Z verse and not even know who Prodigy is. That's the difference. Come on.
I just wanted to let you guys know that there was a rapper named Prodigy who began speaking out about the Illuminati. He basically said, I have this platform and I want to use my platform for good to wake up the masses to what's really going on in society. And so I am going to dig up this old clip of Prodigy.
Come on.
Right before he mysteriously choked on an egg. And he decided to speak with Alex Jones.
Hey, man, you know what? This is long video. I hope it's still recording, but it's worth it. This very well may be a road to Damascus, even though I don't agree with her Sonya Massey's take. I'm going to see how far. You know, it's getting closer. Paulina, she's not Paul, but let's see if her name is Paulina, going down the road to Damascus. Let's see.
Listen to what Prodigy had to say.
Yeah, they're doing all this ritualistic murder and rituals on little, they molesting little kids, doing satanic sex rituals. Like, this stuff is really going on in this world. Like, on 9/11, you know what I mean? What they did was they killed 20 birds with one stone. You know what I'm saying? That's how I like to say it. You know what I mean? Because they changed all kinds of laws. They changed all kinds of they changed people's mentality, the way they look at the world. They pulled off one of the biggest ritualistic murders, you know what I mean? That ever happened, you know what I mean, live for the whole world to see.
So there you have it. That is Prodigy. And like I said, he then mysteriously choked on an egg.
Of all things, this man, Prodigy, rest in peace to Prodigy, man. One of my favorite MCs, rappers of all time, Prodigy, out of that Queensbridge from Strong Island, Long Island, out of Hempstead. You know what I'm saying? Every day of my life since 11/2/74. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the birthday of Prodigy, man. Illuminati with my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society trying to keep my eye on me, but I'ma stay incognito. Some places that can't find me. Make my move strategically. You know what I'm saying? Brought out the fact and exposed the Illuminati. The first rapper to expose the Illuminati back then. The only rapper. I should say the first rapper. I can't say the only, because there were many other after him, but he was absolutely the first. You know what I mean? That showed you how anointed and appointed Prodigy was. Died and had sickle cell anemia, being tortured with that at times and periods of his life. Had an outbreak, sent to the hospital, and you die over an egg at the hospital? Man, that's crazy. But this pushed her to realize who Prodigy was, what he stood for, and what was the reason for his death. Come on.
Maybe the first person in human history to have choked on an egg in some capacity after speaking out about the Illuminati. Let's jump back into my conversation with Ye.
I really believe in a lot of the things that you're talking about, but we'd rather just accept the pain. Pain is like first thing that drugs that we get, as black people, is like sugar and then pain. And pain and I know because I have a tendency, to be masochistic. It's part of my superpower, right? Like the ability to Deadpool the pain, to overcome, I'm telling you, like a good
Deadpool and Wolverine. Hold on. This is so timely. Deadpool and Wolverine both have enormous tolerance to pain due to their mutant healing factors. Just did a movie together in the Marvel. In a movie together with all type of cameos of different heroes and villains that appeared in that movie. I haven't seen it yet. I didn't even really want to disrespect the movie by watching it on the bootleg version. Probably should just go see it myself, but I might have to watch it the way you know what I mean? But yeah, he's Deadpool in the pain, Wolverine in the pain. That's what we do. We do that a lot. I do that a whole lot. Vietnam used to call me Wolverine after seeing the pain that I was healing from. But come on.
Can change how you feel. People have sent me so many comments about, me standing up about the information with Black Lives Matter and George Floyd, that I actually felt happier today. Like today has been my happiest day, right? Because obviously there's, you showed in your documentary that they hired thousands of people to go out in the street and there's a currency for outrage. But there's also really intelligent black.
A lot of people don't know that they hired people to go out. A lot of our people weren't tearing up these streets. These were provocateurs.
Oh, yeah.
Illegals. They was moving homeless people into certain camps to have a certain voter block by the time the election would come. And I'm looking for that to happen again with immigrants. So using George Floyd and all of that, and even the measures for the virus as a cover leading up to the election. Candace dropped a lot of that. And I was like, whoa, this is deep.
All right. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to lean. It seems as if I can lean more towards what she was actually saying in her Sonya Massey response. Even though I am on one accord or for her reason of why she took this route of don't fall for it, don't fall for their narrative, don't go out and tear up your cities, don't do it because, look, we've seen this before with George Floyd, how to utilize that. They were hiring people to get out there, you know what I mean, and participate in this orchestrated false protest against police brutality motivated by racism. It's all Marxist. It's all communistic. It's all socialism being introduced into America through the black people, the influencers, the trendsetters of the world. Lesbianism, LGBT, BTQ, XYZ community is being utilized as well. These immigrants, it's happening during election time. That's how the Democrats were able to suppress the voting machines and all this mail-in votes, and it's going to be total chaotic. She was the one behind that, and she, you know what I mean? And putting out that documentary about George Floyd and this whole orchestrated George Soros Black Lives Matter movement. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely leaning even more so, even though I still agree, and I'm never I'm still on one accord with her when it comes to that. Absolutely. But to go as far, like Davida Briscoe said, I'm not going to go as far as say that this stuff, racism and all this stuff doesn't exist. No, but they are utilizing our people to incite us emotionally through these, highlighting these racial incidences, these shootings and all of that. Even though it can occur with white people, they don't highlight these killings that these cops are doing with white people. Though I have yet to see a black police officer shoot a white woman in the face. I have yet to see a black police officer shoot a white man in the face or shoot him and gun him down. You know what I mean? Even though they're not highlighting it. Where's the news? Is it a total blackout? Does it even occur? You know what I mean? Or is it just white police officers gunning down their own people? I highly doubt that he will as a black police officer, get away with murdering a white person. I just highly doubt that. I am not saying it doesn't happen. I've never seen it. Don't have no evidence of it. I'm only hearing about police killing white people. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that could be a strong motivation for her saying, hey, don't fall for it. They think we're stupid, and talking about these left people and Democrats and Kamala Harris, Joe Biden group, really the Obama Part 2 group. Don't fall for it, whatever. So I'm down with that completely. I'm not down with you saying that racism doesn't exist at all, because that seems like that's coming from your bedroom, and I don't like that. That's the only my critique. I love Candace Owens. I really wish, that element wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? If you could be with him, but don't change gods on us. You know what I'm saying? Or don't believe the hype. You know what I mean? Jesus ain't white. You know what I mean? I don't know how your husband feels during these conversations. And I don't know. He might be empathetic with us. I don't know. And I don't really care. It's just that if it's leaking out of your bedroom a certain way, I don't like that. I could date a white woman, but she gonna know that she gonna know who my God is and where I stand, and I ain't gonna downplay no black man or black woman to appease her. I already have that experience. Amber will tell you, she knows. You know what I mean? I ain't finna do that, and I'm not gonna do that. You know what I mean? And if that's a problem, then we can't be unified under no falsehood. It's gonna be under the truth. I ain't gonna be down talking no black woman to get with no white woman, or I ain't finna do all that. Come on.
Now, one thing, Elder Lawyer, that because like I said, he speak abstract.
He does.
He mentioned the fact that one other person who really doesn't allow. Hold on, let me go here.
I did not plan on doing this.
Right here. Yeah, Lawyer. He also mentioned another person who couldn't be controlled was Kobe Bryant.
Yup.
Now, I really would like to know, where was Kobe on his way to the day that he was taken down?
You know what's funny? It ain't funny, but it's so sad, and this is why anger, sometimes righteous indignation is important, because it'll shake you out of fear for your life and being free from fear. And I admire Kanye West. I admire Candace Owens. These people are very brave people, very bold. I have to commend them. At the same time, I may critique them, but I commend them as well. Just as harshly as I critique that move that they did, I gotta just as even more so commend them for being very valiant, very courageous in this time, in that space that they're in, because that's very dangerous. They can easily get themselves wiped out, but some indignation got to come somewhere. It'll make your fear evaporate or extinguish the fiery threats of fear and all that. You be like, man, I'm mad now with righteous indignation. You know what I'm saying? What's sad is Kobe Bryant, they had a cartoon of him years ago crashing in a helicopter, and then made a joke out of it, and him holding on to the trophies as if he don't relinquish the ball, or he gonna hoard it all to himself and stuff like that. Then to actually kill him, then to actually have him go down in a helicopter, playing God, planning to take this man's life. And not only that, Gigi went with him. Man, just think about that makes my blood boil. I gotta stop thinking about that. Let me leave that alone. The reason why I say that because recently I had like a little thing with the blood pressure, but let me leave that alone. Let me leave that alone. Come on.
But all in all, they did say that Kobe, Elder Lawyer, was working on a project that was going to, for all sports in the United States and will expand abroad. It was for athletes' financial literacy, where out of college, they would come into a course that he would provide that all of the athletes would put money into, that will allow them to be able to manage their own money, because too many players was coming up broke after failed investments that they were doing with some of these accountants and others who their agents would bring in.
Would be Jewish people.
So Kobe understood that what the scam was, and he said, "Well, listen, I'll do a whole business for financial literacy for athletes, not just throughout the United States, but throughout the world, where before you come out of college, you'll understand what to do with your money, because I'm going to show you the model." He was going to use his model so that all the athletes can keep money and have some money after retirement, be it that the average athlete only played for about 4 years. So he was coming up with a plan where all athletes coming out of college, doesn't matter what you play, would understand how to handle your own money without these vultures coming in to actually take your money through bad investments and then claim, well, it went belly up, right? So I don't know exactly what was happening, but I know that Kobe he had a business that he wanted to help our people. And through that, more money would have came back into our communities. And I believe that would have gotten in front of them being able to do what they're doing with the replacements, right? And this is all alleged, but there were conversations out there that he was dealing with athlete financial literacy, all right?
Okay, I thought they was done.
That are tired of our narrative being forced down, forced to us. I don't want to say down, it's not possible.
Oh, Lord, I hope I got enough time.
But our narrative being forced to us for us to take, what happened before with the media is, they would go and get the best and the brightest to represent black people. And there's been a shift. They don't want there to be another Beyonce. They don't want there to be a Candace. They don't want there to be a Ye. They don't want there to be a Dr. King, a Farrakhan, a Martin Luther King, Michael Jordan, Nat King Cole. They don't want that. They want to say, hey, we're going to take this
Cardi B
person that was a drug addict, and we're going to replace him. We're going to replace Martin Luther King with a drug addict. We're going to replace my dad, who was a Black Panther, with the Disney version of Black Panthers. And the fact that
my goodness.
Virgil passed. No, I don't mean Virgil. I mean George passed. I don't mean George.
And it's deep that he's saying this, because look at music now.
Lil Baby and
instead of Whitney Houston in her prime, they've given you they've given the world Sexy Red.
I knew he was gonna say
everything
Sexy
he's
Red.
saying.
Facts.
You know what I mean? It's showing forth right now. When it's
facts, they're giving you Sexy Red. Well, let me stop right there on Sexy Red. At first, when I saw Drake, this was just a picture. When she first was coming out or whatever, I saw a picture of Drake sitting next to this girl, and they was calling her Sexy Red. She was just getting popping. I was like, what's the big deal? Like, this chick ain't all that. Like, I really literally thought till I really got like Nephew Tommy told the husband as he was playing this gynecologist, I had to get one more. Till I got one more good look at her. You know what I'm saying? I had got one good look at her. You know what I'm saying? And then I looked again, and I said, yeah, let me get one more good look at her. I really looked at Sexy Red. I really looked at her. I was like, oh my God. To me, I don't care what anybody else say. To me, I was like, she finer than a mug. She does have an appeal, sex appeal. She is very graphic and vulgar, of course. But it's all a gimmick, but it might be partially true. But they but I was like, damn, she's pretty to me. I think she's attractive. But at the same time, I don't allow the appearance to be the interference for me seeing the truth. Shout out to Sin for the P. Rest in peace. I don't allow the appearance to be the interference for me seeing the truth of what their agenda is, utilizing her unwittingly, paying her millions of dollars to give this image, much like my cousin Party dated Megan Thee Stallion, trying to wife her down, but look what she on. God protected my little cousin Party and had her betray him and to my she ain't sleep with Tory Lanez and all that whole thing that my cousin was catching a grenade for her for, you know what I mean, for that type of girl. Megan is pretty too, beautiful too, nice thick booty shape, and this is who they're replacing you with. They're replacing the Mariah Careys, the Whitney Houstons, the Phyllis Hymans, the Anita Bakers. Baby, come to me, Regina Bells, and they putting these people up, the Nicki Minaj's, the Cardi B's, and now they getting ready to get replaced. Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and Sexy Reds with. Now you got Saucy Santanas out there. Y'all getting ready to get replaced soon. They getting ready to give us a Saucy Santana, Lil Nas X, Sexy Fred, Ricky Minaj, Kevin the Stallion, Charlie B, Troy LaRae, you know what I'm saying? Bro-rilla, you know what I'm saying? Bro Millie, you know what I mean? Watto, instead of Lotto, Watto. They getting ready, Rollo, you know what I'm saying? They getting ready to replace them with them. And for the comedians like Cat Williams brought out, they replace you all in a row. You know what I'm saying? From the Eddie Murphy and all these attractive people and actors making them movie stars. Kevin Hart, Gerard Carmichael's, the other dude he mentioned, Hannibal Buress, all the one after one. While they get Brad Pitt, Ryan Gosling, Ryan Reynolds, and all. Yeah, that's what they're doing. But they're dumbing down that Jay-Z talking about. In order to give back what she ain't gave a dime back to the people that helped him get there. If he did, let me know. I need to know. That dumb down is real. They giving you the baby. They giving you Lil Baby. Not disrespect to them, but I'm just keeping it real. There ain't no more Kanye Wests and you know what I mean? Ain't no more Malcolm X, which he failed to mention, and Martin Luther King. No, they ain't doing that. Who's behind it? The Junior Mafia. Come on.
Many folks, there's some gifted people amongst us, but they're not looking for those.
No.
They're looking for people who can be easily controlled.
Yep.
And can soil the image of the children of Israel during the time of the awakening.
Facts.
I mean, Chad passed. Now you can't talk about
fair use.
Black Panther, or you can't point out that Black Panther is actually being used to erase my father's legacy.
The reason why he said Beyonce, it's not that Beyonce is perfect, and I have a problem with the beehive ideology, okay?
Amen to
but
that.
What he's saying is, he's talking about multi-talented people who have a voice, okay? And through that voice, power. They don't want anyone with that type of, I would say, influence that they cannot totally control. So from that angle is what he's talking about. He's not saying these people are perfect, but they would rather have totally controlled puppets.
Yep.
And the less talented and the less appreciative people will be not having talent, right? So they'd rather have people on drugs without much talent who would appreciate a platform like Sexy Red and others, because they wouldn't have anything otherwise. They would rather have controlled people without talent, is what he's saying. Okay, right. Because at any time, I would say the intellect and the drive that it takes to become successful in that business, you'll begin to use it in other areas after your music career begin to die down. That drive doesn't change. You will redirect it other places. And what they fear is that people who made it from the bottom and became successful would now direct those same talents politically against the machine.
Man.
So they need dumb people.
Like Megan Thee Stallion twerking for Kamala Harris. Y'all need to see that. That's absolutely crazy. Twerking for abortion. You know what she really doing? This is my problem with Candace. Now, this was she, even though Candace wouldn't do this, you know what I mean? But it seems like something's going on. But Megan Thee Stallion out there twerking for Margaret Sanger. Can you imagine that? She's actually twerking for Margaret Sanger. Did you hear me? Megan Thee Stallion is twerking for Margaret Sanger. Jesus Christ, man. Lord forgive me. Come on.
They need dumb people. They don't need anyone with a drive who can become successful from nothing, because once you no longer have a career, you'll aim that particular initiative against them. Your mind to be able to succeed. And as you get older, you become more conservative, and they fear that you'll begin to think about helping your people. In a nutshell, really, that's what they fear. Okay?
I agree with that.
And what he fought for as the actual Black Panthers. And also, if you go to this one, I think it's called Maleficent, this other Disney film. If you look up Moors, there's a black guy with wings on next to Maleficent. But that's not who the Moors were to us. And it's so funny. The first thing I said when I wore the White Lives Matter t-shirt and we were in Paris, I said, you can't un-Google this. But they took the interview down. So they're in the process of slowly un-Googling me. They're in the process, mark my words, they're in the process of un-Googling me. And
fair use.
It's a balance. There's like an argument that's happening inside of the Jewish media right now. Like, do we give them the platform? Do we not give them the platform?
Because not giving you the platform is almost proving your point.
Yeah.
Right? So if you have a Jewish executive who makes a decision that you're not allowed to be on the platform, then you go, okay, well, you put my point, right? Whereas if you had...
That's why we're in your house right now. Because they wouldn't let us talk on Daily Wire, specifically for me having the claim, the possibility that the darker Jew known as blacks that came from Africa could possibly be Israelites, that could possibly be Jew.
And I was just to be super open, I was confused by...
Hold up. I'm going to have to go back on that.
You know what's funny? I'm letting him go back on that, but come on, man. It's like her introduction. This is where it makes me suspect with her. It makes me suspicious of her. Is when he introduces her to that information. Oh! Her mouth begins to open, and it's at the wrong time. That is the point where you need to be swift to hear and slow to speak and become a sponge and soak that up and let that marinate for a minute. Because although he's giving you the information in part, he is not delivering that to you like I would, with the full comprehension. and to allow it to settle in you, in your stomach. You know what I mean? It might go in your mouth sweet, but allow it to get bitter in your stomach and let it sit there. Let that bitter reality sit there before you speak. I want you to understand what I just said. And here's why I said it. Since you believe in the Bible, and then I will go to the scriptures. This is what they fear. And he's right. This is what they fear from talking. But with the limited information, the limited of articulation he gave her, she was too quick to speak. Just chill, baby girl. You might not say what you're saying about Sonya Massey and, our people if you fully understood this. But you may be coming onto that. But I just don't understand that withdrawal of what you said. I understand it to a degree, but don't take it too far to say that wasn't that's not racially motivated when it could potentially be racially motivated, and black people know it's racially motivated. We don't have no clue about it. We're not clueless about that. We know that. But at the same time, she's thinking that all of us are not aware of the agenda of them utilizing things like this to incite us and trigger us emotionally to go out and act out of our emotion and not be like Andre Taylor, Gorgeous Dre, and his sister, Davida Briscoe, when they lost Shay Taylor and when Davida lost her son, Donald, to gun violence. Nah, all of us ain't going to react out of our emotions, but we're going to more so intellectually respond. Come on.
Africa could possibly be Israelites. It could possibly be Jew.
And I was just to be super open, I was confused by.
Hold up. I'm going to have to go back on that.
This is
Because
good.
he's emphasized Israelites all through this particular personal conversation that was put in the vault by Candace Owens. Candace Owens couldn't interview him because the Daily Wire in 22 said, you can't do it.
Yep.
So, but she just said one night, come over and we'll just talk, and held it up until this our current time. And all through this, elder lawyer, he's stating he got the greatest blowback when he started saying that he was an Israelite or a Jew.
Facts.
That's when he started getting all the pushback. Why?
Same with Kendrick Lamar. Back when he dropped that song Yah. That song Yah of that damn album is fire. He said, I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no more. We know that's just a color. That ain't facts no more. And the white dude that was doing the reaction to his song Yah or his album, whatever, with the glasses, talking about, he's a part of this cult, Hebrew Israelite cult, and he went off when he started talking about that. And then I heard who was that? GMS out of Phoenix. During the Occupy Phoenix, one of my favorite videos of all time, when they was my man out there was yelling at them, and he said, don't you know that they are blackballed from all media sites to talk about and ban them about what they talking about, us being Israelites, that we are blackballed from and blacklisted, so we cannot talk about this on a major media platform or media stage. That was back then, and that was in the early 2000, 2000. Who was that? Occupy Wall Street, about 2011, 12, something like that. All way back then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so come on.
All through this, he said that everything was fine until he started saying he was an Israelite. Now, if this is what he's saying, elder lawyer, with the cameras off, right? You know, I get my mind to thinking. What was him and Jay-Z talking about? What was him and other artists speaking about? Drink champs. We only seen, elder lawyer, what they allowed us to see when when the cameras were rolling? What were they talking about when the cameras were off? See, and that's what the powers that be are concerned about.
Yep.
That's what they're concerned about. Let me tell you, Candace started looking into this Israelite thing, beyond any shadow of a doubt. And that's what's driving her right now.
Facts. I agree with that.
And I believe she's intelligent enough to say, I believe in Christ and I'm Catholic. I believe she's moving, but still learning. Okay?
She didn't say
We're
that.
going to reach out to Candace, but let's
The
keep going.
platform is almost proving your point.
Yeah.
Right? So if you have a Jewish executive who makes a decision,
That's
that you're
not what it is,
allowed
Candace.
to be on the platform, then you go, okay, well, you put my point, right? Whereas
That's
if
what
you had
happened. That's why we're in your house right now. Because they wouldn't let us talk on Daily Wire, specifically for me having the claim, the possibility that the darker Jew known as blacks that came from Africa could possibly be Israelites, that could possibly be Jew.
And I was just to be super open, I was confused by it because I'm like, well, are we saying that there's no such thing as black Israelis? They live in Israel. So I don't know. Maybe Kanye descends from it. Maybe I descend from it. Who knows, right? So I don't know why I'm making that claim. Like, if you got up here right now and you were like, I'm a white male, why would you need to be deplatformed for that? Like, why would that be such a thing that you couldn't say? That I'd be like, oh my God, now I'm saying you're a white male. Like, we cannot have you on the show.
And maybe people, if people could be transgender, why couldn't people be?
Right. That's what I mean. Like, what's the big deal? Let's pretend like.
Elder, you see him?
Mm-hmm.
If a man can identify as a woman, and that's promoted by mainstream media, a woman can identify as a man. What's the problem with black people identifying as Israelites?
Facts.
Right.
And guess what? They have yet to answer that question because it's showing the hypocrisy that's out there. You know why? Because it's really undoing the conspiracy. Because if you know you're Israelites and you link to the curse, you begin to understand and go into the Bible concerning the enemies who have always fought against the children of Israel. That's what they fear. Hence the reason I started this broadcast off, Psalms 83. Because for years, Elder Lloyd, we understood there was a hidden hand systematically attacking.
Here we go. Hold on.
Identify exactly why.
I don't know. I'm really hanging on to see if that was the final thing with Candace Owens and Kanye West. Because he's gonna. It's almost like I know this guy but don't know him. But my discernment is so sharp sometimes. It seems like we're going to lead right up. As soon as he mentions Psalms 83, he's going to say Amalek, he's going to say Esau. And no matter me knowing that he might potentially say it, and it's a like 97% chance it's going to rain when he says that, it's still going to rain within my stomach. I'm going to still be upset. Like, he gets on my nerves with that Esau is the white man thing when everybody else in that so-called conspiracy in Psalms 83 were dark-skinned people, except Esau, and Amalek. Like, it doesn't make any sense. That was in what they call Middle East or North East Africa. Like, come on, white people weren't even there, man. He's gonna bother me. I'm just bracing myself, and hopefully that was the end of the Candace Owens and Kanye West segment. So I ain't gotta hear this guy say Esau 20,000 times to program you into thinking Esau is the white man. Come on.
It was happening, and who was doing it? Right?
Oh, God.
But now we've come to the knowledge of the truth. We can avoid some of this because now we can identify those who systematically are in place to keep us down. That's what they fear. And see, you can't control someone with the truth. Right? So, hey, I give it to them, though. What better way to get close to Judah and watch and control what happens with Judah? What better way to
hold on
than converting into Judaism. What better way? You can't get no closer to Judah than that. Right? But I digress.
Is it over?
Fair use.
Nope. Dang. Come on.
You're completely making up. Why can't you just say that? Like, why is that information, like you thinking that, so crazy that it can't be said?
If people can be transgender, why couldn't they be trans race? You can define who you are.
Rachel Dolezal was trans race. She got her OnlyFans. She's not deplatformed. She didn't get her Twitter.
And
she need to be quiet.
Another thing. Before I'm going to end this real soon and open the calls.
Amen to that.
Mm-hmm. I wonder why Candace Owens gets so much negative thrown at her from amongst our people.
Whoa!
I'm trying to figure this out.
He trying to figure that out. Man. Lord Jesus. He's trying, evidently he don't watch her. He can't watch her. First of all, this woman said black Israeli and transracial. That means it's not definitive of the stance of this Israelite thing between us and them. Kanye West is not armed with enough information to deliver her that straight with no chaser. Straight up and down like 6 o'clock. That's number one, because she wouldn't even say black Israelis. He said Israelites. So, but then, we have hamburger helper haircut, bubble eye, blackfish for car, talking about he don't know why she gets all this hatred from black people. Have you been listening what she been saying lately? You heard what she said about Sonya Massey? And the number one reason is that we suspicious of her saying the things she said. Why? It's because she's married to a white man. That's where that comes from. You know what I'm saying? For those, but for those of ignorance, you know what I mean? Oh, she's just a Trump supporter, but that ain't it. It's the fact that she's married to a white man. She's saying outlandish stuff, you know what I mean, at some times. Like racism don't exist. And the fact that this dude shot Sonya Massey in the face and it wasn't racially motivated. You don't know that? Like, come on, man. Come on.
Right? Like, for instance, and maybe someone can answer that also.
I wish I'd have called in.
People like to point out all negative when it comes to her. Right? What they will excuse with someone else, they don't like her because of it. Like, for instance, she makes logical points that cannot really be refuted.
Oh, my God.
And she makes logical sense. And she truly cares for our people. But no one sees the fact she's pointing out what's making her as a black woman, it's soiling her image publicly, and she's fighting against it.
This dude want to interview her. Because you can't omit things just to get an interview with the girl. I mean, I know she's influential, she's pretty and all that, but come on, man, knock it off. Come on.
Right? But then they'll come and say, well, hold up, she's married to a white guy.
Of course, you know that. Hold on. See, you know that. So you know, talking about you can't figure out why. Come on.
Her image publicly, and she's fighting against it. Right? But then they'll come and say, well, hold up, she's married to a white guy. Well, hold up now.
If he says Esther was married to a Persian man, I don't know if I'm going to throw this phone at him or something like that. I don't know, man. She still got some more convincing to do, because some of the stuff she be saying sounds like it comes from her bedroom. I'm on one accord with her going against the Democrats and the Democrats and the Bloodikins. I'm on one accord with her going against the liberated individual liberals, the satanic liberal agenda. I'm on one accord with her with that. But when you go as far as wearing the White Lives Matter T-shirt and then saying these things are not racially motivated and going as far as racism don't exist and all, come on, man, you don't have to go that far. Her or Kanye West didn't have to go that far to do that, to express that. She just put on the shirt because subconsciously that's where she wanted to do that. Kanye West on Drink Champs told us why he did that, because we didn't stand up for him when it comes to his children and the Kardashians. Nobody tell you to marry that girl, even though we commend you for what you're doing. But let's keep it real. That was almost like a personalized agenda, man. Got us rallying for you. And you know what I mean? When that went down. Like, what happened when you... Man, anyway. But I commend them. Don't get me wrong. I love both of them, and I really love Candace, but I'm just saying, like, it seems like that's creeping out from her bedroom, man. We don't like that. Come on.
No one is saying anything about Serena.
What?
In fact, she's pointing out what's making her as a black woman's, it's soiling her image.
Who ain't saying nothing about Serena? First of all, Serena, all right. If Serena was opening her mouth talking about black people every day, we gonna go upside her head. We definitely gonna do that. But Serena's quiet. She ain't out here speaking on black people every 5 minutes. She been converted and crossed over River Jordan into Europa or Europe. Yeah, she been did that. He got his hands on that well that's behind her. I heard Johanna talking about her being with that white man. And he's an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't out here talking every day. Come on.
Publicly, and she's fighting against it. Right? But then they'll come and say, well, hold up. She's married to a white guy. Well, hold up now. No one is saying anything about Serena being married to a white guy. Why is it that it's okay for Serena to be married to a white guy, but not Candace?
Nobody said it's okay.
I'm for what the Bible says. People should be with their own nation. Okay?
Okay, come on.
That's the way it should be according to the Bible. But I'm not in control of someone's house. But all in all, why is it that it's a double standard where Serena Williams is celebrated, and that's fine. She got a husband, whatever the case is. But yet, they'll when Candace logical points are coming up, they'll automatically point to she's married to a white man. What is this?
That's for the regular. No. That's for the regulars. Don't run that. You must not be aware of what she just said recently about Sonya Massey, because I don't think he's going to point out anything that one of these logical points that she says, or one of those illogical points that she points out that pisses black people off. He ain't gonna point that out. He want to interview her. Come on.
This thing where they don't like Candace Owens.
I knew he was going to take the S off it eventually. He always does it.
I think some of it comes from, and this is just dealing from the point of view of the everyday average person who would see some of her talking points. For example, she may say, like, if a shooting or something happens where the police...
Come on, elder lawyer. You finally coming out from under just that rock of being a highly decorated reader. I'm glad you stepped out and said this, because this man should know this. He might not know it, but he should know it. Don't be speaking you don't know everything. Come on, elder lawyer. Come on. Let's see if you still got some the testicular fortitude to say this to your master, your master teacher, elder Rawchaashyar of the Gathering of Christ Church. Come on.
Person who would see some of...
From your opinion, lawyer.
Make me proud, elder lawyer.
From what I understand, I think some of it comes from, and this is just dealing from the point of view of the everyday average person who would see some of her talking points. For example, she may say, like, if a shooting or something happens where the police do something to, let's say, an unarmed black man or unarmed black woman, she would say that, well, the police were justified in the way that they approach the situation. So things like that, the way she deals politically or the talking points she may have socially in regards to defending police and so on and so forth, people may take issue with that. And, you know, automatically the standpoint is that she must be, you know, there's various terms that people use. I'm not going to use any of the terms on this broadcast, but you know the terms that are used when it looks like a person is kind of taking the side of the oppressor over the oppressed.
Okay. So politically, they think that she's siding with the right, with her being Republican. And she's not going with the Democrat line when it comes to crime and all that. She don't take the mainstream narrative when it comes to the shooting. She look into it and say, well, there's another side to why the cop was there, and they feel that that is overshadowing the injustices that are done through police.
Right.
Okay, that's understandably so, but I'll tell you what. Like, are we intelligent enough to take what someone's saying that's truth and discard what's not?
Now, I gotta give blah blah black. Let me stop. I'm kind of giving him credit for that. But look, did you hear what your student just said, man? I know you acknowledge it in part, but I mean, we're going to take issue with her taking sides and making it justifiable when white police officers are shooting black women in the face and saying they're going to shoot them in the effing face before they do it. And she calling it correspondence and a mistake. And cops are people too. We're going to take issue with that. And yes, there are people out here like myself that is able to distinguish from the two and still give you the unadulterated, hardcore truth of, yeah, we take issue with that, Candace. We're not going for that. That sound like that talking point is pillow talking point from your bedroom. That sound like bed wenching, and we ain't going for that. No matter how much layer of truth you put on top of that cake of indifference that you got coming from your bedroom. Yeah, it's sweet with the logical that we can eat that and throw away that. But the meat of it, where is that coming from? Is it that meat he's piping between you at night? No, we're not going for that. And here this dude heard what his student just said and saying, do we have the intellect to divide the truth and discard it? Yeah, we do. Of course we do. Not all of us, but some. There are people. I'm talking about for the people out here that's able to distinguish what's really going on and discern what's going on. Come on.
Right. Exactly.
And you understand? Or should we throw it all out because we're not where she is politically on certain points?
Oh God.
Should we ignore it altogether because of one thing?
Jesus Christ.
And why do they expect that only that view of discarding others? Why do they expect that solely strictly from black people? When other people, you don't see Jewish people throwing out their people through one point.
Man, did you hear this dude, man? See, that's what I mean. His student just said that she says it's justifiable. How you get around that? How you just threw that out as if she did not say that. Like, there's something wrong. This is my problem with him. This is one of my problems with him, man. He just can't be corrected, man. You just gotta go with what your first intention was. You didn't hear that? Yeah, that's understandable, but can we just... No, you don't just gloss over that. Man, I always have a problem with this dude, man. He just makes it... He compounds the problem with this, what's he doing, this rhetoric, man. Just absorb what your student, elder lawyer... what he just said to you, that her talking points is justifying police officers shooting black women in the face, bro. Shooting that black woman in the face. You obviously don't know about that, or you what are you, thirsty to do an interview with her? Like, what's going on, man? Knock that off. I understand what you're saying, but man, about us throwing that away, and Jewish people don't. No, that Jewish people ain't saying that was cool for them to blow. Man, shoot one of the Jewish woman in the face. A black cop shooting a Jewish woman in the face. It ain't the same, bro. Damn, he gets on my nerves, man. Come on.
Right? You got to be objective. Okay, I disagree with this, but yeah, they did. You do make sense here.
I agree with that.
We really have to become more objective.
I agree with that, but at the same time, don't gloss over that. She said she's out there making it justifiable, bro. Don't gloss over that. Either you can't know, you must not know. So let me calm down.
Without throwing people out altogether and give people an opportunity, because none of us, when it comes to our own opinion, politically or whatever the case is 100%.
She's 100% wrong for saying that's justifiable, bro. I don't care where you coming from, what blend you got. You can't blend in oil and vinegar. You can't blend in oil and water. That's 100% wrong. Like, come on, man. We're not doing that, man. That's what, let me calm down.
What's right? So what's 100% is the word of God. And all in all, when it comes to it, is you never throw her out, because what she brings to the table is way more important than one instance you may disagree with her politically. And
he's still going to talk about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's another thing. He long-winded. This man said she made it justifiable, bro. Let me leave him alone. I'm just hurry up, see if they going back to Kanye West. If not, I'm gone. I'm out of here. Hold on.
I see people would even go through the lengths and try to thread this particular needle. They would try to claim, they would go to this scripture here for Candace Owens.
Oh my God. Watch this.
Deuteronomy 7:3.
Listen to him.
Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor shalt thou take unto thy son.
I ain't ready for this. I don't know if I can do it with this dude here, man. This is what I mean, man. From all the way from James White to now, I've been wanting to go at him. He provokes me. You know what I mean? Like, this is provoking to me. He's going into Deuteronomy where God told us not to marry in the marriages with them. Come on, watch this.
They will turn away thy son from following me.
Exactly. So if you're talking about it's justifiable for you to shoot down one of the children of Israel being from another nation, what God are you serving? You can't be serving the God of the Hebrews. You must believe Jesus is white. You must believe Jesus looked like your husband or the same complexion. That's not the same God of the Bible. But him trying to be right, I can't, bro. I can't.
Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor shalt thou take unto thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. They'll use this for Candace Owens. When you go to the first verse, they'll go straight to 7:3. And see, they'll do that for the ignorant.
Oh, my
because those
God.
who read the Bible know that this has nothing to do with Candace Owens' relationship.
Oh, my God. I can't do this, man. Let me let him finish. This dude is something else. Come on.
7:1 reads, when the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. So these are the nations right here that the Most High was talking about.
Wow. Did y'all see what he did, man? Unbelievable, man. This is what I mean. That James White thing where he lost his battle and James White smoked his boots and how he refused to be wrong and all that. Look what this dude, this bubble-eyed blackfish nigga just did right here, bro. I didn't even want to call him that. Let me retract that. Let me not say that. Look at what this brother here did, man. This is what gets on my nerves with him, man. Because since the Bible in Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 1 pointed out the specific nations that God said not to intermarry with, which were nothing but African people who were serving, who the white man followed the gods of these people to this day. Why do you think the Egyptian pyramid is on the back of the American dollar, man? He trying to say that her being married to Esau, I know where he going. This is how far this doctrine goes, man. This dude is crazy, bro. He getting on my nerves, man. I knew I wasn't ready for him, man. Since the Most High pointed out these African nations who were mightier than us to take over the land of Canaan, these are the specific nations he told us to stay away from, as if that don't apply to all of the rest of them that serve other gods. He knows white people are pagans by nature. What's wrong with him, man? This dude is something else, bro. Come on.
So they're disingenuous.
Wait.
Because those
he calling the people, the Israelite community that will point this out when it comes to Candace Owens, disingenuous, bro. This dude is he's not what's up. He's not what's up. The appearance evidently is running the interference. He must really want to get with Candace Owens. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that. Let me not put that on him. But something's up. You must really want to talk to this girl, man. You trying to indemnify her from this scripture because he's most high talking about specific African nations. When Esau was marrying Ishmaelite and an African woman. African woman. That wasn't all it is. You know what I mean? Amorites, Jebusites, Girgashites, and Perizzites, and this dude is something else, man. Come on.
Who read the Bible know that this has nothing to do with Candace Owens' relationship.
He said this has nothing to do with Candace Owens' relationship, perverting and twisting the scripture, bro. As if that don't mean who was they married to when who was that prophet that came through? Nehemiah and them came through there, smacking them upside the head, and they had the divorce. Who was they married to? Was they married to the Perizzites and other? Who was they doing it to, man? Like what? Yo, come on, man. Come on.
7:1 reads,
This
when
dude.
the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou.
So only 7 nations the Most High was talking about. Yo, this dude is something else, bro. He's something else, man. Come on.
So these are the nations right here that the Most High was talking about. So they're disingenuous in using this scripture to say that this is the scripture that Candace Owens is breaking. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, bro? Oh, and you know what's funny? This is why you can't join up with these cults and stuff like that. Elder Lawyer ain't gonna say nothing to him about that. Elder Lawyer knows better. He knows better. He knows better. He not gonna say nothing to him about that. This dude is something else, bro. He getting on my nerves, man. And I ain't even planned for this. What's wrong with this dude, man? What's wrong with him? Call anybody that think like this disingenuous. He's being disingenuous. He knows. How he don't know that? How he don't know? What's wrong with this dude, man? What's wrong with him, bro? He ain't gonna come off the Esau as the white man. He ain't gonna come off the fact that this is what problems I got with him. Esau is the white man. Yeshaya is Christ's name. That's false. Ahiah is God's name. That's false. Yahweh is the devil. That's false. The Holy Spirit is a female. That's false. And a plethora of other stuff that he's false about. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. This dude is... I can't with this guy. Come on.
And not that... listen, every nation is supposed to be their own nation.
Why'd you just say...
But if you're going to use scriptures that doesn't apply, where does it stop?
This dude is... every nation should be with their own nation. Did you see how the contradiction he just said? But if this is scriptures you're going to use that don't apply, when does it stop? When do you stop, bro? You need to, man, this brother's something else, man. Another false doctrine. Hispanic, Native American descent are part of a Negro descent. Only Negro descent only are the children of Israel, brother. They're the only ones that's Israelites. Now, if a Hispanic is of Negro descent, they're potentially a part of the children of Israel. If Native American is of Negro descent, then yes, you could be a Israelite, brother. That's another one. Listen what this dude just did, man. Thirsty for an interview or something with this girl, Candace Owens. And I knew he was going to drop the S off her name soon because he loved mispronouncing things. Come on.
And now how can we claim that Christians and other people only using scriptures out of context to make a point?
Oh, my God.
Okay. I just wanted to put that out there.
Oh, you always put...
I think we do have to be more objective in the way that we analyze anyone.
I was trying to leave.
That should be, the scriptures tell us, to be objective. But the reality with that is that people only afford objectivity to people who they like. If they don't like you, if they already said it in their minds that they don't like you, automatically objectivity goes out the window.
Yeah, just like you do. Now, you hear this? This is a student now talking, elder lawyer. You're doing the same thing because you know damn well he was false for what he just did. You know doggone well he was wrong for what he just did. Are you going to be objective and correct that man and tell him, wait a minute, hold on, man. That don't just apply for those 7 nations in Deuteronomy 7th chapter in the first verse. It applies to all other nations outside of Israel. Even you can't even be with another one outside of your tribe, bro. Knock it off. He think everybody don't know or everybody's underway. Man, echo chamber. You talking about echo chamber? Look, I hope they done. Hold on. I'm ready to get off this. Hold on. Because I can't tolerate them for too long.
So I think that is part of the issue as well. People have already settled in their minds that they don't like her for whatever reason they don't like her.
Yeah.
Whatever reason. Look what he just did with that vanilla ice cream cake on his head. After saying what he knows what our contention with her is. Justifying police shooting us in the face and stuff like that. This dude, these dudes, man, one day I'm going to take them, especially this Ricard dude, but take him out in the yard, man. Word up. Verbally, you know what I'm saying? Scripturally. We're going to have to go to the yard because you play too much, man. Getting on my nerves, bro.
And because of that, even if she does say something that you can say, okay, that makes sense, that's true, they will throw that out the window because they don't like her.
I don't do that. And there's many others like me. I don't do that. You've heard throughout this whole thing that I'm talking about, this whole recording. I don't do that. But that's what you doing. You know Ricard is wrong for talking about only 7 nations. You know he wrong for that. Man, this is crazy. Are Ethiopians written under there? Let me ask you, elder lawyer, was Ethiopian part of the Egyptian part of those 7 nations that the Most High mentioned? No. So why did Miriam speak out against Moses for marrying an Egyptian woman or Midianite woman, Zipporah? Was the Midianite woman mentioned in those 7 nations? No. Though she was out of pocket because he had a direct communication with the Most High. Out of pocket. He was dealing with the Most High himself. The angel of the Lord that came down, sent from the Most High himself, giving him one-on-ones. So she was out of pocket. Well, why you think she said that from the beginning, bro? She wasn't Perizzite or Amorite and Canaan. Man, y'all niggas, yo, man, come on.
And guess what? And that's fine. But if you have your personal opinion on what you don't like, okay. Don't try to bring God into it to try to justify your negative view on somebody. Okay?
This is how far they took this. Yo, man. Yo. This is how far he took this. This is what gets on my nerves about. I be wanting to smack him, bro. I do. I be wanting to smack him, man. Like, what's wrong with you, bro? Stop. Bro, man, he's false. Straight up and down. Like, come on, man. Don't be trying to bring God into this. What? Yo, let me hear him say that again. Look how far he takes it.
But if you have your personal opinion on what you don't like, okay. Don't try to bring God into it to try to justify your negative view on somebody.
Unbelievable.
Okay? Right. That's confirmation bias. And now you're going to use God to say, and God feel this way too. No.
He said no. Man. One day. You keep playing, man. Keep playing. You keep playing around, bro. Keep it up. Keep playing, man. You keep playing around. Watch your mouth, man, little bro. Be quiet, bro. Stop playing. Everybody, you quit playing, man. Quit playing with me, man. Straight up and down, man.
No. You have your right to dislike something. If you don't have to. Everyone, doesn't agree with everyone else. Everyone doesn't like everyone else. That's fine. But I believe it's wrong because I see so many people trying to use scriptures out of context.
Oh,
don't try to bring.
He said, see, I was hoping that they stopped to spare themselves this foolish. He's foolish. This dude is off the chain, man, with this, man. He can't leave it alone. There's something going on, man. This dude is something else.
Doesn't agree with everyone else. Everyone doesn't like everyone else. That's fine. But I believe it's wrong because I see so many people trying to use scriptures out of context. Don't try to bring God to try to back up your particular vitriol you have against a person. And the same thing we say about, even though we point out the synagogue of Satan, the injustice of the world, we're not going to use scriptures out of context and now butcher the scriptures based on our personal feelings.
He's trying to say that, yo, man, that they're butchering the scriptures because God told us to stay away from those nations in Deuteronomy 7. And yo, this dude is something else, man. You got to get... He just totally went to the first verse and omitted the 6th and 7th verse where it talks about why you shouldn't be with other nations or these 7 other nations that he talking about exclusively for them. When he knows that Miriam spoke out to Moses about being with that Midianite or that Egyptian girl. He knows that Isaac didn't want Esau marrying or dying them and being with any other nation of women. Like, he knows this. He knows Nehemiah or one of them prophets that made them break up with their families and all that wasn't married to one of those 7 nations. He knows this. He is butchering the scriptures. He personalized a personal agenda of either out of his attraction for Candace Owens. I don't know what he got going on, bro, when it come to this girl saying it's okay for white cops to shoot black women in the face. There's something wrong with him, man. What's wrong with this dude, man?
When the Bible says, "Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite."
Look. Now he went even further. I really wanted to cut this off before the Kanye West, but this dude is going even further with the falsehood, man. Oh, he crossed the line. He did the Tazari out. This dude crossed the line, man. I'm tired of him. I got to get him. That is it. I declare war. That's what we gonna play, man. He plays. That was it. That was it, man. I don't know what spirit is governed. He's governed by or bound by. Is it lust? What do you want? Hey, Candace Owens or something? What's wrong with you? What's going on with you? Abhor not an Edomite. I knew he was going to circle the block and mention Esau. Somehow, some way. I knew he was going to do it, man. So now she's married to Esau. Like I said earlier, he actually spent the. I'm not shocked. But I told you the pain always come when it rains. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude gets under my skin with this. Abhor not an Edomite. So you can marry Edomites now, since they're not one of the 7 nations listed. It's Deuteronomy 7:1. This dude is slick. You got to watch him.
And now I'm butchering the scriptures based on our personal.
Oh, I want to smack him so bad.
When the Bible says, "Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite,"
look at him.
Because he's your brother.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but God hated Esau. Okay, but
look,
you're not God.
You're not.
The Most High.
You're not God. This dude is something else.
Said you are not to abhor an Edomite. Now what? Oh man, you just want to love white people. See, that's what they do, folks.
Look. He went this far with it, man. He went this far with it, man. I didn't know he was going to do this, but I knew he was going to do this. He does it all the time. This dude is false, bro. He's making me want to even change the whole title of this thing. He's a false teacher. Come on.
Because the Bible can't confirm, they ad hominem attacks and all of that, because we won't allow
ad hominem
context. Feel the way you want to feel, but leave God out of it. Don't try to use scripture to justify your Bible.
This man talks too much. That's his problem. He talks himself into an even deeper hole. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Close your mouth, man. Quit talking so much. You talk too much. You never shut up. I said you talk too much. Homeboy, you never shut up. Shut up, man. Like Tinto said earlier about her son I was watching. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, man. Shut your mouth, man. Shut up, man. Shut up.
Biases against anybody. There's enough truth in this Bible to condemn the evil regardless of color.
Oh, God.
I can point out all the evil amongst all nations.
Look how much he's riding for Candace Owens. What do you want to sleep with her, man? What is wrong with you, bro? What are you doing? He got diarrhea at the mouth, as usual. Shut up. Close this out, man. Hurry up.
And guess what? It goes and
look at him
both ways. That's what the Bible does. Okay, so this I'm using this as an example. You can feel a certain type of way, and sometimes I'm using Candace Owens as an example.
Oh God!
You might be right in your views, right? But what if the sister repent? What if the Most High is taking her through something that's going to help our people? If he could change Moses, he was prince over Egypt, a rival at one time. If he can change Paul, who was killing the church, why not not only that, if Christ can accept us after all the evil we have done against,
there's some reason why he's still on this hot button topic. Ain't nobody omitting the fact. Even I said that. Yeah, we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. We're seeing if this is indeed a road to Damascus, but something's off. But we still allowing the Most High to water this seed. We're gonna see where the finality end up. What stop did she get on? Or when is her train arriving? And you know what I mean. But yo, dude, why is he still on this? What's up with this dude, man?
The laws of God. Why can't we hold mercy in a path right back for our own people? And I'm going to tell you, and I said it earlier, lawyer, we're harder on our own people than anyone else.
Man, this dude, he talks too much, man. He really do. He just needs to be quiet, bro. He talks too much. Now he shifted gears to saying, hey, we need to extend her grace and mercy and stuff like that. And brother, that's you don't do that by butchering this, accusing people of butchering the scriptures, by butchering the scriptures. You don't do that. Who you think you talking to, dude? Like, what's wrong with you, man? It's not okay and justified for white cops to shoot black women in the face, bro. It's not a mistake or of a correspondence, bro. We're not condemning her. We're just pointing out the fact that, no, we don't like that. And we suspect that that's talking point is pillow talking points coming from her bedroom. Ain't nothing wrong with us pointing that out. And you know we ain't supposed to be with no other nation unless it's sanctioned by the Most High, like with Moses and with David. You don't know. We don't know if it's sanctioned by that, like with Esther or Hadassah. Come on, man. But what we do know, when it's not sanctioned, if they're leading you to some other god, like the god the so-called white Christians follow, that's built on racism and Cesar Borgia that you talk about every 5 minutes. This hamburger haircut dude, man, talking about ad hominems. Bro, knock it off, bro. Dang, man. Man, I'm going to have to change the title to this, man. Come on.
We give everyone else a pass.
Oh, God, man.
But there's no mercy for our own.
Oh, God.
And that's why, listen, I can listen to her objectively. I don't agree with everything she said. But right now, that young lady is on fire. And I'm talking about in a good way.
Yeah, she just said Sonya Massey, that was cops are people too. And if that was racially motivated, and basically giving a pass to the police officer for shooting that girl in the face and then not being racially motivated. She on fire, all right. Yo, this dude, please stop talking, bro.
She's on a path.
And
I can recognize that. And guess what?
Here he's still talking.
Sister Esther was married to a Persian man.
Didn't I tell you he was going to go there, man? Oh, he said he's on the path. I've been exposed to pathology that you were on. Long before you said it. Long before you said it, bro. Didn't I tell y'all he talks too much. He never shut up. Oh my God. I knew he was going to bring that up. This dude is false, man. I knew he was going to bring up Esther or Hadassah marrying the Persian. I knew he was going to do that. Because he mentioned it about Candace Owens before. I knew he was going to do that. He just took the long route to get there. But I knew where he was going. So predictable, man. Everybody, every image, everything that when you buy Hamburger Helper, you know what main ingredient is going to be. Hamburger. Even though hamburger don't come with Hamburger Helper. This Hamburger Helper haircut having dude, man, I knew he was going to do it, man. He gets on my nerves, bro. I can't stand that.
And I'm talking about in a good way. She's on a path.
You're on
I
a
can
path.
recognize that.
Look.
And guess what? When Sister Esther was married to a Persian man that saved our people in Persia at that time. Hey, if I was living back then, I would be more appreciative of the fact that the Most High put in a position to help us. Oh man, I'm not going to accept living because she's married to a Persian.
Not one time did Hadassah / Esther say that it was cool for a Persian to shoot a Hebrew or a Jew in the face. Haman may have said that, and she opposed Haman, but she never agreed with that. She never said that wasn't a racially... Look what Hadassah did, or Esther did. Look what she did. She knew that Haman, our enemy, a Edomite, a black man, who was of a different blood, not same bloodline, but different nation, a nationality, had hatred for our nationality, or what we would call modern day our race. It was racial. She never said that Haman's agenda was not racially motivated. Though she was married to a Persian. Candace Owens is doing that. What's wrong with you? Didn't you just hear your student say that she's saying is justifiable? You getting on my nerves, bro. Like, what's wrong with this dude, man? Hurry up, man. Let me hurry up.
That's idiocy.
You're idiocy.
So it's time for us to broaden our understanding, to know when the Most High is doing something beyond our understanding. Right?
Oh, I thought they were finished.
Their account taken or Instagram taken, so that's kind of the question that I had. And I also want to ask you, like, going back to your analogy, why run into the burning building, right? When the people inside of it are saying, we don't want help.
Now, that's a good question, Elder Lawyer. Kanye say, well, if he the one that have to sacrifice himself by going into the burning building for his people, then tear him down there. And she comes and asks, well, why would you go into a burning building when the people are saying, we don't want you to save us?
You know, he ain't even thinking about why she's saying that. I really thought this was over with between that long dissertation. I really just wanted this over with the Candace Owens and Kanye West, but it seems like I got to stick around for this. Oh, my God. He ain't even putting the two and two together of why she even saying what she's saying. I get it to a degree. Why run into the burning building when the people don't want to be out? Can't count that for every black person. As if we weren't indoctrinated to stay in the burning building. All right.
Very, very. That's a journalistic question.
Didn't I just tell y'all there's a difference between being a journalist and an analyst? Didn't I tell you? Watch how he break it down, though. He ain't doing it like me. You notice he said that's a he peeped that was a journalistic approach or a question. Let's see if he breaks it down to where Kanye West is playing the role of an analyst. Let's see.
Building, when the people are saying, we don't want you to save us.
I wanted to be done with this.
Very, very. That's a journalistic question there, because she know the destructive policies of the Democrats. Democrats were set up to kill and destroy our people outright. They finessed us into actually switching to the party that was hanging us. Right? So she's saying you want to go into a burning building, and the people, when you go into the building, they're going to kick you down the steps trying to save them. Right? Great question. Let's hear the answer.
Because they're so convinced that it's not a burning building, right? So you either have the Jay-Z perspective, where it's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send some firefighters to try to throw some water on it. Because your perspective is like, I'm going to run in the building, rescue as many people as I can, and I might kill myself in the process, right?
Fair use.
Why not do what Jay-Z's doing?
Why not do what Jay-Z doing? Jay-Z is keeping quiet.
I don't know, but it sounds like it confirmed my question, my statement from earlier, where she said that Jay-Z, where Jay-Z saying being smart, and it seems like she agrees with that's a smarter route. Now remember, this is 2 years ago now, so but I do know this is 2 years ago, and this is present time. And what she said in the present time, I do realize what she said about Sonya Massey is present. Yesterday, about a week ago, or whatever the incident happened, she said this about Sonya Massey. Lord Jesus. It seems as if she was on one accord with Jay-Z being smart at that time. I don't think it has progressed or grown since then. It did, to the point where the Jewish thing, her disagreement with them and their falling out, definitely progressed, because she now has kicked off the Daily Wire. But at that time, that's what she was thinking. Come on.
Jay-Z is moving silently,
dumbing them people down, robbing them.
He's trying, and I'm understandably so. He's trying to avoid one of those cases that soon will be swinging his way after they're done with Diddy, right? So why don't you move? And you know why he's not going to move like Jay-Z? Because you can do everything the elite ask you to do, and they'll come after you anyway. Ask Bill Cosby.
But let him say that.
That's why.
Let him say it. You be quiet.
It's darn if you do, darn if you don't.
It's damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Even if they stay quiet, they're going to come after you anyway, because your catalog to them is worth more than you.
True.
Right.
He still talks too much.
That body of work that you've created is going to make sure their great-great-grandchildren will never have to work again. See? They just need to find a way to get it up from under you and pay off your current family a little bit so that there's no generational wealth.
He's right about that.
That's why.
He's right about that.
That's why. So you think you're moving in silence, but guess what? They got plans for everybody that's on the left-hand side. That money in the agreement is for your life. It's not generational wealth for your children. The agreement was with you and the devil, not for your children. So that generational wealth cuts off after you.
get to the top, know how it works, and just say, well, I'll do a little charity here in Zimbabwe is what it is.
Yeah, because just enough isn't enough. Like God calls us, and I believe God's going to call them too, because they're dealing with it even in their positions. You know, they don't, like I said, they don't want another, the media doesn't want another Beyonce. They want to go and take...
They launched Trayvon, the BLM movement with Beyonce and Jay-Z. Don't forget the Trayvon Martin BLM thing.
She need to be quiet sometime.
Brooklyn, someone want to correct me, Brooklyn, Beyonce, and Jay-Z, they launched that movement.
I can't say that, I can't say that they always, you know, make the right decisions and stuff. They lost one of their best decision makers, being me. Like, I kind of, you know, went into, you know, Calabasas for a little bit and, you know, blew it up, right? You know, you got this person getting people out of jail, you know, like, you know, making billions of dollars, cultural influence, all this stuff. And, you know, God has called me to move around. Interesting, like, okay, so I'm at the BLM premiere, and the death of the BLM, the scam aspect of BLM.
So he knew that was a scam. But let's go to the end of it before I open up the calls. One moment.
Amen to that.
London is Johnny Ox. So it's that mix of those that we gotta look at all the talent on the planet and bring them into the American companies. The American companies are the super forces. And that's PayPal, McDonald's, Amazon, Google, Apple. It's like, and now, you know, what Yeezy is slated to become. Because Yeezy's got one of the two most compelling founders living. You know, the other one is Elon. So that's us. It's like Yalon to save the world. Elon or Yalon, or however you want to word. I saw that actually up to date. It's for us to, you know, come together. What's so good is like Elon actually illegally can't become president. So that means that at a certain point, like, I have to be president, you know, and to empower. It's like,
well, that's not going to happen.
Like, the current, the Biden administration. So the current Biden administration won't even talk to Elon. Won't even speak to Elon. Like, wait, what?
Because he's what? Not staying in line. And that's the thing, is like, they feel like they say that to everybody, and I get being called crazy when you're not crazy will drive you crazy, right? I was being driven crazy by the fact that every time they picked up an article, they just kept, this is what I called you, I'm like, they just keep calling him crazy. And with Elon, it's like different attacks, but it's consistently saying stuff that isn't true. And then you have everybody else, like the masses, repeating stuff that isn't true. You know what I mean? And I just don't understand why I get frustrated. It's like, how much more success can you have before they stop?
Right? Well, that shows you they won't, because my success, the success that will happen is, this is the success, having our own platform.
Amen.
It's not up to Twitter. I mean, now, it's still on Apple, currently. You know, it's still on Apple, and it's still under the satellites. So, there's a bit more freedom. We're just at a different level of the video game, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's still some mountains to climb. What I'm really big on, I want to talk about is, in our Sleepy Cast, and I'm going to go get some sleep, is, well, I touched on it before, maybe we can cut this to work together, but to bring people together, the left, let's talk about the left and right. We're one body. We have a left and right. So we're really big, like right now, the left is fighting against the right. And that's like, if I was going like this, my left hand and my right hand, we have to fight together for our species, for humanity, because the right has some great things and the left has some great things also. Like the left is really good at media, you know, so, and the left is not, they're not happy with the Biden administration either. And we have an opportunity to really win the hearts of the left also. You know, it's that I'm really big on, like when I made Stronger, Nicole Scherzinger from...
Well, at this point, Elder Lawyer, he goes into a few political views before she, you know, do a little recap and just close it out. But all in all, brothers and sisters, if you can, I'm going to put in the, for those who came in late, I'm going to put in the chat. I'm going to put in the chat the link so that you all can see it in its entirety. All right. I just pulled out a few points, but obviously a lot of things he said about the country becoming more divisive by 2024 is already here. He also says a few things about Kamala in there, right? But all in all, look at it yourself. But the fact that they did this private conversation where Israelites were being spoken all through it is surreal. It's a good time to be living, and I'll tell you, I've never thought that I would be living in a time where it would be, where being an Israelite would be on the tongue of the majority of people within the earth that has influence. That's how close we are, okay? We're no longer ashamed concerning who we are according to God. And I wanted to read this real quick, if you will. And I'm going to ask you again, Elder Lawyer, do you think that there's enough of our people that can get on code at the very end to resist what's about to happen?
All right, I'm going to end it there. Yeah, man. So he went off into something, and part of me agrees with, you know, giving grace to and mercy to Candace Owens. I didn't like the way he butchered the scriptures. I didn't like what he... See, it's just, you know, I'm used to him doing stuff like this. But let me point out something with Candace Owens. Hold on. Look, it's already at the point when she did the Christ is King and Angela Stanton. Where's that at? Yeah, it's not cool, man. This is where the critique comes from. You know what I'm saying? And we're not down with it. That don't mean we don't love our sister. That don't mean we want to totally discard our sister. But that way he butchered that, the scripture, and being married to other nationalities, only relegating it to the Deuteronomy 7 verse 1 with those 7 nations. He is out of pocket for that. He's out of pocket for that. And then went to Persia, you know, with Hadassah or Esther. Reason why I keep saying Hadassah Esther, because I named my daughter Hadassah from Esther's Hebrew name. That's why I say Hadassah and then Esther. But I want y'all, I'm going to close it out on this one. This is what black people got a problem with when it comes to Candace Owens being married to a white man. Because what kind of talking point will lead black people to this conclusion? Here is Angela Stanton King. And her take on when the Trump supporters wouldn't get back at her, or the people that were blocking the Trump, you know what I mean, to get directly to her, to at least give her a shout out as she support Trump, and how they support other people such as Candace Owens and others. You know what I mean? But watch this, y'all. So where she starts talking about Candace Owens. Oh, there it is.
Okay, everybody, come on, this one right here. Okay, everybody, come on, this one right here.
I'm going to take it to where she starts talking about Candace Owens.
Check this out.
That's because she's the main focus of this whole thing. Come on.
There should be somebody that has real influence, right? I have to happen to be somebody that's respected. Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace...
Check this out. She was, complaining about the gatekeepers that are around Trump. Because, if y'all know Angela Stanton King's position, she, in her history and background, she was an avid Trump supporter. And I supported her, you know what I'm saying? And she opened up at Auntie Angie's house because she's pro-life, you know what I'm saying? And she was, campaigning with Trump and all that for free. Now, she was doing all this, you know what I mean? And so she's reaching out to these handlers, these black handlers, these black gatekeepers,
Check this out, y'all.
Donald Trump, you know what I mean? Trying to get support for Auntie Angie's house. They go to a Chick-fil-A 2 blocks over from where her establishment is, or Angie's house, which is helping black mothers what to do, black single mothers after they have the child instead of aborting the baby. And so this is her contribution to the community. Shout out to Angela Stanton King. I respect her, I like her, and I definitely support her. Yeah, absolutely. So this is addressed to these gatekeepers that are keeping Trump from acknowledging her establishment that was 2 blocks over from where they went into that hood Chick-fil-A in the West End down there in Atlanta, Georgia, near Bankhead and all of that, you know what I mean, in the West End. I lived in Georgia on and off about 10 to 15 years, you know what I mean, and planning on going back soon, but listen to what she says about your girl, though.
Owens talking about how George Floyd and the do, right? Okay. I'm trying to do for black women and children what the Democrats are doing for the illegal immigrants crossing the border, okay? What do y'all want me to do? What do y'all want me to do? So I'm supposed to turn on a job that is providing support for a service that is needed in our community because Trump them don't want to hire me. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to go around and just campaign, oh, I love Trump, oh, I love Trump, oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserve to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because I'm lifting black people up, elevating black people, because I am saying that black women deserve support, black women and children deserve more than abortion, I'm the enemy.
Did y'all hear that?
Did y'all hear that?
Now look, this is why Diamond Waymer said this about Candace Owens. She got so-called let go or her contract expired or fired or whatever, that she's silent on what really transpired in that whole mission, and why she's liking the tweets of Crisis King as a vindictive vernacular or catchphrase to lead us into something being deemed anti-Semitic. But when she was fine. She was fine as May wine when she was able to talk about George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, like they wasn't ish, like what Angela just said. She was cool. Her platform was untouched, unscathed. It had nothing to do. Her contract that wasn't expired then. It was cool for her to talk about us. You know what I mean? Like we wasn't nothing. And not only top of that, she added on like we deserve to die. I'm not saying Candace said we deserve to die, but she did kind of leave it out there. You know what I mean? And one thing about Candace is slick. Now, first of all, the Most High, right? Candace is an Israelite woman, just like Diamond Waymer is, and just like Angela Stanton King is, whether they know it or not. I know it. You know what I mean?
Come on.
And the Lord knows it. Come on, bro.
So, just Candace Owens is married to a white man.
Uh-oh.
That's the effect of that white image of Jesus, right? That's what the effect would give her her mindset. She even used to date Asians before she dated white men, but she ain't gonna date no black man and marry no black man or sire any children from him or hold his babies. Nah, she went to a complete the nation of her oppressor. Now, let me tell you why. That is a non-cipher. Yeah.
Now, here it is, me dealing with my video I put out called Candace Owens, Christ is King. And this was my take then. This is before Sonya Massey. This is 3 months ago. How in the world did I come to this conclusion? How did in the world did Angela Stanton King come to this conclusion? And what I'm about to say about the Bible and all that, how did I come to this conclusion? Why did Ricard twist the Bible and twist the scriptures like he did? Come on.
No black man or sire any children from him or hold his babies. Nah, she went to a complete the nation of her oppressor. Now, let me tell you why that is a non-cipher. You know what I mean? The clouds come down. It's coming down on her. And clouds below is going to be swept up from the people that she, dissed, which look like her. By doing that alone, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now, the Most High forbade the children of Israel to marry and make intermarriages with those people of other nationalities or other nations. You know what I mean? He forbade us, but he had a reason for that.
See what I mean? The first few scriptures that Ricard went to highlighted the reason why he didn't want us to make intermarriages with the land of the inhabitants of the land of Canaan. Those 7 nations that he relegated, only those nations we're not supposed to intermarry with. This is what Ricard said. Out of the Bible, he said this. Said we were twisting the scriptures by doing this. Man, oh man. You don't get no more false than this bubble-eyed blackfish dude, man. I don't like what he does. I don't know him personally to not like him, but I don't like what he do. Come on.
The reason why he did not allow us to marry women from other nationalities, or what they call modern terms, other races. Interracial marriages, even though I don't believe in that word race, I would say nationality or ethnicities. We were prohibited to doing that. Why? Because we weren't allowed to do that because they would cause us to worship other gods. And
that's the reason why. Ricard. It has nothing to do with just those 7 nations, Ricard. It has everything to do. God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God is the God of Israel, bro. He's not the God of all these other nationalities. As far as being personalized. He is the creator of all nations. But these other nations weren't worshiping, and he didn't make himself known to them the way he made himself known to us, being the chosen people. So yes, God can be the God of all nations, but he chose us. He's not called the God of Ishmael, Esau, you know what I mean? And Amalek, like y'all be saying. Not the God of them. Ricard, man, come on, he's the God of Israel. Come on.
Look what it made Candace do. Candace, I'm quite sure, she says she's team God, not team, black people or white people. She's team God, but her God is white, as long as her, as well as her husband and her children. She's not allowed biblically illegal. She's a biblically illegal. Now, in the case of Moses and kings and David, and God knows the heart
Check
of
this out.
said individuals, that black men that marry women outside of their race, it would seem would be permissible by God Himself. If they following this woman and following the gods and the custom and practices of that woman's upbringing and serving her gods over the God of his forefathers, he is not to mess with her at all.
Facts.
But if she seems fit to follow his God, honor the God of his forefathers, and forsake her gods and the gods of her forefathers, I've seen that occur with Moses, David. Solomon had too many strange wives. He lost the kingdom because of that.
Because of that. Oh, hold on. Was Solomon married to an Amorite, Perizzite, Girgashite, Hittite, Hivite, and a Canaanite? Exclusively and only? He need to be smacked around for at least 5 minutes for that, man. Straight up and down, man. He do. He need his behind what, man? Come on.
I've seen it be permissible. You know what I mean? But it has to be under those tenets where under those conditions. If she's willing to forsake white Jesus, say you marry a white woman, and she's willing to forsake white Jesus and worship the true Christ of the Bible, you know what I mean, who is black, and subscribe to that, the Most High may, I'm not saying he will or won't, but he might. That's why I said may. Give you a permission slip to create a union and marry that woman.
Look at that.
She indeed follow your God. But if you following hers, you know what I mean, and that regular doctrine of Christianity, oh yeah, he ain't with that. You need to stay away from her.
Facts.
Because she's going to turn your heart away from your God. And by doing so, you turn your heart away from your Messiah or your King. And by doing so that, you turn your heart and away from your people. The reason why Candace Owens felt like she wants to talk about black people and stuff like that, because it's within her innate, because you are black.
Did you hear that? That's why. That's why she can't get off the topic of talking about it. But look at that. It'll cause you to go against your people indirectly. Cops are people too. When he shot that woman in the face after, and guess what she said? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. This is, of course, if this is authentic and not a psyop. He said, I bet you better not. I'll shoot you in your effing face. And then shot her in the effing face. This woman got on there and said, cops are people too. That gotta show you something. Something's wrong with her upstairs. Not saying God ain't working on her. But we're not that was 2 years ago when she was introduced with this information, and it's cool. But what kind of withdrawal you get from that kind of deposit? How did you come up with that? And why are people back then was able to come to this conclusion when it comes to Candace Owens, such as my sister Angela Stanton King? Come on.
You are an Israelite woman, so you have to talk about it. We're the ultimate definition of that which is important. We are the ones that are influence the world, right? But the way you was talking about us, You would put out some truths and things like that, but hey, we could see past what you were really doing. You had a lot of talking points of your husband's ancestors. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man.
And white people will call you new woke people. You know, the woke United Methodists. We know you're the woke Missionary Baptist Church. That's what we call y'all. You know what I mean? And Candace Owens, though she would say some true stuff and true things that are real, and being conservative, and the tendency of being conservative, meaning you're conserving the ideals and laws of the Bible.
See that, McCall? Everybody ain't stupid and slow. We can discern and eat the meat and throw out the bones, but we do recognize the bones that came out of her skeletal mouth. You actually went into the Bible and butchered it, man. It's unbelievable how you do that. It's unreal. Your hypocrisy, boy, it knows no bounds, bro. That display with you and James White was so disgusting. Then you get over here and do something just as disgusting as that. With twisting that scripture, coming at the children of Israel about people marrying outside of their nationality. This dude really did this, man. Tonight. Come on.
Things that are real, and being conservative, and the tendency of being conservative, meaning you're conserving the ideals and laws of the Bible, or the laws of God, put it like that. And so but I can read in between the lines of what God you're talking about, and why you're doing what you're doing. Y'all forgot when her and Kanye West put on that White Lives Matter shirt?
Man, I was on it back then and I'm on it now. And that's exactly what we were talking about. The White Lives Matter shirt. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God, man. Man. Come on.
Y'all forgot about that? And I know they were going against BLM. We don't advocate BLM either. Black Lives Matter either. Because, see, they're controlled by communists and George Soros and them. But you try to play that game to go against them. But we know where your heart really lied with. When you really did that. You ain't Kanye West. Kanye was married to Kim Kardashian, who is a white woman, and got children by her. You married to a white man and got white babies. Your babies are not mixed, they're white, baby. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the difference. And you hear what Andrew just said? Let's hear her say it again.
Huh? What is this blind allegiance that you all want me to have illegal immigrants crossing the border? Okay? What do y'all want me to do? What do y'all want me to do? So I'm supposed to turn on a job that is providing support for a service that is needed in our community? Because Trump them don't want to hire me. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to go around and just campaign, oh, I love Trump, oh, I love Trump, oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserved to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because I'm lifting black people up, elevating black people, because
because you're not talking about.
I am saying.
Wait, Angie. Because you're not talking about black people that are they are what? Hold on.
That black or tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserved to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because...
Did y'all hear that? Because she's not talking about black people are stupid and dumb and undeserving. Hey, this is a shot to Diamond Wayman's friend that is on a campaign run 24/7, all day, every day. It's similar to Candace Owens.
Talking about Blanchard.
And highlighting the fact that, yeah, black people are dumb, they weak, they stupid, they ain't never accomplished nothing in their life, they ain't never gonna accomplish nothing. Yet, these are the people that the Most High has chosen. Oh, they're not even the chosen people. They're not nothing. This is a black man that's doing this.
Blanchard.
It's Diamond's friend. You know, the girl that I just showed you.
Diamond Wayman.
Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, and here we are at Candace Owens. Yeah. Her friend. Every day, all day, 24/7. Same
He's
as Candace
next.
Owens. Pointing out some significant truths about going against the Democratic Party and these liberals and things like that, which is absolutely true. But they mix it they're mixing it to fix it. They got what I like to call these blended messages.
Man.
And their disdain for black people. And yes, some of our people are wayward and out of pocket, and we ain't talking about just them. We talking about how they making a platform of that rhetoric of how we're nothing.
Yep.
And the black man is weak every day. No matter what we do, we're weak, we're nothing. It's a blended message.
Yep.
They're mixing in dookie with the truth, you know what I'm saying? and giving you a shit burger, so making you eat it. No, we're not buying that.
We're not buying it.
I don't know where they got that perspective from, where homie got that perspective from, but he next. I'm gonna get him too.
You see?
That's Diamond friend, but look, it was all good when Candace, her platform was untouched. You know, now she begging for money. That's why I like what Diamond said. Like, that's kind of weird, and she ain't rocking with her. Well, homeboy rocked with her when when she wore that White Lives Matter shirt alongside Kanye West.
Yep.
Yes, he did. But let her say that one more again.
I'm lifting black people up for a service that is needed in our community. Because Trump them don't want to hire me. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to go around and just campaign? Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump. And then if I ask for a tweet or support for Auntie Angie's house, I can't get it. But if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I can get all the support in the world. If I'm Candace Owens talking about how George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and all them wasn't shit and deserved to die, I can get all the money in the world. But because I'm not talking about black people are dumb, black people are stupid, black people are undeserving, but because I'm lifting black people up, elevating black people, because I am saying that black women deserve support, black women and children deserve more than abortion, I'm the enemy.
See, and you know what, black people, now, yeah, let me come through like Samuel with the sword and start cutting y'all, and let me take my belt off, you know what I'm saying, and come out from the back room and do some straightening. Yeah, see, this is what them other people be doing, like Candace Owens and Mr. Bleach. They be doing this too. They be coming out on the doing as if they're doing some straightening, but nah, they doing some hating. But I'm doing some straightening. I'm here for correction, reproof, and rebuking y'all. Y'all always turning against people that are for you. Y'all always slaughtering the prophets sent to you. Christ desired to gather us. You know what I mean? Like a hen gather his chicks, but no, we keep slaying the prophets. We keep slaying the people that God, the Most High, sent to us. Like Angie, now she the enemy because she's helping out and having to take a job from Bobby Kennedy, one of them Kennedys, who I think is a Democratic and is a pro-choice activist or whatever, but nonetheless is actually putting forth an effort to help her, even though she's pro-life, and offer her a job where the Trump administration, them gatekeepers, not saying Trump himself, because if Trump knew, he probably would have gave her a job, put some money in her pocket or whatever, because he the one that pardoned her. But no, you got so black, and these people, from what I'm hearing, are black, are gatekeeping, keeping this child, this girl, with this organization, this Auntie Angie's house, providing a single black lady a place to stay with their children, to keep them from aborting their babies by the millions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all always slandering. She's the enemy now.
And on that note, I'm going to stop there because I can go on and on and on and on. It's over 6 hours. It's probably the longest video I ever did, man. There ain't even no video. It's a recording, man. I just wanted to highlight what they were discussing on the Gathering of Christ cult, the Gathering of Christ Church, and false Rawchaashyar or Elder Rawchaashyar or Elder Lloyd, and discussing this Kanye West, Candace Owens meeting that she had in the time capsule due to the fact that Daily Wire wouldn't allow her to interview him. Really, I was just describing, if seeing if the train that we both got on is arriving at the same time, what train of thought, we are both on the train of thought, but what is the end destination? How did she come out with that withdrawal from such of a powerful but yet not as potent deposit as it would have came from either me or Ricard, people that's in the know and not of the truth about who we are as an identity. But she still came up with a withdrawal of cops are people too, and this man is white man shooting black women in the face, and how that was relegated to correspondence and a mistake, and it not being racially motivated, and said that notion would be ridiculous. That is just absolutely crazy to us. And where did that talking point come from? Did it come from, is it a pillow talking point? You know what I mean? We suspect that, highly suspect that. She's a beautiful woman. We love her. But look, girl, I don't know. It seems as if you have married someone to where your God is the same. Yes, it's similar to the one of the Bible, but it causes, if you don't know your identity within the Bible, you would more come to serving the God that they depicted out of the Bible. Yes, you might follow the fact that, you're not supposed to be a homosexual, you're not supposed to be this, you're supposed to be conservative, not liberal. You might get that, but there's something about this European effect of where you take their position when it comes to the oppression of our people, which is prophesied out of the same book or Bible that you believe in, the part that they are masquerading and replacing us. So therefore, you have replaced them. You have replaced us with them in your mind. And not only in your mind, in your life. And in your children. You actually have children with that. And that go to show you where your mind is. That I'm telling you. And you can't, I remember just saying, just stay over there. If you're going to be over there, stay over there, because you can't. There's a certain level of somebody pulling at you. If it's the Most High, more power to the Most High. We going to wait on him. We can't throw you away or, whatever. But at the same time, we're not agreeing. We do not agree. We're not agreeing with your pillow talking, with your oppressor or slave master who you said never, that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? We're not going for that. Okay, you're not gonna mix in. You're not gonna mix it to fix it, baby. We're not going for that. We acknowledge your logical truths and all that, but we're not having that other stuff. So this is my take on Candace Owens, Kanye West, White Lives Matter. And now I have to include the false teacher Rawchaashyar of Gathering Christ Church. That has to go in there now. So, you know, like I always say, man, let's guess who the rapper, a.k.a. Flesh, the Grand Ambassador of Flesh Dynasty, man. I'll break that down why I call myself Grand Ambassador of Flesh Dynasty, man, later soon. But you know, here signing off, man. Y'all have a blast past why now and greater later. Live the life of your design so you have a good time for a lifetime. Live the life of his design so you will be divine for the rest of your lifetime, man. I'm signing off. It got late. I love y'all, man. And y'all stay safe. Put the Most High first. With Christ is King. Truthfully. And peace and blessings. May Christ reign in your heart. And may you submit your life to Jesus Christ. Not the one that they got on your prison wall or in your church. The white one. The black one. The black Messiah of the Bible. The true Messiah of the Bible. The one, that one who came to save mankind. You know what I mean? Let the Lord be magnified. Let the devil be terrified. And let the people be magnified. You know what I'm saying? And I forget how that saying go, but y'all know what I'm talking about, man. Y'all live the life of your desires. You can have a good time for a lifetime, man. I love y'all. Guess who the rapper, a.k.a. Grand Ambassador Flesh Dynasty, signing off, baby. 1.